A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Such a wonderful morning. How do you feel, darling?
Not so bad. Isn't it?
Isn't what?
A wonderful morning.
Oh, why should I be so sleepy we went to bed early? I'd much rather be sleepy than not, though, wouldn't you?
I'll tell you as soon as I wake up.
Being married certainly is comfortable.
Is that the best you can say for it?
And so awfully nice.
That's better.
Wonder if Mama's up.
Why should she be up this early?
You know, David, I never thought it would be like this. So natural and everything.
Speaks an old married woman of 2 weeks.
2 weeks and 1 day. That's when it either takes or doesn't take.
We took.
You know what I like best about it? There's always somebody to talk to, even in the middle of the night.
Well, go on. I'm listening.
And I like seeing you with your hair mussed. Makes you look just like my son.
By which husband, Mrs. Norton?
My first husband.
And your last, I trust.
That goes without saying. Darling, what do you like best about it? Marriage, I mean.
You.
I wish I'd thought to say that.
Well, this isn't getting me to the office.
I think offices should close after a person marries.
For how long would you say?
3 months.
Seems reasonable. I'll see what I can do about it. Well, up we get.
Help me, David.
Help yourself.
2 weeks and I'm on my own. Don't you know I got married so I could cling?
You wouldn't know how.
Well, I intend to learn.
Not now, please. I've got to get dressed.
All right, I'll start breakfast. David. It's always going to be like this, isn't it? So perfect, David. I couldn't bear it if anything changed.
Everything changes.
Don't say that.
Claudia, look at me.
Yes?
We change all the time. In little ways. Things around us change, too. We've got to expect that. Then, all of a sudden, something comes along that we don't expect.
David, don't talk like that.
And we've got to accept that, too. That's life, darling.
Oh, how'd we get on this subject so early in the morning?
Yes, how did we? Now, what does a man have to do around here to get 2 boiled eggs?
Consider them fried.
I said boiled.
Oh, where'd I put my bathrobe? Do you see it, David?
No, I didn't see it.
Hey, look in the closet, will you?
Not here.
Can I wear yours?
Well, don't make a practice of it. Hey, what about those eggs?
I'm going now. Gee, I didn't know you were so big, David. You must be about size 48.
Only 44. Why? Don't you like it?
I love it. Good morning, Miss Bra. Mama? Where is that woman? Mama! David, she's gone out.
What?
Mama's gone out. The sofa's all made up. David, where do you think she went? What's the matter?
Oh, you do look silly in that.
I couldn't find mine.
Now I can't find you.
David, what do you suppose? Where do you think she went?
Out. You said so yourself.
Where? What for?
Oh, for the air, probably.
Mama doesn't like the air.
Well, maybe she likes it better than having breakfast with us.
But we're so nice.
I guess she just doesn't appreciate us. Hey, don't bother about the eggs, darling. I'm getting later by the minute.
Oh, Mama left everything ready.
She did?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful woman. She probably asked for a raise.
Probably.
Come on, then. Let's eat. I'll finish dressing later.
Good, I'm starving, too.
I never saw such a girl in my life. You're always starving.
Is that bad?
Well, it's inconvenient at times. Shove over. I'll make the toast.
I'm shoved over, and I'll make it. Now, let's see. You like your toast burnt, don't you?
Only around the edges.
Oh, fine. See, you said only around the edges. Let me see. How do I do that?
That, my dear, is your problem.
Say, do you think they have special kinds of toasters for that?
Probably. Shop around.
We like ours burnt in the middle.
Not me. I told you only around the edges, like hem stitching.
Oh, you're very difficult.
I work at it.
Fussy, too.
What's more, I'm proud of it.
I love you anyway. David.
Hmm?
Breakfasts are wonderful, aren't they?
Well, I always like one to start the day with.
I mean, they're especially wonderful now.
Most especially.
You always going to like them?
As long as you come with them. Now, how about that toast?
Oh, I forgot.
Here, I better do it.
No, I'll do it. You know, this is the first time I've ever gotten breakfast for a strange man.
I think this is the first time you've ever gotten breakfast, period.
Only I didn't get it. Mama got it. Listen, maybe that's her.
She.
Are you still eating? I thought you'd be through by now.
Not a decent word to say to us. Can't say good morning.
I was just coming to that. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's go around again.
No.
Well, now that we've taught you some manners, sit down, Mama. Don't talk so much.
Yes, we're very democratic. The cook can eat with the Mr. and Mrs.
Certainly.
Thank you, but the cook has eaten. I'll take a little piece of your bacon, Claudia.
Oh, Mommy, you remind me. I just remembered Aunt Louise is coming over tonight after dinner.
Hey.
What's the
We've
matter?
only been home one night.
Yes. What's your hurry, Claudia?
I couldn't help it. She invited herself. Oh, and that reminds me. Where were you, Mrs. Brown, before breakfast?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Good for you, Mother. That's the way to handle her. Where did you go?
I have absolutely no privacy around here. I went marketing.
I hope you got plenty of butter and eggs. I'm going to bake a cake.
I was planning to teach you how to make a souffle for supper.
Don't you dare interfere with the cook, Claudia. We'll have that souffle, Mother.
Of course we will. The cake's for after dinner.
You're going to be hungry after dinner, too.
I'm going to show off for Aunt Louisa.
Nobody serves cake for company after dinner.
Claudia likes cake, Mother.
Besides, baking one will make me feel really married.
I hereby resign.
I don't blame you, David.
For being so fresh, I won't let either of you have one bite.
I'll eat my words instead.
Hey, where are you going?
Put on my tie, to put on my coat, put on my hat, and then to the office, thank goodness.
Take me with you, David.
Now where are you going?
Into the kitchen for a glass of water. Do you mind?
Don't be silly. Why should I mind?
Now, let's see. You push it up. No. You push it down. Turn quickly. What I need is a hairpin. Now, wait a minute. I'll try it once again.
Having trouble with that key, David?
Oh, hello, Mother. We're locked out. Yes, I've been having trouble since 6:03. It is now 6:08.
That key's never been right since Claudia stepped on it.
Tell me, do I push up or down?
Up.
I'm pushing up.
Give me a package so you can use both hands.
No, that's not the trouble.
Oh, no? I thought you were going to get this latch fixed.
I'm going to as soon as I can get inside to call up a locksmith.
They're closed. Oh, you nearly dropped that package.
Well, don't worry. I've got it.
Would it break?
No, but wouldn't do it any good.
David, give me that package.
I'll just put it here on the floor. Now, try again. Let's see. Push it in.
Are you getting it?
I give up. Maybe you'd better try, Mother.
Maybe I'd better. I've lived with this longer than you have.
Do you want to give me your package?
No, I can manage.
Come on. Hand over the package.
I will not.
Now, what's so important in that package that you won't even trust it to your son-in-law?
Wouldn't you like to know? I've been doing this with packages for years. I think. You see?
Well, do come in.
Oh, hello, darling. Say, let's get a new lock, shall we?
Let's.
Miss me?
You'll choke each other someday doing that.
How's the cake?
I don't know. It's still in the oven. I haven't dared look.
Claudia, get a move on. Tend to your cake.
Gosh, my cake. You two go in the living room and I'll bring it in. Don't talk about me while I'm gone.
Funny how a first cake can be a big moment in a woman's life, isn't it, Mother?
Yes, isn't it, David?
I hope it turns out.
Mine didn't. David, what are you fussing with the sofa pillows
Just
for?
getting ready to sit down. What are you hiding under my newspaper?
Nothing. I was reading it.
Then just what is the same package you're not hiding under my newspaper?
Aren't we getting a little too obvious?
Yes, I guess we are. I wonder how she's getting on.
Oh!
Now you know.
Look at it. It fell.
Why, it doesn't look so bad.
It's burnt, too.
I like burnt things, remember?
Not this burnt. It looks like a lamb chop.
Oh, I'm crazy about lamb chop.
I wanted to make a big splurge for Aunt Louisa. Now what'll she say? Poor David, he had to go and throw himself away at a girl who can't even bake a cake. Well, I'll go out and buy one.
That's downright dishonest, isn't it, David?
And deceitful. What kind of a daughter did you bring up, Mrs. Brown?
You heard? One that would go downstairs and buy a cake if the bakery weren't closed.
She certainly would. Say, how do you know it's closed?
Because I was the last customer.
Mommy, you didn't go and buy... Where is it?
Under the newspaper.
Oh, you think of everything.
I am surprised at you, Mrs. Brown. No faith in your daughter's talents.
Not a bit.
David, you really thought I could.
Why, certainly I did.
Then I disappointed you.
Well, darling, as a matter of fact, I...
Except, David, thanks for thinking I could do it. If you'll go on thinking, I'll go on trying.
I'll try to learn to like cake.
Don't you like cake? Lovely cake like I bake?
It's your problem, David. I've only got the supper to worry about.
Oh, David, I'm exhausted. Standing over a hot stove all day, wearing myself to a fret. Let's sit down a minute.
Claudia, not there. Be careful, that box.
Something's behind the pillows. What is it? Present for me?
You'd better look for yourself.
It's a cake. It's all squashed.
Yep. It was a cake. A very soft cake.
And you didn't think either that I could bake it.
Sure I did.
It's all right if you didn't, David.
But I thought maybe...
I know why you bought this one. Just in case.
Just in case? Because I love you.
Oh, David.
Don't ever change, Claudia. I wish dinner weren't going to be ready so soon.
Me too.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, there's good news for you, friends. You can now again enjoy the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola. Restrictions have been taken off, and the supply of Coca-Cola is almost normal, and more is coming all the time. There's enough now for refreshment for all hands when you give a party, and you can refresh yourself at the familiar red cooler, around the corner from almost anywhere. And the price is still 5 cents. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly. So if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight a story that's literally out of this world. But first, Frank Martin.
If you're wondering what's keeping you underweight, jittery, tired out so much of the time, please listen carefully. Perhaps the answer to your problem is a very simple one. Maybe you simply have a deficiency of vitamin B1 and iron. If that's it, try Ironized yeast tablets. They're the amazing little tablets that have been of such astonishing benefit to so many, many other people with these deficiencies. You see, pleasant little Ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron. No wonder so many men and women who were short on these substances today thank Ironized yeast for glorious new pep and strength and needed pounds, new fun out of life. Friends, did you get that name? It's Ironized yeast tablets. And now,
Lights Out. Everybody.
Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord.
I say, Sergeant.
Yeah, Captain?
That's all. Rather monotonous, isn't it?
I don't know any more words.
Well, that's reassuring.
Yeah.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Back home in America, in civilian life, what were you?
A plumber.
Really?
Yep. Still carry my union card. What do you think I was, Cap?
Oh, one of those daredevil circus riders?
Oh, you mean I'm riding too fast?
Well...
Okay, Captain.
It isn't much of a road, you know.
Any speed you want, Captain.
You're doing fine.
Captain.
Yes?
You mind if I ask you something?
Well?
What were you? I mean, back in England. I mean, before the war. I mean, if you want to tell me.
Why not? I was a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's all right, Sergeant. Even my best friends didn't quite know what that meant.
Paleo what?
A paleontologist. That means... Sergeant, pull up.
Yes, sir? What's the matter, Captain?
There's something wrong with this road.
Huh?
I remember distinctly a burnt-out Mark IV was just to the right before that ridge of dunes.
Oh, Captain, so help me. We're going the right way.
I don't know about that. I've checked my compass. Infernal desert roads. One never knows when... Well...
What's the matter, Captain?
Have you a compass?
No.
Yeah, it seems that I've lost mine.
Uh-oh.
Well, I've simply got to get back to Medjugorje Bob. I'm quite certain it isn't in this direction.
Well, it sure looks like the road to me, Captain.
No, I'm positive about that burnt-out tank. I think we better cut to the right here.
Okay, Captain.
Hardly do to find ourselves back in Mr. Rommel's lines now, would it?
Maybe we will anyway.
What's that?
Well, I don't know about this road, sir.
You'll have to trust to my judgment, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Why so slow?
Well, this road don't look so kosher to me.
What does that mean?
Well, the Jerry's might have fixed it up with a few landmines.
Nonsense. Our engineers have cleared out every road within 50 miles. Go ahead. It's getting rather late. You'd better increase your speed.
Okay. You're the captain.
Landmines. Oh, stake my soul, there isn't a landmine within... You're feeling all right? Eh?
Yeah. All right.
Shoulder?
Okay.
These hours I've been sitting here thinking what a miracle it was. Hit a landmine and outside of a bruised shoulder, no harm done.
Yeah. Only now we haven't got a jeep.
I understand how you feel, Sergeant. A man uses his judgment, and sometimes he's wrong.
It's okay, Captain, okay. Only how long are we going to sit here?
No use trying to find our way back till daybreak.
Gee, sure was a swell jeep.
You were very lucky.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, come the dawn, like they say, somebody come along and pick us up. Meanwhile, laying here, it's okay.
Yes. Lovely night.
Captain?
Yeah?
You know anything about stars?
Little?
That bright one up there. How far away do you suppose it is?
Oh, I don't know exactly. Roughly speaking, I should think must be at least 150 light years away.
Light years?
Well, light years simply means the distance light can travel in 1 year, traveling at the rate of 186,000 miles per second. In other words, the light that you're looking at from that star traveled 150 times 6 quadrillion miles to get here.
You wouldn't kid me, would you, Captain?
Spoofing?
Yeah.
Now, that's scientific fact.
But how can they know? Who holds the other end of the tape measure?
The tape measure is purely mathematical. Believe me, it's all very accurate. But why the interest in that star, Sergeant?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, tell me.
Well, when I was a kid, me and my brother used to go on camping trips, and at night I'd lie out, and just like this, and look at the stars, and wish I could get up to them.
Very strange.
Huh?
Ever since I was a child, that subject, interstellar travel's fascinated me, too.
No kidding?
Move out in space, through our universe, beyond our universe. See the wonders of fire and flame, immense celestial fireworks on the edge of the sun, one flame of which is greater than all our world. Move from cold star to cold star. See evolution repeating itself somewhere out there on a world as young as ours once was. Dinosaurs and flying reptiles. Men, or not quite men. And then move on to other planets where men perhaps are wise beyond our greatest hopes. Wonderful thing, Sergeant. Travel out into the heavens.
Gee, you sure can say the words, Captain.
The heavenly jeep, Sergeant. That's what we need.
Yeah, a heavenly jeep.
What's that, Sergeant?
Yeah, I hear.
From the north. Jetty.
Must be.
Look, it's getting light.
Yeah, ain't that a break? It gets light when they're coming.
Well, get down. Stay down. You're silhouetted against the sky.
I'm down.
Sounds like quite a flight. Rommel must have got some new bombers from Crete during the night.
They won't last long.
Mighty low.
Sure getting daylight fast.
Well, I hope they don't decide to investigate this road in the jeep.
Here one comes.
Down. Stay down. Don't...
Captain?
Who's calling me?
It's me. Captain, where are you?
I don't know. It's so dark. Sergeant, I see you.
Yeah, I see you, Captain.
Why is it so dark? What happened?
I don't remember.
Where are we?
I don't know. I can't see too well.
We were on the sand, hiding. Were we hiding? Yes, I remember the Stuka.
Yeah.
It dove down on us, machine gun. I felt my head, a blow.
Captain, look.
What?
On the ground. It's you. Your head.
But I'm here.
It is you.
No, I'm perfectly all right. Sergeant, look over there.
Me?
Yes, it's you. You're all shot up.
Huh?
And yet you're standing here alongside me.
Yeah.
We're hanging in air. Sergeant.
Huh?
I do believe we're dead.
What?
Dead.
heard you.
I wonder what's supposed to happen now.
I don't know.
Free of our bodies. We seem to be free. Sergeant, listen to me. We can do it now.
What?
What we were talking about before. We're dead, I'm sure of that, and free of our bodies, hanging in the air. Free of our bodies. Take my arm. Take it, I say.
Okay.
Moving through space. Wish that. Will yourself to move through space.
Yeah.
We are moving through space.
Yeah.
We can do it, Sergeant. We can and we will.
What are you talking about?
What we wanted to do. Go star traveling. We'll visit a star.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights-out story of Heavenly Jeep for just a moment now to eavesdrop on a telephone call.
Hello? Yes, Edie. Why am I crying? It's Bob. I just know he'll never invite me out again. I was so cross with him. Oh, Edie, I don't know what to do. I'm so tired most of the time. I'm losing weight and I've lost my pep. Whatever am I going to do?
Well, if, like so many others nowadays, you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, I'd suggest you try Ironized yeast tablets. They cost but a few pennies a day. They give you both these vital substances, and believe me, they are vital. You see, when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from what you eat, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you should. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be pale and run down, feel all in. But if you are short on these substances, don't wait. Start taking Ironized yeast tablets right away, tonight. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
Bob says I look like a million with those nice pounds I've gained. And last night we danced till dawn. Thanks to Ironized yeast tablets, I've lost that tired feeling now.
And now back to our lights-out story of the captain and the sergeant, who, finding themselves dead, decide to visit the world beyond this one.
Sergeant, are you all right?
I guess so, yeah.
Higher. Higher.
Captain, you got to tell me how fast we're going. How fast?
Stars. Look at them.
So big.
Now look back.
What's that?
Don't you know? Look, Europe, Africa.
The world.
Hanging like a little globe.
Smaller and smaller.
That's how fast we're going. Speed of light. No, speed of thought.
But we're dead.
No, don't think that. Think of this, man. Star traveling. Who's ever done it before? Whoever will. We're traveling to the stars. Look at them. Billions on billions, world without end. Which one should we go to, Sergeant? Which one? Sergeant, I'm talking to you. What?
Who? Who are you?
Woman.
Please, I'm frightened. Who are you?
But the sergeant, where's he?
I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm frightened. I don't know where.
Oh, it's all right. Now, don't be frightened. Hold on to my hand. I'm Captain James Wood. I was stationed near El Bazaar. Jerry's strafed us, sir. I'm very certain that I'm dead.
Dead?
Yes.
Then
What happened to you? Think, please. It's important. Talk to me.
I was standing in the field, back of the vestry house. I heard the sound of the planes.
Where? Where do you live?
Outside of Leeds.
When did it happen?
Just a little while ago. The bomb. I heard it. Then I didn't. I must be dead, too.
I think so.
Where are we going? Why am I with you?
I don't know.
We're someplace out in space. And I think we're moving so quickly. Why?
What were you thinking about as it happened?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, back at your home, before the bomb. What were you thinking about just then?
I don't quite remember.
It's important. Tell me.
I think I was looking at the stars.
Yes?
I'm thinking how nice it would be to be able to go home to them.
Yes?
Oh, is that why?
Yes, I think it is.
Oh.
Captain.
Who?
Sergeant.
Right here.
Where?
Here, up in here.
Who is he?
Oh, he got hurt with me, Sergeant Berg.
Mr. Meaton, Captain, what goes here? I'm scared.
I am, too. And yet, Miss... what is your name?
Anne Harper.
Miss Harper, you understand, don't you? The sergeant and I were talking about star traveling, and that's what you were thinking about when you got blitzed. And that's where we're going. Right to that star. You do understand?
I'm trying to. Dead and going higher and higher to a star.
Holy cats.
It is possible.
Wonderful.
Back where we started.
What, Sergeant?
Flew all around and back where we started from. This is the world, ain't it?
No, that isn't possible.
What are you talking about? Green hills, boys, trees? It is the Earth.
Yes, it must be. We're back on the Earth.
I don't think so.
Huh?
Why do you say that, Captain?
We left the Earth. My senses told me that. Sergeant, you remember. The Earth behind us. Smaller and smaller. The continents outlined, remember?
But this, where are we now?
Where are we now?
I don't know. And yet I think I do. A place that's just like where we came from, but another world. You hear me? Another world.
Huh?
What?
Do you realize the miracle of it? A universe full of millions of stars, suns, flying comets, burning gas and heat and coal beyond understanding. One chance in millions of a star with air on it, with temperature just exact enough to permit life. Of another star with air surrounding it, just like our Earth. One chance in millions of another star with temperature mild enough to permit growing things the way we know them. And this it is. We're here. Another world, exactly like our own.
Then I'm not dead. I'm not dead.
Do you feel anything?
Huh?
The air is bright. There's a sun shining. No, look. 2 suns in the sky. A large and a small one.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Yes, what's that to do with our being alive?
Do either of you feel the warmth?
Holy.
Look. That tree, it's bending in the wind. Do you feel the wind, either of you? I don't.
I don't either.
Well, what does it mean? You got to tell me.
What I said before must be true. We're dead, but getting our last wish. That must be God's gift to all the dead.
As long as we're here and know that we're here, I suppose that's all that matters.
I'm not dead. I know I'm not dead.
All right,
I'm not
Sergeant,
dead.
all right. The important thing is to...
Why did you stop talking?
Captain, what are you...
You see?
Yeah.
What is it? What are you both looking at?
On that rise over there.
What?
I think we saw a man.
There he is again.
Well, from the look of him, we've stumbled on another Garden of Eden.
But his face.
What?
Can't you see? His face. Look at his face.
Hey, you. We're talking to you. Don't you understand words? Who are you? Why they got you fenced up? Hey, what's the matter with them? Keep yelling at them, and all they do is make that noise.
This fence. Why is it all around the field? Why is it around them?
Captain, we're talking to you. All these men and women and children, why are they fenced in? What's the matter with them?
Their faces, all of them, so empty. What's the matter with them?
I don't know.
Insane. That's it. They're insane.
Yeah, that's it. Nuts. 12-foot fence. That's why they got it, to keep all the nuts in.
Perhaps.
But how inhuman, those poor little children. The women. No protection against the sun.
I'm with you, lady. You ain't got no right to treat anybody this way, Captain. Come on, we'll see the CO. I mean, whoever's in charge, and tell them what we think. Captain, what's the matter?
Have you forgotten where we are?
Huh?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Of course, you're right. We must do what we can for these unfortunate people.
But where's the house, the asylum?
The trees are so thick. We'll just have to follow this fence until we come to the main house.
Yes.
Coming, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Captain.
What is it?
Could it be possible the enclosure is some sort of a concentration camp?
It's possible.
Like in Germany?
They stopped murmuring.
Yeah.
They're all looking in the other direction.
What?
Quickly, in the brush. Get behind that brush.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Listen.
What?
A plane.
I don't know.
Airplane?
I see it over the trees. There, it's circling. What's... Godfrey.
What is it?
I'll go see.
Wait, stay where you are. It's landing in the enclosure.
Please tell me. What is it?
I don't know.
It's a bug.
Yes. An insect as large as a man.
Listen to the people.
Yes.
Why are they clustering around that thing? Why?
Captain, did you see it?
Yes, it's feeding them.
An insect feeding men.
It's the root and truth. Look at it. They're sticking their faces up toward it like a farmer and his pigs.
Oh, no.
A farmer and his pigs.
Captain, why did you say it, too? I was only talking. Do you hear me? I was only talking.
The truth.
Huh? What did you say? Captain, what is this? What is that thing out there?
I don't quite know, but I think it's an ant.
Ant?
A winged ant. And I think he's feeding his stock.
No. Why do you say that? It ain't true.
Look at them.
No, it can't be. They're people like you and me. A bug feeding them? Captain, you got brains. How could a thing like that be? Tell me.
We're in another world. Accept that fact. We're in another world. A world just like our own in climate and in structure, with one great difference. And yet a small difference, cosmically. The race of man is not the primary creature here. Here the lords and rulers of the animal world. Yes, the insects. The cleverest of them all, the ants. Huge ants. Like that one, I tell you, well, if it's as clever in proportion as the tiny ones I watched in my garden back in England, then this world is a better integrated place than where we came from. But look at that ant. Why, if it stood erect, it would be at least 7 feet tall. Magnificent.
Magnificent? Lady, did you hear him? He's out of his head. A bug big as a truck feeding people like us, and he calls it magnificent.
Yes, it's true. Captain, you are right. Frightening, but you are right.
You too? Lady, you too?
Sergeant, I told you in another
no,
world.
No, I listen to you. You listen to me, both of you. This magnificent stuff, this malarkey about that bug and others like it running things. I tell you, it's not for me. Bugs crawl on the ground or they fly and you swat them. They don't put 12-foot fence around you and keep you there. They don't feed you.
An objective attitude is necessary.
What do you mean, an objective attitude? They're kids and men and women, and look at them begging that thing for a handout. When it's fed him fat enough, what do you think he does with them? What do you think?
But another
Stop
world.
talking about another world. I don't want any part of it. I want to get out of here. You, both of you, got too many brains for me. Me, I just feel things, and I don't want any part of this world. I'm tired, and I want to go back where I belong. It's a cockeyed world, all right, but at least there it's a man's world, and a man's got a fighting chance.
Sergeant, stay down.
No, I won't stay down. This place with its super concentration camp and people like pigs, it's not for me. I want to get out of here. I don't have to be here. I'm not dead. Do you hear me? I'm not dead. 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 No, I'm not dead.
Sure, Sergeant. Take it easy. You're all right.
Huh? Who? What?
Relax, Sergeant. I'll have you back in the base hospital in a few moments.
Where?
Captain Wood?
Yeah, Captain Wood. Where?
We had to bury him out there. The Stuka that strafed you did a pretty complete job. Now, don't try to talk. Lucky the ambulance driver took the wrong turn of the road, or we'd never have found you. Another hour out there, and we had to check you off, too. Between the hot sun and the ants.
Huh? Ants?
Yeah.
Tell me, Captain really dead?
Yeah. Too bad.
It's okay.
What?
The captain is just where he wants to be. That's okay.
Why, yes. We gave him a decent burial. He'll rest in peace.
That's where you're wrong.
What?
Him and his guy live won't rest. They got too many brains to stay quiet dead. They'll keep on... What did he call it? Star traveling. Yeah. Star traveling.
Well, Mr. Oboler, I must say, a pleasant prospect.
What do you mean?
Well, this future you outlined for us, traveling to other worlds and finding that the ants or the bees or the termites have taken over.
No. That's no prophecy, Frank. That's just a possibility. But before talking about those possibilities, a brief word from you.
Friends, if you're so tired out and jumpy and underweight and all in that you can't get your proper enjoyment out of life, and if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need to help you snap out of it, remember, Ironized yeast tablets with their famous two-way help have been of truly astonishing benefit to countless men and women with these deficiencies. Of course, there are instances where a run-down condition may stem from other causes. If you're in doubt, by all means consult a physician. But if you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, remember, Ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't start to eat better, to feel much better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, Mr. Oboler, what about the possibility you were talking about of an insect world?
Frank, that's just a possibility. Scientists have long agreed that the bees and the ants and the termites are, well, they've community organizations and a willingness to sacrifice for the good of their fellow beings that's really remarkable. Under proper conditions, there would be the possibility of a world ruled by the insects. I can hear some cynics out there saying that surely the ants and the bees and the termites couldn't have made a worse mess of this world than certain ones of us have in this, these 1943 years since. Oh, well, let's turn to pleasanter things. Next week, I walked into the script department of Columbia Broadcasting System here in Hollywood a few weeks ago, and I found myself surrounded by some charming young ladies who left their typewriter long enough to insist that I tell them the truth about myself. In other words, that I really live the plays I wrote for Lights Out. I managed to get out of the department alive, and if you want to hear the revenge of Oboler against the ladies of the script department, listen in to Murder in the Script Department next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story called Murder in the Script Department. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try Ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one Ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Look up the street or down, you'll see that white shoes have come to town. And because of shoe rationing, folks are using Energine Shoe White to help give those white shoes the best of care. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable. It spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly to a real white, never a dingy off-white. So keep white shoes looking better longer. Buy Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, you will hear The Clock, presenting transcribed the premiere of a new thrill drama by Lucille Fletcher, the author of Sorry, Wrong Number, and other noted studies in suspense. Listen now to The Clock. The American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock. From Hollywood, the clock tonight stars two distinguished players, Elliot Lewis and Jeanette Nolan, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spears. Fulfillment, birth, and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. Clocks. All over the city, clocks. Little clocks and big ones, new ones just learning to count. Old ones, old hands at the game. Clocks standing aloof from their owners, taking no part in their joys or sorrows. Their faces immutable, impervious. All over the city, the clocking needles, sewing the fabric of life, and the death which must make room for new life. Stitching time, the clock, whose face shows no anger or delight or surprise. Because time sees all things. From the two-room walk-up flat on the lower 3rd Avenue, New York, where Mr. and Mrs. Bela Bosniak live over a second-hand clothing store, you can hear, if the 3rd Avenue elevator isn't going by, the chimes of the huge clock atop the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company building.
Good morning, Charlotte. I'm so sorry to be so late, but I overslept myself. I was dreaming.
Breakfast is over 2 hours ago? Everything is put away.
So, of course. But perhaps there's some coffee.
I don't keep stale coffee standing around all day. If you want, you can make some for yourself.
Thank you, Charlotte. Such a dream I had. Does my head ache? Do I feel depressed? Is there by any chance a piece of coffee cake in the house?
No. Uncle Miklosh come by this morning.
Uncle Miklosh? What do you want?
He wants you to come down and make fresh potato salad. The boy from the high school didn't come.
But I thought it was my day off. All right, Charlotte. I will go. Just as soon as I have my coffee. Oh, what a dream. What a terrible dream. Cannot seem to get it out of my head. Do you know what I was dreaming, Charlotte?
Who cares?
I dreamed I was being electrocuted. Electrocuted, Charlotte. Isn't that terrible?
The water's boiling.
And it was so real, too. I was in a cell, a real cell in a prison. White, glaring white, like a bathroom. I was lying on a cot with my hands behind my head when suddenly I heard these footsteps outside the door. Then I jumped up like a madman. And it came over me that the footsteps were my jailers. They were coming for me, to kill me. I was condemned to die.
Will you hurry? Drink your coffee. I told him you'd be right down.
Yeah, but the coffee's so hot. There's a cup for you, Joe.
No.
And then these guards came into my cell and dragged me from the bars. There were 4 guards in gray uniforms. There was also a tin priest. Now, everything was very quiet. All the other prisoners shut up. They watched me from behind their cell doors. I could feel their eyes burning at me. I could hear my feet shuffle, shuffle along the floor. I felt so weak.
No, you don't. Have another cup. Give me that pot.
But it would help clear my head a little. After a dream like that...
Get your clothes on. That will clear your head.
In a minute. I'm just trying to remember.
Remember what?
Why they were electrocuting me. What I had done.
Oh, what an idiot. He worries about his dream.
Yeah. I suppose it's silly. But that is the trouble with dreams. They tell you one little thing, and it is so real. But the rest of the story, they keep it to themselves.
What, are you going to stand around here talking all day?
No, I was just going. I'll be right down. Charlotte? I don't want to disturb you, Charlotte.
You can't come in. I'm scrubbing this kitchen, and I don't want you making tracks across my
I know,
floor.
Charlotte. I wouldn't want to mark your nice, clean floor. It's only my coffee.
Go down to the drugstore for your coffee.
It's closed on Sundays.
So? I told you when we were having breakfast.
I know, but 8 o'clock. It's such an early hour for Sunday. And Uncle Miklos kept the store open last night till 11.
You didn't come home last night at 11.
A little glass of beer at Kleinman's. Would you begrudge me that after I was on my feet till 11 o'clock at night? Please, Charlotte. I don't feel so good this morning either.
Naturally. After Kleinman's.
I'm not sleeping so good. Not all week. I'm having the same bad dreams.
Yeah, always some excuse.
But it's true. Do you remember? I told you I dreamed I was electrocuted. I was in that cell. Well, every night now, for a week, I have been dreaming about that cell.
So what?
And in one corner, there's a bed. 2 magazines, the Look magazine and the Hungarian Weekly. I can see them just as clear as if they were in this kitchen.
Well, move those chairs out of the way. I want to scrub under the table.
Don't you think that's very clear, Charlotte?
What's clear?
To dream all that. Every night.
Ah, who cares about dreams? They're all the junk in your head.
But it is very clear, just the same. To be there, night after night. Oh, yes. Last night. Uncle Miklos was there, too.
Huh? What?
I mean, in the dream. He came to see me in my cell. Wasn't that clear?
I don't see anything so clear about that.
Can you imagine Uncle Miklos giving me anything?
That's a fine thing to say. Who brought you to America? Who gave you the job in the delicatessen?
I didn't mean that way, Charlotte. I meant...
What did you mean?
I meant... Well, Uncle Miklos is always so careful with food in the delicatessen. But in the dream, it was a very nice roast chicken in the dream with plenty of breast and stuffing. And Uncle Miklos even had a bottle opener in his basket to open up the schnapps. He kept telling me to eat. Eat, Bella. He kept saying, stuff yourself. I can hear how he said it. You only got another month to live. Maybe I should go to see a doctor.
Huh?
He should give me a thorough checkup.
Maybe you should go to a fortune teller, too. There's lots of places who'll be glad to take your money. If you only got the money.
Might be a good idea.
Only you don't got the money.
But, Charlotte...
Will you keep your dirty feet off my nice clean floor?
I'm sorry, Charlotte. I'll wipe it off.
Oh, get out, will you? Go down to the drugstore and get yourself some coffee. By the radio in the middle of the afternoon yet.
Well, what time is it?
4 o'clock. Why aren't you in the store?
I just came up here for a nap.
A nap? In the middle of the day? Where is Uncle Miklos?
Uncle Miklos went out. There was no customers. I was very tired. But if it is 4 o'clock, Uncle Miklos was coming back at 3.
So Uncle Miklos was coming back at 3? Now you're in a fine mess, a fine, nice mess.
Oh, maybe he's not back yet.
Hey. And what's this bottle of beer doing under the sofa?
What bottle of beer?
So, that's why you were so tired. Why you didn't hear me. Why the radio was playing so loud I could hear it halfway down the street. Drunk.
Oh, please, Charlotte. It was so hot. And I wasn't really drunk. I was only asleep. I was having a terrible nightmare.
Where did you get this bottle? From Kleinman's? Or from Uncle Miklos' store?
From the store. But I will pay him back, Charlotte. Now listen to my heart. How it's still pounding. How can a man wake up quickly when he's dreaming he's on trial for his life? Think of it. 1,000 people looking at you, and the judge with his black cap on, and the jury standing there, and then one of them getting up and pointing. Can you hear the words? Clear. Guilty. Bela Bozniak is guilty and is condemned to death.
How many times do I have to tell you never to touch anything in that store? That belongs to Uncle Nicholas.
Charlotte, why should they say I am guilty?
Because you are. You are guilty of stealing Uncle Nicholas' bottle of beer and cheating on your time in that store. Naps yet. Naps. Like a millionaire. And how do I know what other things you are guilty of? Maybe you steal from the cash register. Who knows? Maybe you stuff yourself full of blutwurst and pickles when Uncle Nicholas is not looking. Maybe you insult the customers.
What a terrible thing to say.
I know what I hear from Uncle Nicholas.
What do you hear from Uncle Nicholas?
Lots of things. But all I got to say to you, Bela Bozniak, is you better watch your step from now on. You better behave yourself.
Why?
You afraid me?
It's no use, Charlotte. It's no use. I got to see a doctor or something.
Oh, get out of that bed, lazy, good for
Charlotte,
nothing.
I'm really sick. I must have a growth in my brain.
Yeah, there's always something the matter with you when it comes time for
Nobody
voice.
keeps on dreaming the same dream night after night. Nobody. With a normal mind in his head.
Keep quiet. I don't want to hear about your dreams.
Always, I got this terrible guilt in me. Like a pain. All night long. I'm running away. I'm hiding from people who are trying to catch me.
So why do you run? Why don't you get caught?
I am on the streetcar, riding under the L down Third Avenue. There are lots of people. I'm squeezing myself tight up against the window, turning my face out so no one will recognize me. I am pulling my coat collar up around my face and my cap down over my eyes. I am wearing dark glasses. I am running along the Whitestone Bridge. It's summer, a bright, glaring day. I am like a little black speck on the big steel bridge. And over my head, they are looking at me from airplanes. And under the bridge, they are watching me from boats. The automobiles are racing after me, honking their horns. Far ahead, at the end of the bridge, I see the man at the toll gate, waiting to stop me. He's a tall man with glasses, a brown overcoat, bald. His name is Mr. Toyner. Go to sleep, Charlotte. Don't do that.
Maybe if the covers are off you, you will shut your mouth and get out of that bed.
I can't. I'm too weak.
Lazy, good for nothing. Get up! Well?
I was over to the doctor.
So, you were over to the doctor. I wish you joy to the doctors. And what did the doctor do for you, millionaire?
Nothing.
Nothing. $3 he pays to the doctor for a visit, and the doctor does nothing for him.
Dr. Stumfolk
Wonderful.
was not a mind doctor. It's for the stomach and the heart. He knows nothing about the brain.
Oh, so now he figures that out. Dr. Stumvogel is not a mind doctor now. After he throws away the $3.
He gave me these pills.
Yeah, medicine already. How much do they cost?
They are sleeping pills. I don't need sleeping pills. I don't want to go to sleep.
So in this case, then, why did you buy
I am
them?
afraid to sleep. Every time I sleep, there is that Mr. Toyner waiting for me again. He is everywhere. Beside the ash cans in the air shaft, on the fire escape, in the hallway behind the baby carriages. I even dream he's in the delicatessen. He's looking over the counter at me like a customer. He's hiding behind the herring barrels.
Hey, give me those pills. You didn't take any yet, did you?
He's even in Kleinman's. He's sitting there in the back room drinking a glass of beer and looking out the plate glass for me to go by. His face is green and red in the neon sign going on and off outside. Now green, now red. Sometimes I hear him whispering.
That's good. It isn't a special prescription. I can take that back to the drugstore. You didn't even open the bottle.
He whispers to somebody about me. He tells people what I have done. And I know it's true. I am guilty. Oh, how I am guilty.
I'll go take them back to the drugstore right now.
But why am I guilty? What have I done? Charlotte, think. How could I be guilty? Is it because of Mama that I left her there hungry and never brought her over like I promised? But you yourself, Charlotte, said there was no room. And the money Uncle Miklos paid me. How could I have brought Mama here to starve? How could I have paid a boat trip when there was nothing for us half the time to pay the rent? But maybe it is Mama, cursing me from the grave. Charlotte! Charlotte! Don't leave me alone, please. Charlotte! Hello, Charlotte. I got good news for you, Charlotte. At last, I just slept. And the dreams, the bad dreams, have gone away. 2 hours, 3 hours. I was sleeping, and there was nothing, just sleep. Isn't that wonderful, Charlotte? I guess I'm cured, eh? You went out and left me alone. I was so tired. But I was afraid to sleep. I went to the park and I lay down on a bench. But the minute I closed my eyes, there was that Mr. Turner again with his face green and red. And then I went over to Plymouth. I had only 2 little beers. The pianola was playing. It was nice and cool and dark. Charlotte! What is it? Please, Charlotte! You're not that mad at me, are you?
You numbskull! You good-for-nothing Schlemian!
Oh, Charlotte, please, what has happened?
What has happened? You are fired. That is what has happened. Uncle Miklos refuses to put up with you anymore.
What?
He's through with you. Do you hear? Through. There is a boy, a high school boy, working in your place full-time.
No, you mean making the potato salad too?
Yes, making the potato salad too, and waiting on the customers. Now loafing on the sidewalk and taking naps and talking like a lunatic and getting drunk every other night. And now what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I will go down and speak to Uncle Miklos.
Ah, he will go speak to Uncle Miklos. At 2 o'clock in the morning, yet he will speak to Uncle Miklos and get thrown out on his ear and go to the hospital and cause more expense.
Uncle Miklos, he will get over it, Charlotte.
Yes, that's what you think. You haven't talked to Uncle Miklos yet.
But Charlotte...
2 days. 2 days yet Uncle Miklos couldn't go to Hoboken to see about the cheesecake. You were lying home, sick in bed. With what? With a fever, with a stomach trouble, with that like? No. With dreams. Bad dreams, yet like a baby.
Oh, but Charlotte...
And where are you? When the customers are telephoning for the orders, they should be sent up right away. Upstairs. Sleeping. Taking a nap. And where are you Friday night? The busiest night in the store. Seeing Dr. Stumpfogel throwing out your good money to a crack. And where are you today when Uncle Miklos is going to play in the Interbrox Hungarian checkers tournament?
Checkers tournament today?
Yes!
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Drunk. Sleeping. In Kleinman's back room.
Never. I wouldn't stay away on purpose, Charlotte.
Yeah, that's all the thanks Uncle Miklos gets. After all he's done for you. I don't blame him. He gave you plenty of rope you should hang yourself with. He closed his eyes to plenty.
I'll apologize. I'll explain to him everything in the morning. He's not unreasonable. After all, he's your uncle, Charlotte.
Too bad for him.
He wouldn't let us starve, Charlotte. Uncle Miklos couldn't.
So? It's 9 o'clock. How much longer are you going to wait to go down and speak to Uncle Nicholas?
In a minute. I'm going right away. I just got to pull myself together a little.
Yeah, I thought so. You don't talk so brave this morning, do you?
It's not that. It's just... I'm sick. I got those same bad dreams back all over again.
Sure, you got them. Whenever you got something to do you don't want to do, back they come. Wonderful.
No, Charlotte. I'm not afraid of Uncle Nicholas. No. I am afraid of myself.
But don't think I'm such a sucker, Bella. I've listened to you complaining long enough. I don't fall for that same tune forever.
Charlotte, listen to me. Just for once. Job can wait a few minutes.
Oh, the job can wait, can that? That's a new one. The job can wait.
I have done something. Maybe I did it in my sleep. Maybe I'm a sleepwalker. Maybe I climbed down the fire escape sometime and went into somebody's kitchen somewhere and committed a murder. I couldn't dream such things all by myself. Last night, I dreamed I'd just killed somebody. It had just made 2 o'clock. I was coming out of a window, climbing out over the sill. It was night. There was a fire escape with flower pots going down into an air shaft. I started to climb down. It was a long way to the ground. I crept down like a monkey. And as I went, I could see into all the dark windows of the flats. A man was eating his supper, and his radio was playing, and a baby was crying. And all the time, I kept holding my breath, afraid they would see me. Because upstairs, there was somebody lying in a room, white, like a kitchen, dead, that I had killed.
Shut up! Lunatic! Shut up with that nonsense, or I'll clap you in the crazy house right now. Now, get downstairs, Uncle Nicholas, and get that job back. You hear? Do you hear me, Bella? Did you hear what I said? Look at you, shaking like a leaf. You're an old man already. You're not afraid of Uncle Nicholas. Not much. You're afraid of everything. Afraid of your own shadow. Your own crazy dreams. A fine man I throw myself away on. A fine hero. Yeah. What are you looking at me that way for? You don't think I can hit you, huh? You think I'm going to stand around here forever wasting my time on a good-for-nothing? You think I'm good only to wash your clothes and keep your house clean? You think I got no strength in my hands? I can hurt you worse than that sometime. Much worse. You get your life... Well, what are you standing there for, then? Are you going down now? Or not?
I am going, Charlotte. I'm going.
Bella? Where are you? Bella? What are you doing in the kitchen at this time of night? Making sandwiches? There's no bread for sandwiches. What you doing with that knife?
I was just dreaming. We had another strange dream, Charlotte.
Get into bed. Put that knife back into the drawer.
I was dreaming. I was washing my hands, Charlotte. Over there. In that sink.
So, what?
And they were covered with blood. I was washing this knife, too.
Huh?
It was covered with blood, too.
Yeah. And what's so... No, what's so strange about that?
It was your blood, Charlotte.
My blood?
Yeah.
Transcribed from Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear, the master of suspense. And tonight starred Jeanette Nolan and Elliot Lewis. This evening's play was written by Lucille Fletcher. The Clock theme was composed by Bernie Green. Our musical director is Basil Adlam. Next week, same time, you will hear Kathy and Elliot Lewis as stars of The Clock. Reminder. Who knows? You might be telephoned to name the new mystery melody for fabulous jackpot prizes. Be sure to hear it on Stop the Music tonight over this ABC station.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The 11th Hour.
The clock on the black-paneled wall read 11 when Lord Hempley, presiding Chief Justice, straightened the folds of his robe, adjusted his powdered wig, and nodded curtly to the prosecuting attorney to open the case for the Crown. To the accused in the prisoner's dock, the time was significant. It was the 11th hour in more ways than one. Everyone in the courtroom knew already that the trial was strictly a British formality, that a verdict of guilty was only a matter of time.
The prosecution will make it amply clear in terms of evidence that not only is this a crime of murder, but murder of the basest sort, willful, cruel, and premeditated. There is a story behind this crime, gentlemen, a story that had its beginning some weeks ago in Torquay. A war
Yes, it began in Torquay, at one of the lovely resort hotels there, looking down on the white beach and blue water. In a way, it was the 11th hour even then for the man who stepped up to register at the desk.
Leslie Garthwaite, Alberta, Canada.
Right.
Yes, sir. Now, about the room.
I want the best there is, Clark. I've been told that this place has the finest accommodation on the south coast. Please don't disappoint me.
Oh, of course, Mr. Garthwaite. Boy? Yes, sir. Show Mr. Garthwaite to the ambassador suite.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Garthwaite. If you come a little earlier, sir, but all the tables overlooking the water are occupied.
Oh, that's too bad, waiter. I'd look forward to watching the sunset.
However, sometimes our guests will consent to sharing tables. Perhaps that young lady dining alone in the far corner.
The young lady? Oh, that would be most agreeable. If the lady doesn't mind, I should be delighted.
Excellent. If you'll excuse me, sir, I will consult her wishes.
You don't care for tea, Mr. Garthwaite?
Oh, I have it on occasion, but not often. Does that shock you?
It seems disloyal somehow. You Canadians, I just can't understand why...
When you were so kind as to share your table with me, I didn't realize that we'd be discussing such weighty matters. Can't we leave the international problems to the United Nations?
You're an unusual person.
Is that a compliment?
I'm not sure. Perhaps you'd better tell me more about your ranch in Canada.
Oh, I warn you, Miss Townsend, I can be a crashing bore on the subject of cattle.
The head waiter's handy in case of emergency. I'll risk it. Proceed, Mr. Garthwaite. You were saying there's more to the care and feeding of a steer than meets the eye.
Oh, I could go on for hours, perhaps days.
Oh? Please do, Mr. Garthwaite.
Very well, Miss Townsend.
You're a very skillful conversationalist. Or have I said that before?
Why so?
You prey on feminine curiosity.
Oh?
Do you realize that it's 5 days now since you came to Torquay?
Oh, quite.
And
5 days to the hour.
And in spite of my recognized skill at the art of cross-examination, you still remain a man of mystery.
Oh, now, see here, that's not fair. Now, I've told
Oh,
you...
yes, I know. We've gone into your Canada ranch at great length, touched for a moment on a relative or two in South Africa,
Well, I think that's rather good for 5 days.
But still you elude me. Like a bug I can't quite impale on a pin.
Oh, frightening metaphor, to say the very least.
No matter. Leslie, you see before you a frustrated woman.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Tell me, Leslie, are you married?
Oh, yes, indeed.
And who is he?
Oh, 7 wives, in fact. 3 in Canada, 2 in South Africa, 1 in Australia, and the other, the youngest one, if I remember, rattling around somewhere in the Malay archipelago.
Will you be serious?
Are you?
Why,
Are you serious, Cynthia? Or is this...
I don't know, Leslie. I don't know.
Can pass quickly in a place like Torquay with a girl like Cynthia Townsend. Cynthia crossed the table 3 times a day. Cynthia in his arms in the magic gloom of the dance floor. Cynthia by moonlight in the terraced gardens behind the hotel. And it was bearing down on him now, with the 2 weeks slipping by, with the last day rushing toward him like an express train. When it came, as he knew it must, Cynthia was there too, in the compartment of the train that was to take him away. As he looked down at her, the final quality of the moment hit home. It was almost gone now. The 11th hour was ticking itself out.
Well, here we are, Leslie.
Yes,
We cut it rather close.
25 past. We have a couple of minutes.
It seemed only a moment ago that we had 2 weeks.
Yes, it did sort of slip by, didn't it?
How long are you going to stay in London?
I can't tell. I have a few things to clear up, and then...
Then what?
Canada, I suppose.
It must be lovely in Canada this time of year.
Oh, it is. Very lovely.
I'll be going back to London in another week, Leslie. You have our address. If by any chance you can manage it.
Yes, Cynthia, yes, I'll look you up. Perhaps you'd better run along now.
Yes. Well, what do I say? It's been nice knowing you, Leslie. It was a delightful holiday. I hope we'll meet again somewhere. Leslie.
Cynthia, darling.
I can't bring it up, dear. I can't be clever anymore.
Now, please, dear, I've told you that I can't see you again.
I can't let you go off like this, Leslie.
You've got to understand.
Did he say? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right, conductor.
Look, Cynthia, you've got to go now. The train's about to leave. Goodbye, Cynthia.
Goodbye, Leslie. Goodbye.
May I have your ticket, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm afraid you're in the wrong compartment, my man. This here's a third-class ticket.
Yes, I'm aware of that. My baggage is back there now.
Oh? Why are you here?
Oh, never mind, conductor. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand.
Yes, it's over now. Back to the third-class compartment. And more than that, back to a third-class life in an upstairs flat in Dover. Leslie Garthwaite is gone, along with those 2 stolen weeks in Torquay. And you're back to what you were before. Alfred G. Treadle, traveler in men's shoes, married to a dumpy middle-class woman named Flora. You sit across the table from her now, watching her sip her tea. The tea that has become a symbol of your life with Flora. You wait for the questions you know are bound to come.
Your tea's getting cold, Alfred.
I said I've had enough, Flora. Why do you keep insisting?
Why, Alfred, I just think it's nice to sit down at the table once in a while with my husband. I see so little of you, dear.
So let's not go into that again.
I'm sorry. Did you have a nice trip?
Oh, quite nice, thank you.
You haven't told me about the investments.
I was waiting for you to ask.
Well, it's only natural that I'm concerned, Alfred. After all,
It's your money, and there isn't very much of it. Yes, I know, Flora. Well, now, please rest assured that it's soundly invested.
But I don't understand why you've nothing to show for it. Shouldn't there be stock certificates or receipts or something?
Well, I told you there will be eventually. Now, please, let's leave it at that, will you?
But £200 is...
If £200 is nothing to the syndicate.
Well, it's a lot of money to me.
Well, you'll have your pretty green certificates when the time comes.
Very well, Alfred. What's the matter, Alfred?
Why?
You're looking at me so queerly.
I'm trying to estimate the number of cups of tea you consume in a year.
Oh, that's not very kind.
No, I suppose not.
I have very little else to do. Home alone, weeks on end, while you're away on trips. Sometimes I wonder what you're doing while you're away.
It's very simple. I sell shoes, and it's all very exciting.
Oh, you needn't be sarcastic. It seems on the few days you are home, you could at least be civil. That £200 is a good part of my life savings.
Must you keep hammering away at a £200?
Well, I think it's very odd.
I've explained it a dozen times if I did it once, Flora. I'm not going through it again.
You don't have to raise your voice, Alfred. You know Mrs. Stone downstairs. She's probably listening to every word.
Well, that's a landlady's prerogative, and I hope she enjoys it. Good night, Flora. I'm going to bed.
Yes, Alfred. You're home for a week now between business trips. But as the days pass, you find that only part of you is here in the house with Flora. The rest is with Cynthia, Alfred. She's on your mind constantly. And you're thankful you had the nerve to ask Flora for the money, the investment money, to finance those 2 last stolen weeks. The 11th hour. Well, there was still a little charm left. Still a possibility of romance and excitement and the love of a girl like Cynthia. But you were wrong when you thought you could put it all behind you. Cynthia is there in your mind to stay, Alfred. And by the end of the week, you know you have to go back to her somehow. Have you got the money, Flora?
Yes, Alfred. £200.
Now, let's see. Oh, good. Well, I'm all packed now. I'd better be...
This will be the last of the money, won't it, Alfred?
Well, I hope so. The representative wasn't entirely clear over the phone.
I wish you'd let me talk to him.
And please try to understand, Flora. There's no talking to anyone until the land is ours. Is that clear?
All right, Alfred. I suppose it will have to be this way for the present.
With the prologue of the 11th Hour, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I'd like to have a word with you folks who are new to the West. You've no doubt already discovered that wherever you drive throughout the Pacific Coast states, Signal gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline. And you've heard me tell how the Signal organization has grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealer-owned Signal service stations serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, isn't it only logical that there must be good reasons for this increasing preference for Signal? And there are. I could tell you about the extra efficiency Signal gets from your motor that makes possible not only Signal's famous mileage, but also more thrilling performance for your car. Extra driving pleasure for you. But after all, there's only one way you'll ever really know how good Signal gasoline is. That's by trying a tankful in your own car. Will you do that? My bet is that when you step down on your accelerator and feel that swift Signal pickup, that smooth, knock-free Signal power, from now on, you too will join the switch to Signal. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Alfred. It was desperation that made you decide to lie to Flora, to take her money and run away to Torquay for the most exciting 2 weeks you'd ever known. But there were things you hadn't counted on, things you find you can't forget now as the train takes you to London. And the dark-haired girl who knows you only by the name you had engraved on expensive cards, Leslie Garthwaite. Leslie Garthwaite, world traveler, wealthy rancher, adventurer. Somehow you don't care about the consequences now as you dial Cynthia's number from the phone booth in Victoria Station. There'll be a way, some way, to take care of Alfred Treadle and the other life in Dover. The life you forget at the sound of Cynthia's voice.
Hello?
Cynthia?
Yes. Oh, it's Leslie. Leslie, it's you.
Yes, Cynthia. It's me.
Leslie, you've got to come over. Some friends are here. We're having cocktails.
Oh, I really wanted to see you alone.
Nonsense. They'll love you. And you can meet Father. Please, Leslie, say you'll be here right away.
All right, Cynthia. I'll be there right away.
Here he is, darling. Gather round now. I'll make it quick, dear. They all practically know you anyway. Oh, I should say so.
You talking nothing else?
Clyde Winters, Leslie Garthwaite.
How do you do?
Mr. and Mrs. Weddington.
How do you do?
The Reverend and Lady Knowles. How do you do? Mr. Whitley.
How are you?
And...
How do you do?
Oh, there he is. Come in here, Father. I want you to meet Leslie.
Oh, how do you do, Garthwaite? Or how do you do, sir? I've certainly been hearing enough about you. Here, let me introduce you to a gin and bitters. Oh, why, thank you. And we'll have a little chat and step out on the terrace away from the excitement. I'd enjoy it very much, sir. Yes, Alfred, you'll enjoy it. Because you're enjoying everything about this party of Cynthia's. You fit in. Because everything you say to them is just right. Even the things you say to Cynthia's father out on the terrace overlooking London. I suppose you know, my boy, that
that Cynthia's quite in love with you.
Oh, your daughter is a very frank person, Mr. Townsend.
Yes, she gets it from me, Leslie. I'll tell you quite bluntly that I was worried when she came back from Torquay. I thought she'd run into another fortune hunter.
Oh, I understand. A man in your position has to be careful.
Yes, indeed. Of course, when you delayed so long in looking her up, I felt relieved.
Well, the reason was a simple one, Mr. Townsend. I delayed seeing Cynthia because I, too, must beware of fortune hunters.
I deserve that. You're all right, Leslie. I hope we pass muster with you.
Oh, you have, sir. Decided.
No, fine. Now tell me, where are you staying while you're here?
Well, I really wasn't able to get anything decent. As a matter of fact...
I thought so. Now, say no more, my boy. I've got something for you. Something fitting. Now, chap we know is vacating the finest suite in Barclay Towers. Now, I can get it for you.
Barclay Towers?
Yeah, the most exclusive spot of them all, you know. I'll call them about a lease.
Oh, but I...
No, thanks. No thanks are necessary, my boy. I'm happy to do it. After all, you may be one of the family someday.
But, Flora, you've got to send the money. I tell you, we'll lose every penny if we back out now.
No, Alfred. No more money. I must do it. It's all our savings.
You're being very foolish, Flora. Very. Well, I won't argue with you on the telephone. I'm coming back to Dover directly.
It won't do any good.
Oh, never mind. We'll talk about it when I get there.
Please, Alfred, don't shout at me. Drink your tea.
I don't want any more tea, Flora. I can't sit here idly sipping tea when you refuse to see the lot we face.
Mrs. Stone, Alfred. You know she listens to every word we say.
Oh, hang Mrs. Stone. I'm talking about us, Flora. You and me. We can't afford to lose our investment.
All right, Alfred. But this is the last time. The very last.
You'll give me the money?
It's in that envelope on the mantel.
You intended to give it to me all the time.
Yes, I suppose I did. But only because I'm going to London with you this time.
What?
I said I'm going with you, Alfred. We'll talk to this man together.
What man?
The one who's making the investments for you.
Oh, yes, of course.
This Leslie Garthwaite. I want to meet him.
Leslie Garthwaite? Flora, what are you saying? What do you know about him?
Oh, only that he's the one you're dealing with, Alfred. Oh, there's no use denying it. The last time you were here, you left a card of his in the pocket of your tweed.
A card?
A very fancy card indeed. Engraved with nothing but that name, Leslie Garthwaite. Except, of course, sir, for the penciled notations.
Well, notations? Why?
Yes. You've written the name of a hotel in Torquay.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, if Garthwaite was going there, I thought I might have to look him up.
Torquay, indeed. Is he that rich, Alfred, that he can go there?
Well, I don't know Mr. Garthwaite's habits, Flora.
Yet you'd give my money to a man you know so little about?
Oh, you needn't worry about him, Flora. I know that much.
How do you know? Who is he? What's his background? Where's he from, Alfred?
Well, Leslie Garthwaite is a very fine man, Flora. You must take my word for it.
I'll have to. Until I get to London and meet him myself. Where are you going, Alfred? Don't walk up when I'm talking to you. You're getting so you don't even care how you treat me. Alfred!
But you don't stop, do you, Alfred? No. Because if you're with Flora another minute, you're not sure what might happen. So you leave the flat and hurry downstairs, anxious to be outside to get a breath of air. It's just as you're passing Mrs. Stone's door that you hear the words that send your mind spinning wildly.
How he talks to that poor wife of his. No idea at all. I tell you, it's a wonder there hasn't been a murder up there.
Yes, Alfred, it's a wonder, even to the neighbors. And somehow, that puts a new light on the situation, offers an escape that hadn't occurred to you before. Part of it is clear now. Alfred Treadle is going to murder his wife and flee the country. You walk on, the rest of the plan forming slowly with each step. By the time you reach the Pied Piper Tavern, you know exactly what you plan to do. There will be no covering up. On the contrary, you draw attention to your plan.
That's the way I feel, Ollie. I can't help it. I'm sick of it. Tired of the whole thing.
Here now, Elf. That's no way to be talking about your missus. You don't know who will hear you or what they'll see.
Well, it's the truth, Ollie. I don't care who hears me. I'm going away. I'm going to leave her and go to the continent. I've got my ticket already.
The best thing you can do, Alf, is get on home. You've had too much. You don't know what you're saying.
All right, Ollie. All right, I'll go home. But just to pack my things. That's all. Yes, sir? Yeah, I think that's the right amount. I want a ticket to Calais. One way, sir? One way. Righto. She'll be sailing promptly at 10 o'clock, sir. It's just about half an hour. Now, what's the name, please? Treadle. Alfred Treadle. You move away from the ticket window, but not to board the boat. No, Alfred. You haven't any intention of getting on that boat, have you? All you want is to have that clerk remember you, so that what he has to say later will match your friend Ollie's testimony. You are going to the continent. You said so in a careless moment, and that's where they'll search for you, somewhere on the continent. Only before they discover Flora's body, the boat will have docked at Calais, and all the passengers will have disembarked. It'll be a long search, won't it, Alfred? And while they're searching, Leslie Garthwaite will be honeymooning in Canada. And it should be a simple matter, Alfred, to make the honeymoon a long one. Yes, the way is clear now. And knowing that you're not your usual self as you return to Flora. Somehow, you find yourself calm, actually polite. And when she offers you the usual cup of tea, you accept it for once without a scene. Even her sniveling self-pity leaves you unruffled. But please, Flora, don't get too excited.
How can I help it when you walk out when I'm speaking to you, Alfred, and don't come back till you're ready?
Mrs. Stone, Flora.
I don't care. It's got to stop, Alfred. There's got to be an end to it. There will be.
Now, sit down, my dear, and finish your tea. Now, I've told you how happy I am that we're going to London together.
You haven't been kind to me, Alfred.
Things are going to be different, Flora. I promise you that. Here, now, you finish your tea and we'll be on our way.
I don't want any more, Alfred. If you've finished, we'll leave now.
Just as you say, Flora. You turn out the lights and I'll carry the bags downstairs.
All right, Alfred.
You coming, Flora?
Be right there, Alfred. I didn't want to forget anything. Being so nervous and all,
Oh, now, we must forget that, Flora. You're going to have a pleasant trip. Yes, Mrs. Stone?
Well, it's you.
Is there anything wrong in a man and his wife going on a little holiday?
Going out together for a change, eh? Please, Mrs. Stone. Oh, I think it's nice, Mrs. Treadle. Nice to see you being civil to each other for a change.
Well, now, Mrs. Stone, we realize that some of our domestic difficulties might have caused a strain on you and some of the others, but it isn't going to be that way anymore.
Alfred's right. There's to be no more quarreling. Not ever.
That's right, Mrs. Stone. No more quarreling. Ever. The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, I have some surprising facts for you drivers who wonder whether the kind of oil you choose for your motor really makes any difference in the way your car runs. In an actual road test, two identical cars were run over 70,000 miles, one using today's finest straight motor oil, the other using Signal Premium Motor Oil, the new type Signal lubricant that combines 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds. When these motors were torn down for inspection, the one using Signal Premium Oil had only 1/6 as much carbon deposit and 1/3 less cylinder wear. So what does this mean to you? Well, less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother, and less cylinder wear means more power. Good reason, I'd say, for making your next oil change a change to this new type Signal oil. It's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. Now, back to the Whistler.
the verdict in the murder trial taking place in the courtroom of the Old Bailey was a foregone conclusion. The judge, the jury, the spectators, and most important of all, the prisoner, shifting restlessly in the dock, knew it from the moment the trial began. But there was a moment of real excitement when the accused finally took the stand, when the counsel for the Crown finally asked the one all-important question.
Will you answer that question? Yes or no?
Yes! Yes! He took all my money, and he was going to run off to Calais and leave me. So I did it. I put the poison in Alfred's tea.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Ben Wright and Esther Mason. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. But first, we want to thank you, Whistler fans, for your loyalty that has now put The Whistler into top place among all programs broadcast to the Pacific Coast. Yes, according to the latest Pacific Coast Hooper ratings, The Whistler has more listeners than any other program, barring none. Well, friends, you can't imagine how much this good news thrills us. With this tribute from you, the Signal Oil Company and those of us who help produce The Whistler can't help being inspired to bring you ever better stories that will keep The Whistler your favorite program. And now The Whistler's strange story, The Bridge on Black Mountain.
Delbert's mind wasn't on his work. But then it really didn't have to be. As assistant to the curator of the Prescott Museum, he knew his field. He'd conducted this lecture so many times during the past 15 years that it was automatic, like the chimes on an intricate Swiss clock. At 3 o'clock, a lever clicked over somewhere in his mind. There were a few preliminary buzzes and the chimes began. They weren't really chimes, of course. They were Delbert's comments to the visitors assembled in the museum's tiny lecture room.
So much for the musket and the pilgrim room. And now, here we have samples from the Indian exhibit, another gracious endowment of the National Historical Institute. Contained here is the finest collection of arrowheads in the entire...
The Egyptian exhibit came next. Then the Aztec and Maya relics, followed immediately by the Incas, Araucanians, and Patagonians. But Delbert's mind was elsewhere. As he talked and looked at his audience, he was in a kind of daydream. There was beautiful music. There was a dance floor surrounded by tables with waiters in starched white jackets. And across from him, she was sitting, almost ethereal in a filmy organdy dress.
This is so thrilling, Delbert. I never dreamed anything could be so wonderful.
It's shabby, Miss Francis, compared to you.
Please, Delbert. Not Miss Francis anymore. Louise.
Louise.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Delbert.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
You're curator now. Curator of the Prescott Museum.
And more than that, Louise, I'm free now. Free to say something that's been on my mind ever since the day I first laid eyes on you.
Oh, Delbert.
I love you, Louise, above anything else in life. I've hoped, I've dreamed that someday, somehow...
You don't have to say it, Delbert.
Will you... Would you...
Yes, Delbert. Yes.
And the daydream is as automatic as the lecture, Delbert. The dream that someday you'll be curator. That someday Miss Francis will look upon you as somebody. It's been that way ever since the day she came to work as secretary to the curator, Dr. Prescott. And as you drone on...
Samples of arrowheads from Dr. Prescott's own collection, the finest in the state. Notice, please, the method of chipping, the pattern.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, excuse me a moment. Louise, was there
Louise?
Oh, I mean, Miss Francis, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Reed, I didn't know you cared.
Oh, it's nothing at all.
Sure now?
Yes, of course.
Too bad. Some girls have all the luck. I'm sorry I interrupted your lecture, Mr. Reed, but there's something you ought to know.
Yes?
There's a gentleman here to see Dr. Prescott.
Oh? Well, did you tell him Dr. Prescott's on his vacation?
I did, but that didn't satisfy him. He still wants to see Dr. Prescott.
But he's 100 miles from here, Miss Francis, up at his fishing lodge at Black Mountains. It's impossible.
Oh, that's just what I said, but he still insists.
Who is he?
Gorman. Mr. Carl Gorman of the National Historical Institute.
Oh, good heavens.
I thought I'd better ask Frank Spiegel to drive up to Dr. Prescott's cabin and bring him back.
That's a good idea. The doctor doesn't have a telephone.
And Mr. Gorman is pretty impatient. He wants me to haul out the papers.
Papers?
He says he's going over them with Dr. Prescott.
What papers, Miss Francis?
Oh, attendance records, receipts and expenditures, the figures on the loan exhibits, and shipping and repair charges.
What concern is that of his?
Well, I guess he figures the Institute is footing the bills. They have a right to...
Well, yes, of course. I'd better talk to Mr. Gorman by all means.
You can't. He's gone. Be back tomorrow.
I see. Miss Francis, forget about asking Spiegel to run up to Dr. Prescott's cabin. This is so important, I'm going up there myself.
It's 3 hours to the cabin from town, Delbert. The last 10 miles on a winding one-way road up Black Mountain. And every foot of the way, you can hear the world falling down around your ears. Your hopes for the curatorship of the museum. Your love for Miss Francis. Everything. You tell yourself that somehow Dr. Prescott will understand. Keep thinking of the little kindnesses you've done for him over the years. The time you loaned him your car. The trees you chopped down for him on the narrow road up to the cabin. The rickety bridge just before you get there. The one you helped him repair just last summer. Perhaps you'll remember these things, Delbert. Perhaps now that you're faced with destruction, with the loss of the career you've been 15 years building, Dr. Prescott will remember and understand. You watch the doctor carefully as the two of you sit face to face across the table in the rustic room over a cup of coffee.
So Gorman's after us at last. And it's a horrible thought, but I guess I'll have to drive down and see him. It would seem so, sir. Oh, blasted nuisance. The Institute on our trail wanting us to account for every penny of their blood money. Delbert, museums should be run by taxes, same as battleships and sewers. You're absolutely right, Dr. Prescott. Link up, Delbert. We'll go and see the man. Oh, Dr. Prescott, there's something you really should know before you see Mr. Gorman. I think I know what you mean, Delbert. No, I'm afraid you don't, sir. It's It's about certain expenditures during the past year, the loan exhibits. As you know, I've handled them. Yes, Gilbert. I think I've done a pretty good job, sir, but, in going over the papers the other day, I noticed a shipping bill, the Kansas City exhibit. It's a bit high. I see. You run across it with Mr. Gorman, I know. It's perhaps, $50 more than it should have been. I'm glad you told me, Delbert, because you see, it saves me telling you. It's an ugly job firing a man who's been a good employee for 15 years. I don't understand. Of course you do. You padded the Kansas City bill by $147.16. The Chicago freight charges were $72.08 more than they should have been. There are a dozen others. Dr. Prescott. You need to explain, Delbert. I have a complete file on the whole matter in my safe at the museum. You must know I plan to let you go as soon as I return from my vacation. I'm sorry, Delbert. Excuse me a moment now. I'll get my coat.
It's just as you feared, Delbert. It's gone now, all of it. Your job, your career, and most of all, Miss Francis. Dr. Prescott just doesn't understand. You stand there bewildered, waiting for him to come back into the room. Then you see Dr. Prescott's keys lying on the table not 10 feet from you. The keys that will open the safe in his office. Almost without thinking, you grab them, shove them into your pockets just in time.
Just seem to find my jacket. Oh, I don't see it around. Oh, never mind. Here it is on the chair. I hope you understand, Albert. If I didn't think so much of you, I'd have brought it up before this. But it's too late now. You see, I kept hoping that each one would be the last. So did I. I decided it wasn't too important, to me at least. I won't be curator much longer, Delbert. I'm getting old. Of course, I'll continue as chairman of the board, but going to pass on active leadership to a younger man. I didn't know, Dr. Prescott. Nobody knows Delbert. Now, I'd better get things straightened up around here before we go. Dr. Prescott. Yes? Perhaps I'd better run on ahead. My car's a little slower than yours. Of course, Delbert. Well, goodbye, sir. Goodbye. No hard feelings, eh, Delbert? No, sir. No hard feelings.
There's a numbness inside you as you close the cabin door. Walk through the damp darkness to your car and drive away through the tall, dark pines near the cottage. You wish Dr. Prescott weren't such a fine man, because you know that you'll never stand by and let him expose you without fighting back somehow. And as the wheels of your car rumble out across the flimsy bridge, spanning the ravine below the cabin, it comes to you. On each side of the bridge, there's a kingpin joining the two main supports. On the far side of the bridge, you bring your car to a stop. Look under the seat until you find a heavy wrench. It takes only a few seconds to climb down and out along the supporting timbers you yourself helped put in. And as you start working at the kingpin joining the two main supports, Dr. Prescott's words come to you over and over again with each turn of the wrench.
No hard feelings, eh, Delbert? No hard feelings, eh, Delbert? No hard feelings, eh, Delbert? There. No, Dr. Prescott. No hard feelings at all.
With the prologue of The Bridge on Black Mountain, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, a word to you drivers who want to be sure you're getting the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. Just consider the fact. There's only one way any gasoline can give your car superior performance, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power, and all that sort of thing. That's by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer, in better mileage. The very thing that Signal gasoline is famous for throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage. And it explains why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
you've done it now, Delbert. For the first time in your life, you've fought back. You arrive home at midnight, confident that Dr. Prescott will not show up in the morning to expose you. Confident that the bridge with the kingpin carefully removed from the main support will be your ally. And as you drop off to sleep, you can see it all. The sickening sag as the weight of Dr. Prescott's car moves out onto the span. The crunch of timber. The terrible, deadly drop to the rocks below. And for you, safety. And perhaps even the curatorship, Delbert. But then that part can wait. At least until the following evening when you keep a dinner appointment with Dr. Gorman, apologizing, of course, for Dr. Prescott's absence.
No, I simply don't understand it, Mr. Gorman. Something must have delayed Dr. Prescott. I was certain he'd be here. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's very annoying. And I don't mind telling you, Reed, I'm sick of delays. The fact is, the National Institute is just about through paying the bills for that museum of yours.
I thought perhaps that was the reason for your visit, sir.
Yeah, too much waste. A few cents here, a few dollars there.
You've gone over our papers?
I went over the general ledger with a microscope. Found at least $1,000 in unsupported expenses.
Oh, I see. Well, but surely you don't think Dr. Prescott...
A captain is responsible for his ship, Reed. And Prescott was a good man once. Probably still the best man for chairmanship of the board. But as far as the actual administration, he's getting careless, forgetful.
Such a shame.
And business is business. Institutions like ours have to be run on a business basis or they go under. Oh, waiter?
Yes, sir?
Check, please.
Very good, sir. You're leaving, sir?
Can't hang around all week. You make some sort of an explanation to Prescott. Well, better yet, I'll dictate a note to him.
You mean you're going to tell him he's relieved?
No, I can't go that far. Under the Articles of Incorporation, he still has final say-so, but I can politely suggest that he appoint a younger man in his place and use the threat of withholding Institute funds to make it stick.
But that won't be at all necessary, sir.
No?
No, that is... Well, I don't know if it's my place to tell you this, sir.
Well, out with it.
Dr. Prescott told me last night, sir, he intends to retire.
Retire? Well, good Lord, man. Why didn't you say so sooner?
Well, I suppose it was modesty in a way, Mr. Gorman. You see, he asked me to succeed him as curator.
Yes. So you decided to take all. And now there's just one last detail to look after. Upstairs in Dr. Prescott's office, you feel in your coat pocket. The keys to his private safe are still there. And inside the safe, you find a dozen neatly typed sheets. The full record of the unsupported expense items Mr. Gorman had mentioned. The papers poor Dr. Prescott had prepared as a basis for your dismissal. At least you can be decent about one thing, Delbert. Your name was not mentioned, but the facts were all there. You scratch a match, start toward the fireplace, crumple a newspaper, throw it in, and then...
Oh, Delbert. Sorry to butt in, old boy. But...
Looking for someone, Spiegel?
Don't look so glum, Del. I just came up to congratulate you.
It was supposed to be confidential.
I've got near to every keyhole. Bet you were surprised.
Well, it did sweep me off my feet.
That makes two of us.
What?
Yeah, knocked me over, too. You see, Prescott told me only yesterday that I was set up for the job of curator.
You must be mistaken, Frank.
I once wrote a thesis on the human memory, Delbert.
But you're too young, Frank.
That's why he picked me. Said we needed some young blood around here.
Frank, surely... Frank, you've made this all up, haven't you? Out of the whole cloth. You had the call for bad
now. All I know is that Prescott told me a different story, and I'm curious about the reason. That's why I'm going home and get my car and drive up to his cabin right now.
But he isn't there. He's on his way down.
Maybe. Maybe not. But that man's never been late for an appointment before in his life, Delbert. And I'm going to find out why he's a full day late this time. So long, Delbert. See you when I get back.
It's quite a shock, Delbert, to be confronted with the end of the world twice in 24 hours. It's clear now, isn't it? It'll be your word against Frank Spiegel. And you're not a gambler, Delbert. You glance down at the sheet of paper still in your hand, pause a moment, and then move quickly to the typewriter.
See now. Memo to to Delbert Reed. Believe, attached, papers, self-explanatory. As new curator, it will be your job.
An inter-office memo, Delbert. One that won't require Dr. Prescott's signature to appear quite valid. You finish, fold it, and attach it to the other papers. The record of your trivial thefts on which Prescott so decently neglected to put your name. 10 minutes later, you walked in the back entrance of Frank Spiegel's apartment a block away. And as you mount the rear stairs to the 4th floor, you're running it over and over in your mind. 4 floors above the street, Delbert. That's over 40 feet from Spiegel's window to the pavement. It should be enough.
Wow, Delbert. I thought you'd show up. Decided to go along with me, huh?
Well, no, Frank. I merely want you to see something before you leave.
Huh? What's that?
A few papers. Here's a nice briefcase. There's a note here. I think it explains... here we are.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Memo from Prescott, huh? To Delbert Reed. Believe attached paper self-explanatory.
As he turns toward the light to read the memo, you take Dr. Prescott's heavy onyx paperweight out of your side pocket. Slowly raise your arm.
Hey, what the deuce? We must both see that Spiegel.
Mr. Reed?
Yes?
Joe Hannigan, Police Department.
Police?
Yeah. Mind if I come in?
Why, no, not at all.
Sure cleverly weather tonight, Mr. Reed. Bad for accident.
You mean there's been an accident?
Just a second. I got some notes here. Yeah, now let's see. Spiegel. Frank?
What happened? You don't mean...
I don't generally work this late for nothing, Mr. Reed.
He's been hurt?
He's dead.
Good heavens, how did he...
He took a nosedive from the window of his apartment.
What, Frank? Why, I can't believe it.
Let's see now. At 9:25, you were alone in Dr. Prescott's office. 9:45, Spiegel goes into the building.
That's right. He came to see me, Mr. Hannigan.
That's what the nosy old biddy across the street figured. And then right after that, Spiegel leaves the building and walks toward his house. Now.
Yes?
What did you two talk about, Mr. Reed?
Frank and I? Well, I don't think it's... Oh, we just talked.
All right. If it's personal, suppose I tell you. It was about his sticky fingers, wasn't it?
Well, I don't think it's up to me.
But it is. Go on.
Well, Mr. Hannigan, I just couldn't understand how any man could be so mean and small and petty as Frank. I was shocked.
That's what I thought. I found the papers in his apartment. He'd lifted $20 here, $40 there. That it?
None of us ever suspected that until the audits were made.
Mm-hmm. How do you suppose Spiegel got hold of those papers?
Oh, I gave them to him, Mr. Hannigan. You may as well know it now. I decided the fair thing was to give him all the facts and let him have a chance to defend himself.
Mm-hmm. Very decent of you. How did you get them?
They were in Dr. Prescott's briefcase.
I see. According to Miss Francis, his briefcase is kept in the safe.
You've talked to Miss Francis?
That's right. She told me that briefcase is always kept in Prescott's private safe.
Oh, yes.
How did they get out of the safe this time?
What? Oh, is that what's puzzling you?
Yeah.
Well, it's really very simple, Mr. Hannigan. I have the keys. Dr. Prescott loaned them to me when I came back the other night. Here. See, now, here's the key to the safe. This one opens the briefcase, I believe.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Reed, I guess that winds it up for now. You'll be around.
Oh, of course, Mr. Hannigan. You realize, too, that if you want corroboration on any of these things, that Dr. Prescott will be available.
I hope so. I understand from Miss Francis that he's taking his time about coming back to town.
Oh, but he'll be here, Mr. Hannigan. I'm sure of it. You can always count on Dr. Prescott.
Yes, it's gone beautifully up to now. But there's still one thing that can destroy you, Delbert. Still one terrible question. And the answer lies at the bridge on Black Mountain.
Yes, Delbert, you must make sure. If by a bare chance the bridge held, if Dr. Prescott somehow survived the plunge. But you try not to think of that now as you guide your car again up the narrow dirt road to the doctor's cabin. You're close now, Delbert. The bridge is just around the next turn.
Hey, you! Stop! Stop! Hey, for God's sake, mister. You nearly killed yourself.
What do you mean?
The bridge is out, smashed to smithereens. The car down there at the bottom of the ravine.
What?
Yes. Terrible, ain't it? The minute the weight of the car hit that bridge, why, down she went. Guess you may as well turn right around, mister. No getting up to the top of that mountain tonight. Was it something important?
Important? Well, yes, I suppose I thought it was, but, well, then if the bridge is out, I guess that settles it, doesn't it?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, may I have a word with you about the prevention of cruelty? Back in the horse and buggy days, you know, there were laws to keep drivers from beating their horses. Too bad there isn't a law today to keep drivers from beating their motors with old-fashioned straight motor oils that cause excessive carbon, wear, and corrosion. After all, it's unnecessary today to put up with those old bugaboos that up repair bills and cut down performance, thanks to that new type signal oil that combines pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds, Signal Premium Motor Oil. In comparative tests with today's finest straight oils, Signal Premium Motor Oil actually kept motors 6 times cleaner, reduced cylinder wear 1/3. Now, what does this mean to you? Well, less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother, and less cylinder wear means more power. So to keep your car's performance young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal Oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Delbert, the bridge is out. You can see it for yourself as you peer through the rain at the small gathering of lanterns on one edge of the ravine. As you note in the dim flickering the tangled mass of broken planks and beams. And as you move up to the little group at the brink, to look down at the smashed car and the storm-swelled torrent far below, you know for certain that the bridge on Black Mountain has done its job. That Dr. Prescott, poor man, is happily out of the way. That the new position as curator of the museum, Miss Frances and a new light are yours. You turn to leave the group.
Excuse me, please. Well, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Hannigan.
Didn't expect to see you up here this time of night. Sure is a mess, isn't it?
Yes, it's a shame. I didn't see you in the crowd.
I came up to see Prescott.
Oh, yes, of course.
Lucky I wasn't coming the other way. Drop off so sharp on that side, I wouldn't have had a chance.
How's that?
I said I wouldn't have had a chance to jump if I'd been coming the other way. That's my car down there, you know.
Your car?
Sure. That's Dr. Prescott here. He climbed down and across to get over to this side.
Dr. Prescott?
That's right, Gilbert.
Dr. Prescott,
You better have more to say than that, Gilbert. The doctor and I have had a long talk. I know now that Frank Spiegel didn't steal that money. And he didn't commit suicide either.
You made a terrible mistake, Gilbert. Terrible. I don't understand. Last night you said you were going to drive down to see Gorman right away.
I know, but I couldn't. You see, I couldn't start my car. You should have thought of that, Delbert, when you stole all of my keys.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Joseph Kern. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Robert Eisenbach and Jackson Gillis. Music by Wilbur Hatch. And was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Take Me Out to the Graveyard. Which one, I said? Which graveyard? Well, we got a lot of them. The new one, the old one, the Catholic one, the potter's field.
Oh, any one will do, driver. I'm not particular.
You kidding, mister?
No. Just take me out to the graveyard, that's all.
Well, you drive a cab 12, 15 years like I done, you get some funny ones. Drunks that want to take you home with them. Guys that tell you to take them to the Who's at Hotel when you're parked practically in front of it. Dames that want you... Yeah, you get some funny ones, but this is the first time I run into this kind of character. Well, so I'm driving a cab to make a buck, not to argue with people about where they want to go. So I think. Lakeside Cemetery. That's the farthest. I can rack up a couple of bucks, and maybe there'll be somebody out there that want to take a ride back to town. Get in, mister. Nice day, I take.
Yeah, beautiful. I always say this time of the year is the prettiest.
Yeah, so do I.
Good time of the year to die.
Huh?
I said this is a good time of the year to die.
Yeah, for my dough, no time of the year is a good time to die.
You gotta die, though.
Yeah, but it ain't good.
I don't know.
I don't either. I ain't died yet, but I can't get very enthusiastic about it.
That's why I wanted to go to the graveyard.
Why?
To die.
You ain't nuts, are you, mister?
Nope. What's your name, driver?
Judges Peterson.
My name's Booth.
Pleased to meet you.
B-O-O-T-H.
Yes?
So you can tell people when they ask you.
Tell what people?
Well, you know, policemen, coroners, whoever asks.
I already asked you if you're nuts, didn't I?
Well, I'm not.
Well, then you better take down your sign.
No, I'm perfectly okay,
Well, something's wrong with you if you talk that way.
No.
Do you hurt? Like in your noggin or something?
I never felt better in my life.
You want to look out. You might really die.
I know it.
How do you know?
Well, that I couldn't tell you, Julius. I just know it, that's all. And I'm not particularly upset about it.
My gracious, I am.
Think nothing of it, Julius.
Now, you stop talking crazy then.
I'm not going to argue with you, Julius.
And don't die.
Julius, you stick to your driving and let me worry about the dying, will you?
You ain't worrying. You're all the time grinning. I can see you in the rearview mirror.
Watch the road.
You ain't afraid of getting killed, are you?
No, I'm not.
I didn't like the way you said that there.
I'm sorry.
How are you going to do this, Mr. Booth?
Die?
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
Well, what if you don't?
I will.
Hey, listen.
What?
What about me?
Oh, you'll be all right, Junior.
You sure?
Positive.
Well, that's something.
You know, it is a beautiful day.
You changing your mind?
I can't change my mind.
Hey, do you work on the radio or something?
Why?
Oh, I just thought maybe you was one of them fellas that think up these mystery kind of stories. You know, at night and you was practicing on me.
Sorry to disappoint you, Julius.
I don't get it.
You will.
You live here in town?
No.
Stranger, huh?
That's right. A stranger on his last taxi cab ride.
I begin to get an idea about you, stranger.
You are?
I sure am.
What kind of idea are you getting, Julius?
Listen, mister. No suicides in my cab.
I'm not going to commit suicide, Julius.
No, you better not.
But I am going to die.
Listen.
What are you stopping for? This isn't the cemetery.
I know it ain't, but this is as far as you're going.
What do you mean? I hired you to...
Get out.
Now, look, here,
Nick, get out, Mr. Booth. I ain't riding many loose nuts to any cemetery with suicide on her mind.
I told you I am not going to commit suicide.
I'll say you ain't. Not in my cab, at least. Outside, mister.
You say so. But it's
And the clock says 40 cents.
Okay. Keep the rest of it. You know, you're not going to make it come out any different this way. I really wasn't going to die in your cab.
Look out! Yeah, he was right. Neither one of us saw the gasoline truck that hit him. How do you figure that? He called it, didn't he? Said he was coming out. Why was he right? Well, like I said, pretty nearly anything can happen to a cab driver. Only it hardly ever happens twice. So it's a couple of months later, and I'm bucking the line at the corner of Adams and Fulton, and this girl comes out of the store and walks towards me. She's wearing black stockings. Don't seem like gals wearing black stockings these days. She steps towards the cab, so I reach out the window and unbutton the door, and I say, "Where to, lady?"
Take me out to the graveyard.
What'd you say, lady?
I said the graveyard, the cemetery.
Lady, you kidding me?
Why should I kid you, driver?
What cemetery do you want to go to, lady?
Oh, is there more than one?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you pick one out.
I turn around the seat and look at her. She's just an ordinary looking gal, 26, 27. She had on these black stockings. I look at her a minute. I said, "Lady, listen.
Yes?
Are you sure you want to go to the graveyard?"
I certainly am. Why?
I don't like to go to the graveyard, lady.
You don't?
No, lady.
Well, that's all very interesting. But I want you to go to the graveyard. So will you please pull down your flag and start? Now, please, do.
It never occurred to me for the longest time that she called me Julius. How does she know my name? Hey, how do you figure this one, huh? But I don't like any part of this. One trip to the graveyard started just like this. Look what happened. Well, I figured I'll run out of gas for this day. Before when I had you don't want to take me where you want to go. I just opened my mouth to say it to her, and she says,
And don't tell me you're out of gas, Julius, because I know better. I can see your gaze.
"Lady, I was just going to tell you
The
that..."
graveyard, Julius.
What are you going to do with a thing like this here? I don't like any little bitsy part of it. I tried to jump a red light with a cop standing right there looking at me, then it turns green. Yeah, with the black stockings just giggles and laughs. She was the cheerfulest woman I ever seen. She's leans over and talks in my ear.
Oh, hurry, Julius.
I wanted to say, why, lady? You know what? I was scared of how she'd answer me. Up Adams to Maine, out Maine to Knoxville, out Knoxville on the way to the graveyard. And after a while, she said something. I was thinking. I said, what'd you say, lady?
I said, can't you drive faster?
I thought I was saying, lady, they got speed laws in this here town, but that wasn't the way it come out. The way it come out was different. Well, I know it come out different because of the way she answered me.
Because I have to get there quickly. Because I've got to die.
How scared can you get? I missed the streetcar by about 6 inches. I swallowed my heart back down and drove about half a block before I spoke to her again. I said it very careful. I didn't understand you, lady.
What?
I didn't get you. What you said.
Oh, I said I've got to die.
I thought that's what you said.
You see, that's how we have to hurry.
You don't want to go to a hospital? See, I'm trying to make myself, what is it, rationalize this thing. I said, you don't want to go to a hospital, huh?
I'm not sick.
Well, so it's about wanting to die, then.
I didn't say I want to die. I said I have to die.
This wouldn't be a gag, would it? No, it wouldn't.
Certainly would not.
No, you wouldn't know about this guy.
What are you talking about?
There was a guy a couple of months ago. His name was Mr. Booth.
Well?
He got in my cab, and he wanted to go to the graveyard.
Oh?
And he said he was going to die.
Did he?
You mean, did he say so, or did he die?
Yes.
He done both, lady.
What? You see?
Lady, get out of my cab.
I will not.
You're not going to die in my cab now.
Well, I will if you don't get to the graveyard pretty quick.
You get out.
I won't do it. I hired you to take me to the graveyard.
You talk just like that Mr. Booth did.
Did you make him get out of your cab?
You're darn right I did.
What would you have done if he hadn't got out?
I just throwed him out.
Well, you can't throw a woman out.
No. But I can just park here till you get out.
But I won't get out.
You will, too.
No, I won't. I'll die right here in your cab.
Lady, please don't do that.
Then you get along to the graveyard. You better hurry, too.
Please.
Better move on. There isn't much time.
Lady.
You better take my name.
Why?
You know, Tom.
So I can tell the cops who you are.
Who I was.
Okay, lady, but I wish you wouldn't.
It's Henrietta Gilbert.
Miss Gilbert, would you please?
Drive on.
I'll get in the jam, Miss Gilbert.
Drive on.
Doggone it.
Hurry.
Why couldn't you take another cab?
Because this is the right one.
What do you mean?
I knew it as soon as I saw it.
This thing look like a hearse or something?
To me, it does.
Well, it ain't.
That's what you think.
I don't see what you're so cheerful about.
Why shouldn't I be?
Well, if you're going to die...
Well, goodness, I can't help it, so why cry about it?
Well, sir, I turned around and I looked at it. That was where I made my mistake. I turned right around again, and where that streetcar come from, I'll never know. Oh, I didn't miss that one. Oh, sure. She was killed. No, I wasn't hurt at all. It was cut on my forehead. You can hardly see it. Cost me $26 to get my front axle straight and the grill work welded, and a trip to the license commissioner's office. Of course, I didn't tell him what I told you. I didn't want to lose my license and get sent to the goofy house to sign. You believe it, though, don't you? You will. Yeah, there was another one. A couple of weeks later. An old man. Says, take me out to the graveyard. I said, no. He called a cop. On the way, he asked me to stop at the cigar store and get change for a $10 bill. When I come back, he's laying on the floor. Yes. Dead. I took 3 weeks off and stayed home. The first night I took my cab out, a soldier in uniform stopped me. Yeah, sure. You know what he said. We didn't get him to the graveyard either. I don't know what it was. What happened to him in the war. I just heard a funny noise. There he was. That time was kind of rough on me. It was license inspector, a fellow named Rice.
You know, you're in a jam, Julius.
I haven't done nothing, Inspector.
Nothing anybody could hang on you so far.
I didn't do a thing.
4 people have died in your cab. Is that nothing?
One of them didn't.
Huh?
He was outside the cab.
Now, look, let's not get into any technicalities.
All right.
Okay, let's hear your story.
I already told it to you, Inspector.
Well, you don't expect me to believe that. Malarkey, do you?
I believe it.
You do, huh?
Well, I was there when they all happened.
And they all wanted to go to the graveyard.
I told you that.
Yeah, I know you did. And they all told you they was going to die.
I told you that, too.
All right, all right. Now, I want you to tell me one more thing, Julius. How did they know they was going to die?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Didn't you ask them?
I never thought about it.
Why didn't you?
Oh, my gosh, Inspector, would you think of that when somebody tells you something like that?
I don't know. Never happened.
It sure happened to me.
What? Oh, yeah. That's what you say anyway.
It's true, Inspector, just as true as I'm sitting here.
Julius.
Sir?
You didn't kill them people, did you?
No, I didn't. Sir?
I just said,
Oh.
I ought to suspend your license.
No, don't. Please don't, Inspector.
I ought to.
I gotta make a living.
You don't have to kill people.
I don't.
Well, they die?
Everybody dies.
Yeah, but not in your cab.
What?
I mean, they oughtn't to die in your cab.
Well, that'd be all right with me, Inspector.
You can't figure out any reason, huh?
Well, if I could, would I be taking people to the graveyard?
Hey, you got something there, Julius.
I know it.
But, of course, if people tell you to take them somewhere, you have to take them. City Ordinance 809B, 19...
I know it.
I can't figure it out.
Me neither.
Must be something in your cab.
What?
Maybe your cab's haunted.
Don't be. I don't think so.
Sure you don't say anything to him?
Well, I beef about taking him to the graveyard.
I mean, besides that.
No.
You don't put no hex on him or anything?
I wouldn't know how. What am I going to do, Inspector?
About what? Oh, you can't do anything about these people. They're all dead, ain't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, but don't do it anymore.
Don't do what?
Or I'll suspend your license.
What, Inspector?
Don't give me an argument now, Julius.
I ain't Inspector. Listen,
One more, and I snatch your license.
But I tell you that
Listen, Julius.
What?
There must be a reason for it.
But what, Inspector?
Where's your cab?
Outside. Why?
I got an idea.
Now, listen, Inspector.
What?
I thought you was...
Was what?
I guess you ain't, though.
Yes, I am.
Now, Inspector.
Driver.
Sir?
Take me out to the graveyard.
Okay, so what could I do? Well, he's a license inspector, ain't he? Okay. How do you feel, Inspector?
I feel okay.
Goody.
Hey, you can drive fast if you want to. I'll square a pinch.
No, Inspector.
Go ahead.
I go fast, I bump into something, you get your skull busted. That's all, brother.
You won't bump into anything.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
You heading for the cemetery?
Well, you call the cab, Inspector.
I don't feel anything.
Stay that way, will you?
When did these people tell you they was going to die?
Different time.
I'll tell you if I feel like it.
Yeah, you do that, and I'll stop.
Yeah, that'll be all right.
And then I'll run.
Well, I feel okay.
Just keep that way, Inspector. That's all I ask.
This here's a nice cab you got, Julius.
Yeah, it used to be.
Hey, Julius.
What?
This here cab smells funny.
I don't smell nothing.
Well, I do.
Now, listen, Inspector,
No. It's nice.
Oh.
Flowers.
Huh?
Carnations.
You feel okay, Inspector?
Sure. And roses.
Listen now, sir,
And something else.
What?
Lilies.
Oh.
By golly, that's right.
Oh.
Lilies!
Oh, boy.
Say, Julius, how far are we from the graveyard?
Oh, we're getting closer. You still feel okay?
Oh, I feel wonderful. Just smell them lilies and things.
Well, I'm glad I can't smell them.
Just like a greenhouse.
Oh, he's not.
Or like a funeral.
Say.
Eh?
Did you say lilies, Inspector?
Yeah. Why?
I can smell them, too.
How much further, Julius?
We're pretty near there, Inspector. How do you feel?
Elegant. How do you feel?
Awful.
I ain't dead yet.
Don't say that, for God's sake.
What's the matter, Julius?
You sure you feel all right?
Oh, I feel swell. Only them lilies smell awful loud.
Doggone it, there ain't no lilies.
You smell them, don't you?
I sure wish I didn't.
Look, Julius.
What?
There's the cemetery.
Oh, boy, we made it.
Well, don't stop.
Well, why not?
Go on in.
No, sir.
Now, listen, Julius.
I don't want to go in.
I hired you to take me to the cemetery.
You're on the cuff.
Go on in.
Look, I don't like graveyards, Inspector.
Go on in.
I don't want it.
Go on.
Well, now we're here.
Yeah, sure are.
We're here, so let's go back.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Where you going?
Hey, this is a pretty cemetery, Julius.
Well, come on. Come on, and let's go back.
Yeah, sure is pretty. I'm glad we came.
Come on, Inspector.
No.
Well, why not?
Don't be such a sap, Julius. I'm going to stay here.
What?
I'm going over here and go to sleep.
Hey! That's a grave.
Well, what's the matter with that?
But you ain't dead, Inspector.
Oh, yes, he is, Julius.
Sure he is, Julius. Why, sure, Julius. There's nobody in a cemetery at night, Julius. Except dead people.
Sure, Julius. Sure, Julius. That's right.
What? Well, I ain't dead. Yeah, they was right. I guess I'm dead, all right. I took myself out to the graveyard. Oh, yes, I'm still driving the cab, sure. I only make one trip, though. Always out there. I'll probably be picking you up one of these days. You feel all right? The cab's waiting right outside. All you gotta do is say, take me out to the graveyard. See you later. Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Mr. Booth was played by Don Briggs. Miss Gilbert was Evelyn Juster. The inspector was Ed Latimer. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is composed and played by Gene Perazzo. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
3. That's next week's story. I've always wanted to write a story with a number instead of a title. 3, of course, isn't written yet, but it might be interesting. What's the next week to 3?
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you into the inner sanctum. Come on in. Well, let me tell you about the loot we picked up in our family. Mother got a new broom. Yeah, she needed it ever since she wrecked the old one in the forced landing on the roof last month. Uncle William got a fur-lined straitjacket. And dear, darling little Aunt Matilda got a new hat pin. Yes, her last one got stuck in the skull of her fourth husband. All right. Turn your lights low and your radio up. And remember that all the actors getting killed on this program are being well paid for it. The winter winds moaned around the gabled house like a wandering band of wailing women. As Caroline Giles, puzzled and frightened by something she's seen in the gathering dusk, makes her way into the living room. This is young Mrs. Giles' first night at the family mansion built by her husband's grandfather. Only this morning the attractive bride arrived after a honeymoon trip in Europe. When she enters the huge, shadow-filled room, she notices the servant girl at the window. She's a young girl, the only other person in the house. And Caroline can see that she's scarcely able to control the terror she feels.
Mary?
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on out there?
Nothing. When will Mr. Giles be home?
He should be here within an hour.
Why are those cars stopping out there? Cars, Mrs. Giles?
Oh, really, Mary? You must see them as well as I do. 3 of them stopped within a few minutes. Look, there's another one.
Maybe that's Mr. Giles.
No, the car isn't coming into the driveway. It's stopping outside. Who are these people, Mary?
I don't know.
Why should they stop outside? What did they want?
I don't know.
Oh, Mary. You don't know. There's no reason to become hysterical.
Mrs. Giles, come away from the window.
But why?
You don't know them, but... Oh, please come away from the window.
Mary, why? Now...
Oh, I've warned you. They're throwing rocks through the window. Get down, Mrs. Giles. Get down on the floor. You'll be hurt.
But Mary...
Oh, please. Mrs. Giles, just pray that they don't come in here. Just pray that they don't.
Wait a minute, Mary. I hear sirens. It's the police.
Oh, the police. Oh, thank heavens. They'll make them go away.
Mrs. Giles, I'm Richard Croydon, the mayor of this town. I'm sorry we had to come here under these circumstances.
How do you do?
This is John Dent, our local chief of police.
Mrs. Giles, I'm very sorry about what happened tonight. The crowd is gone now. I'll do my best to see that it never happens again.
I've also come to offer what apologies I can. Must have been a frightful experience for you on your first day here. Our people may appear civilized enough, but in many ways we're a very primitive community. I suppose your husband told you that.
No, he didn't. But David told me about you, Mr. Croydon. He said you were the oldest friend he has. I believe you live down the road?
Yes, that's right. That's how I happened to see those cars coming, and I phoned Chief Dent.
But why did those cars come, Mr. Croydon?
Why?
Well, yes. Why should those people who hardly know me do a thing like this?
Well, didn't David tell you?
Tell me what?
Where is David now?
He went to town. I expect him in a minute.
Well, perhaps he'll tell you what you want to know when he returns.
Why can't you tell me?
I'm not sure that I care to.
Mr. Dent, perhaps you'll be kind enough to explain this?
Them people weren't after you, ma'am. They were after the man you married.
David? But what?
Dent, if Mr. Giles hasn't told her, I don't think it's your place to do so.
Well, the woman has a right to know. The reason them folks are trying to kill Mr. Giles is because they think he's a murderer. Some call him even worse than that.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Giles, 2 years ago, a series of killings began in this here county. Girls, young girls, 4 of them were found on lonely roads, stabbed to death. Homicidal maniac, that's what the state police officer said.
And my husband...
Well, your husband was arrested for them crimes. He was tried right here, but they let him go. We didn't have enough evidence.
David, can't believe it. Why should they suspect him?
Well, he knew one of them girls, and he had been sent away, ma'am.
Sent away? What are you talking about?
Well, everyone knew there was something wrong with him. He had to go to an asylum for a while.
That's quite enough, then. Mrs. Giles, I must tell you this. David was discharged from the rest home, completely cured. It was nothing more than a nervous breakdown. Now, Dent, you have no right to frighten her like this.
I'm not frightened. And I'm very grateful to Mr. Dent for telling me what he did. I just want to know one thing. If my husband was acquitted, why should they still believe he's guilty?
Because since he left town 6 months ago, there ain't been none of these murders. Not a single one. Now that he's back, they'll start again.
That's what you believe, Mr. Dent?
Oh, no, ma'am, but that's what the folks are saying.
Thank you. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone.
Mrs. Giles, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you. There's nothing. Good night, Mr. Croydon.
Good night. Come along, then.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night. Hello? Operator, will you give me the number of the railroad station, please? No. Never mind, operator. Don't bother.
Are you going to leave, Carolyn?
David, you heard?
Yes.
And I heard everything else my very old friend, Mr. Dent, told you. I was behind the other door.
Then why didn't you come in?
Why ruin their fun? Besides, I was curious to see just what your reaction would be.
David, why did they have to tell me? Why couldn't you?
You think this was an easy thing to tell to a newly married bride?
I would have found out sooner or later.
I did plan to tell you, Carolyn, in due time. That's why I ordered Mary not to say anything.
Darling, it isn't true. This is all an insane dream, a nightmare.
No, Carolyn, it's not a dream, but in many ways it is a nightmare. Were you going to run away from me, Carolyn? Is that why you phoned the station?
Yes.
Carolyn, if you want to leave me, I can't blame you. I realize it may be asking a little too much of any woman to be my wife and to live here.
Why did you come back here, Dave?
Because I want to prove to them that I'm not what they think I am. And I was hoping you'd help me. I thought maybe you loved me enough for that. Carolyn, I'm terribly sorry it must end this way.
I'm not going to leave, David.
Carolyn, I hope you understand what you're saying. You may be risking your life by remaining here.
I love you, David. I'll risk it.
I want you to be certain, because in the end I may fail and be put to death. Yes, there are going to be other murders. Don't ask me how I know this, but I'm almost positive that sometime tonight a girl in or near this community will be killed, brutally stabbed to death. I'll have to go out tonight and see if I can prevent it. Do you still want to remain?
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want to know if you really love me or if you said what you did to placate a madman, to quiet a homicidal maniac who may still murder you. Are you going to stay, Carolyn?
Yes. I'm going to stay, David. Mrs. Giles! Mrs. Giles, are you coming here? I'm coming, Mary. Mrs. Giles. There, Mary. Now, just try to calm down. I saw them. Mary, try to pull yourself together. Tell Tell me what you saw.
There was a man out there. A man moving around.
Are you sure of it, Mary? I don't see anyone.
Well, maybe you can't see him from here, but I saw him from the window of my room.
All right. Let's look out the window of your room.
I don't want you to think I'm seeing things. I'm not the kind of girl who sees things.
I didn't say you were, Mary, but Well, I don't notice anything unusual from your window either.
You don't see anything?
Just the lawn, the tree. Mary, I know we've all been under strain today. I guess we're a little jumpy, aren't we?
I guess so. But I wish Mr. Giles were here. I don't like us two being alone.
I know, Mary, but it can't be helped. Now, come, dear, I think you'd better go back to bed.
But I'm afraid to be alone in here. They can get in through the window.
Then we'll close the shutters. Help me, Mary.
All right, ma'am.
There we are. Outside doors are all closed.
Yes, I locked them myself, but still, this is a very old house. They can get in.
Well, there's a lock on your door that works quite well. You can lock the door from the inside, and then you'll be as safe as you can possibly be.
All right. I'll do that when you go.
Very well, Mary. I'll go back to my room. I'm sure you'll sleep now. Good night.
I hope so. Good night, Mrs. Giles.
Did you lock the door, Mary?
Yes, I just did. I'm turning out the light now. I'm sorry I troubled you, Mrs. Giles.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, she's right. I must be hearing things. Mrs. Giles! There's someone in here! Let go of my hand! Mrs. Giles! He was locked in here with me. Help me, Mrs. Giles! Mary! He's got a knife. I can feel it, a knife. Oh, stop it. Go, please. No. Mary!
Well, friends, this is your host again. You ready to go on with our story of married bliss? I mean bliss. You know, if Caroline had only listened to this program, she'd have realized that it's always a mistake to marry a man who has a weakness for murdering the domestic help. It not only makes house cleaning difficult, but creates a terrible servant problem. That there is one compensation in marrying a homicidal maniac. When you'd call your mate crazy, you'd be so right. Well, let's get on with our story. As you remember, Caroline couldn't break into Mary's room, and now she rushes to the telephone and dials the operator.
Hello? Get me the police. Hurry, please. Hello? This is Mrs. Caroline Giles. Will you please send someone right away? I think there's been a murder.
Hang up, Caroline. Hang up that phone. What's the matter with you? Why didn't you do as I told you? I don't want the police to know about this until we're ready.
That room. You just came out of Mary's room.
Yes, I saw her.
Saw? You were in there all the time. You were locked in the room with her. You killed her.
Caroline.
You murdered her. They're right about her. You murdered her.
Caroline, you're Stop it now. Sorry I had to do that. Now, you must get a grip on yourself.
Yes, David, I'll be all right. I'm all right now. How did you get into her room?
I heard screams when I parked the car. The window to her room was open, and I climbed through. I saw her on the bed, and then I unlocked the door and came in here.
You found the window open? But I locked it myself. I bolted the shutters.
Well, it's open now. When did you bolt the window?
A little while ago. The murderer must have been in the room hiding, but she locked herself in.
I guess he escaped through the window.
Yes. Perhaps that's what happened.
You still think I killed her?
I don't know what to think anymore. The way you came from her room.
I explained that.
Yes, I suppose you did.
Carolyn, now listen to me. If I killed her, do you think I'd be talking to you now? Here, look.
Son.
If I'd murdered Mary, the next step would be to kill you. And you see how easy it is for me to do it. Now, Carolyn, you believed in me before. I'm asking you to believe in me again. I don't want the police to know I left this house tonight. Dent's like the rest of them. He hates me. He'd be glad to accuse me of this crime. Now, Carolyn, I want you to say I was home all night with you.
And if I don't?
I've got this gun, Carolyn. If you let me down, nothing much will matter then. Now, that might be the police, Carolyn. I'm going to open the door.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Good evening, Dent.
You got here quickly. Maybe that's because I was kind of expecting to come.
Oh, have you been watching my house?
I ain't saying. When I got that radio call, I didn't lose any time. Well, Mrs. Giles, you phoned in something about a murder?
Yes, our girl, Mary, she's in there.
Mr. Giles?
Are you accusing me of this too, Dent?
It's mighty funny, right here in your own home.
This time I can easily prove that I had nothing to do with it. My wife and I were together all night.
Is this right, Mrs. Giles?
That's right, Mr. Dent.
Hello, David. Richard. Come in.
I understand that Dent questioned you again this morning.
Yes, but he didn't get anywhere. I think even he's beginning to get the idea that I'm not a murderer.
I see.
Oh, Carolyn, dear.
Oh, hello there. David, why didn't you warn me your friend was coming tonight?
Well, I phoned Richard only a few minutes ago. You see, Carolyn, I have to go out.
Go out?
Yeah. I didn't want to leave you alone after everything that's happened.
I know, but... Well, couldn't we come with you, David?
No, I'm afraid not.
Why not?
Well, it might be dangerous.
David, where are you going?
I'm sorry, dear, but I can't tell you. It won't be a long trip. It's only about 20 miles or so. That's all the information I can give you.
Has this something to do with these murders?
Perhaps.
Now, David, I wouldn't advise you to take matters into your own hands.
I'm afraid I have to, Richard. You see, the police haven't gotten very far, and my life is at stake.
Your life?
Isn't it obvious? The people are stirred up about these crimes. Who can tell when one of them may take it into his head to murder me? It's becoming a matter of the killer's life or my own. Furthermore, there's another reason why I must solve this. A reason I can't divulge right now.
Why not?
Darling, please don't ask me. I think that after tonight all this will be over. Bye, Richard. Goodbye, Carolyn.
Bye. Richard?
Yes?
What did he mean by another reason?
Well, Carolyn, if he's right about the murderer, then the next logical victim will be a girl, an attractive girl who's very close to him, so that people will suspect him even more. And the most likely person is yourself.
Did he tell you how long we'd stay away, Richard?
No, he didn't. Shall I deal another round? That must be David.
Hello? David, are you all right, darling? Well, when will you be home? All right, I'll tell Richard. Goodbye. David's on his way home. He'll be here in an hour.
Where did he call from?
Town called Waverly. He says he knows who the killer is.
That's impossible.
How do you know?
Because if he knew, he'd never have made that call.
I don't understand.
It was a perfect signal to the murderer.
Murderer?
It told him that he was safe. That he had all the time he needs. The full hour.
Richard. You...
Please. I must warn you not to do anything foolish. It will only make matters worse for yourself.
What do you have in your hand?
A knife. You see, I simply press this button, and it snaps open. Try to control yourself, Carolyn. Don't try to fight the inevitable. Take my advice and submit to what will come. It will be less painful. You see how futile it is to struggle.
I had the knife at your throat now. I have only to move my arm, and it's all over.
Why don't you? Why are you waiting?
There's no rush. For once, I have a little time.
Time?
Time seems to extend the experience. I must warn you not to scream. The moment you do, it will all come to an end, suddenly, violently. Screams are dangerous. One can never tell who hears them.
Take the knife away.
No.
Please.
Fear seems to do something to your features, Carolyn. You look extraordinarily beautiful. And I must compliment you on your self-control. You still haven't even raised your voice.
You can't get away with this, Richard. David will come home and find you.
That's not quite how it will happen. David will come home and find you. I shall have the rare pleasure of seeing his reaction. And then it will be his turn.
You're going to kill him?
Yes, it will be a new experience. I've never murdered a man before.
It can't possibly work. You'll be caught.
I plan to be. But I shall plead self-defense. Everyone will believe me because I'll tell them he murdered you. It's very difficult not to scream, isn't it, Carolyn?
They won't believe you. They'll never believe you.
Oh, yes, they will. My police commissioner hates David because he was freed after Dent arrested him. And his position also depends upon me. Oh, I admire you, Carolyn. None of the others held out this long. And you must almost be insane with fear and terror, aren't you? And yet...
I won't scream, Richard. I won't.
In the end, you will.
I won't.
You must.
I won't.
You really are extraordinary, Carolyn.
I won't.
Carolyn.
Don't understand. You were here.
Almost all evening. I phoned from a neighbor's house to make him force his hand. I got back just in time.
Still alive.
Yes. Richard. David, did you know? You couldn't have been that clever. I suspected you, Richard, but I wasn't certain till tonight. It was a trap. And Carolyn the bait. All a trick. I'm afraid that's what it was, Richard. Why did you make them think it was me? Why? Because you were a Giles. Always a little too clever. Never quite one of us. But you'll die for this, David. You'll be blamed for this and the other murders. I've left letters accusing you of the crimes. And Dent will believe them. Even over your wife's testimony. You'll die for this. They'll kill you. He's dead.
David, is it true what he said about the letters?
Probably. Dent will never believe me.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Dent.
Yeah. Been out there all night. When I heard the shots, I came running in. So you killed him?
Yes, but I had to, Dent. He was going to murder my wife.
That's true. He's the homicidal maniac you've been looking for. You've got to believe that, Mr. Dent.
Of course I believe it, ma'am. Been suspecting him for a long time. Ever since he spread them stories to folks about Mr. Giles. And I heard what he said before he died. You've got nothing to fear now, Mrs. Giles. You and your husband can live here and we'll be proud to have you. And some folks will be mighty ashamed about what they've been saying and doing. And I reckon I'd better call in, get them to take this man away.
I bet you thought David was crazy, but he fooled you, didn't he? As the squirrel said to the walnut tree, you're still not as nutty as people. And that brings us to the moral of this story, which is taken from a retired witch who once said,
Why slice your husband's head off when it's so easy to nag him to death?
Oh, here's a little thought to take to bed. Never murder your enemies, because then you'll have no one to hate. but yourself.
Inner Sanctum has been brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
My hobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. This week I've selected for our drama Case History number 132 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death is 1 and 3. Oh, come now. Don't think for a minute that you can bluff me. Not me, Alexander Corvell. I've been a publisher for too long. Every trick in the game has been tried on me. Just who do you think you are to come barging in here like this? I make my own rules. I hire whom I please. I fire whom I please. I discard whom I please. I marry whom I please. And let me assure you, if you think for 1 minute that I'm impressed by your ridiculous... I was just finishing dinner at my club when George, the head waiter, came up carrying a telephone. Yes, hello. Barton Drake speaking.
No, Bart.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Finished your dinner yet?
Just about, why?
Well, here's a little something for dessert.
Inspector, will you please get to the point?
Okay, but grab onto something. A friend of yours has just been murdered.
A friend of mine? Who?
Alexander Corvell, the publisher.
Corvell? Well, I'd hardly say he's exactly a friend. What did it happen, Inspector?
In a dump over on the Lower East Side. The Carlton, to be exact.
Don't touch anything. I'll be right over.
You what? Hey, are you trying to tell me my business ain't... How soon will you be here?
Not more than 10 minutes. Well, this is a dingy place, Inspector.
Yeah, I can't understand it. Not with a guy with all Corvell's money.
Not strange if you knew the man, Inspector. With all his wealth, he had a cheap common streak.
What do you mean?
Well, these rooms in this cheap hotel, for instance. Carvel maintained them for the express purpose of embarrassing distinguished people who came to visit him. It amused him no end.
It's nutty of you, ask me.
Well, he had more hangouts than this. Carvel used to toss some pretty wicked orgies at times. Places like this were very suitable for his purposes.
But you said he wasn't a friend of yours.
He wasn't, Inspector, but I knew him very well. He had plenty of enemies, so I'm not a bit surprised at his death.
Well, it doesn't make much difference.
Why don't you take me into the murder room, Inspector?
Oh, sure. You can come in if you want to. Come on.
Thank you.
Boys are checking the room for prints, taking a few photographs. Not necessary, but we have to follow the routine.
Shot, eh?
Yeah, twice. There's a gun there lying alongside the body.
Sure it wasn't suicide, huh?
Sure. Gun was wiped clean.
Well, Inspector, I can't see that you seem overly excited.
Why should I be? I've already caught the guy.
Well, congratulations, Inspector. Who is it?
Eric Masters?
Eric Masters?
Mm-hmm.
You mean Corbell's editor who was discharged last week?
That's the guy. We don't even have to look for a motive. Corbell already furnished us one by printing all that stuff in his own newspaper, telling us what a bum this Masters is.
If you don't mind, Inspector, I'd like to have a talk with Masters.
Now, see here, Bart. I've got the guy all called. I don't want you to go...
Wait a minute. Don't get excited. I'm not trying to spoil your case, Inspector. I know Masters, that's all, and I can't conceive of him doing such a thing. Just to satisfy my own curiosity, I'd like to know why.
Okay, he's in here.
All right.
You can wait outside, Riley. I'll look after him.
Sure, Inspector. Hello, Eric.
He's been like that ever since we nabbed him. Won't say a word.
Won't you answer a few questions, Eric? Okay, you don't have to if you don't want to.
That's the way with them when they're guilty. They won't talk.
You must have a good case against him, Inspector, if you're holding him. What is it?
Well, the desk clerk says that this guy came in the hotel and went right upstairs. In less than 2 minutes, he heard 2 shots.
Mm-hmm.
Right after that, this guy Masters came downstairs and went out in a rush. Clerk figured something was wrong, so he yelled for a cop, and O'Toole up in the corner nabbed him.
I see. Is that what happened, Masters? All right, if that's the way you want it. Is that all, Inspector?
Well, not quite. The clerk says he also saw a red-headed dame leave the lobby by the side entrance right after Masters came down. But I can't see how that has anything to do with the case. Might have been anybody. I'll get it. Inspector Dan speaking. Oh, yeah? Fine. Fine, bring her right up. That's the way to work, Bart. That's the way a good, efficient police department works.
Oh. And what are you being so smug about, Inspector?
The redhead, the boys that got her.
Well, that is quick work, Inspector. Mr. Drake. Yes, Mr. Masters. You coming to life at last?
What's the use? I thought it over. It got me cold.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this, a confession?
Yes. Why should I prolong it? I killed Alexander Corbell. I'm glad I did it. If I had to, I'd do it all over again.
Well, now, that's better, Masters. That's the best way. It'll go much easier with you.
He was a dirty, overbearing stinker. He thought he owned every man who worked for him.
Fine. I'll call headquarters.
Inspector.
Yeah, Bart?
Don't you think before you go too far we should interview the redhead?
Well, I don't see much use. We got a confession. She probably doesn't know anything anyway.
I know, but just for luck.
Okay, if you want to.
By the way, where is she?
Boys have her in the next room, I guess.
All right, let's go in.
Sure. You go in and stay with Masters, Ronnie.
Right.
Barton Drake.
Well, Inspector, is this your redhead?
Mrs. Corbell. I didn't expect you with
It's terrible. Poor Alexander.
Yeah, must have happened just after you left him here this afternoon.
How did you know I'd been here?
The clerk downstairs saw a red-headed girl leave. One of the boys followed you and picked you up. You see, our men were practically on the scene of the murder when it happened.
Of course, you don't think I had anything to do with it?
Well,
Perhaps you don't know it, Mrs. Corbell, but Eric Masters has...
I didn't think I could get away with it. But he deserved it. I'm sorry I didn't kill him sooner.
Then you...
Yes, I did it. I did it.
What?
He treated me like a dog. I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to do it. I had to.
But Eric Masters said
Inspector... Hadn't you better answer the door?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Inspector, I got another minute.
Say, what is this?
The clerk downstairs says maybe he made a mistake. He thinks maybe this is the one instead of the other.
Why can't anyone ever make a positive identification?
Won't you bring her in, Inspector?
Yeah, I suppose so. Bring her in, Riley.
Yes, sir. What? Hello, Lois.
Hi.
Huh? Bart, do you know everybody?
Well, I certainly know Lois Benson.
Yeah. Who is she? What's she got to do
I'm
with it?
Mr. Corbell's private secretary.
Oh, well, what are you doing here? Where'd you come from?
Well, I knew that Mr. Corvell was stopping here, and I thought perhaps...
Is everybody nuts? Here I had a perfect case. Simple as night and day. Now all of a sudden everything goes haywire.
You know that Mr. Corvell has been murdered, Lois, don't you?
Oh, no. I killed him, Lois. I killed him. Why, you... Gene, I'm going to scratch your eyes out.
Riley, take Mrs. Corvell out of here for a moment. That's it. I'd like to speak to Lois alone.
Well, go ahead, Riley.
Okay, come on, lady. You loved Alexander Corvell, didn't you, Lois?
Yes, Rod, I did. I loved him. And it was because I loved him that I killed him.
What? Oh, no.
Here, Inspector, here's a chair. I think you'd better sit down. Thanks, Sergeant. I'll go right on in.
Oh, hiya, Bart.
Hi.
Where you been all morning?
Oh, just doing a bit of investigating. How are your 3 murderers today? Unless they got more sleep last night than you did.
Oh, quit rubbing it in.
Anything new from your point of view?
Only that we got 3 written and signed confessions.
Good.
But I'm slowly and surely going nuts.
Inspector, it isn't that bad. Just put your feet up on the desk and let's talk for a bit.
Yeah, talk. Can't see what good talk's going to do. Been too much talk already.
How about the gun that was found by the body? Was it really the murder weapon?
Yeah, ballistics checked it. It was the one.
Fingerprints?
White clean, like I thought it would be.
Well, that's interesting. Not very important, except in one respect.
What's that?
I'll let you know later. However, it's helpful. There might have been too many fingerprints on the gun. Then where would we be?
Where the devil are we now?
Inspector, calm yourself.
This is the first time in all my years on the job that I've ever had to prove who didn't commit a crime.
Inspector, you're taking the wrong approach entirely. Stick to the standard routine. You can still prove who did it.
Yeah, fine. Lovely. How? This gang all want to sit in the hot seat. Why? What's the matter with them? Are they all crazy?
Let's go find out.
Oh, go ahead. If you got any ideas, use them. I'm completely run out.
Good. Now, if you'll have them sent in here one at a time, we might possibly get somewhere.
Okay. Have message brought in, will you, Ronnie?
Right away, Inspector. You haven't told any of them that the others have confessed, have you, Inspector?
No. They've all been in different cells.
Good. Don't.
Oh, come on in, Masters. Have a chair.
What do you want now? I've confessed.
Mr. Drake wants to ask a few questions.
There isn't any more to say.
Maybe there is. Wait off in the hall, will you, Riley?
Sure.
Let's start at the beginning, Eric. You say you killed Alexander Corvell. That's right, isn't it?
I said I did, didn't I?
Yes. But you haven't yet told us the motive.
What difference does that make?
Oh, you have to have a good one if you expect to make your probation stick.
Oh, I have a motive, all right. Corvell fired me last week. He fired me from a post that I've worked 15 long years to win. Isn't that motive enough?
I think a better motive would be that you're in love with Lois Benson, Corvell's private secretary. Don't you, Eric?
What's Lois got to do with it?
You were jealous because Corvell himself had designs on Lois, and Lois wasn't entirely disinterested. Isn't that right, Mr. Masters?
Well, how did you dig that up?
What better place than down at the newspaper office, a place where for the past 15 years you've been the editor.
Well, suppose it is true. That ought to prove I killed him.
Yes, indeed. A very good motive, Eric. Excellent. Love and revenge. So, you insist that you killed your husband, eh, Mrs. Corvell?
I did. And again, I say I'm not sorry.
What was your motive?
Alexander was going to divorce me.
So he could marry someone else?
I suppose that was the basis of our trouble. But it wasn't why I killed him.
Oh, you have a better reason?
He wanted a divorce, but I loved him too much to give it to him.
Even though you knew he loved someone else?
What of it? He was always looking at other women. But he never had the same one very long. Oh, I knew what he was. I knew he was a louse. But he was my man. And I loved him in spite of it. I couldn't help it.
Just why did you come to his suite at the Carlton last night?
I came to beg of him just once more to try and make our marriage work.
And he refused?
He was contemptuous, furious. He drew a pistol and told me that if I refused to give him a divorce, he'd kill me. He said that no frail little woman like me could keep him from doing what he wanted to do. Not the great Alexander Corbell.
Oh, so the rat pulled a gun on you, huh?
He did.
What happened then?
Well, I stood there frightened to death. I begged him not to do it. I told him that no matter who he was, he couldn't get away with murder. But he just laughed at me.
Why, the dirty. Maybe she's got a good case of self-defense, Bart.
He said he made the rules. He was always saying that he made the rules. I could see his finger tightening on the trigger. I don't know how, but somewhere I got the strength and courage to lunge at him. Somehow I managed to twist the pistol toward his chest. I guess I did pull the trigger. I must have. I don't know. I don't know. And the next thing I knew, he was dead. I killed him, I guess. I killed him. And now that it's all over, I'm glad.
Kid. Well, I don't know what Master's idea is, but her story sounds like the real stuff to me.
You haven't forgotten, have you, Inspector, that we still have another suspect? Another confessed murderer?
Oh, yeah, that Lois Benson dame. You know, well, but...
Would you have her sent in, Inspector?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Send the Benson girl in, Riley.
Right away, Inspector.
Hey, Bart. I just noticed something.
So, Inspector, what?
This Benson dame was in the room over at the hotel when Mrs. Corbell said she killed her husband.
Yes, I remember, Inspector.
But I thought you didn't want any of them to know that the others had confessed.
Well, in this case, it might prove all the more interesting.
Hey, Kid.
Yes, thanks, Riley. Come in and sit down, Lois.
You can go, Riley.
Now, Lois, we're playing a little game of motors.
That's easy. I had plenty.
Yes, I rather imagine you did. How's this for a guess? You were in love with Alexander Corbell, Lois. I even imagine he promised to marry you after he divorced his wife, as he intended to do. But Corbell, being Corbell, it didn't come off. Let's say he met a platinum blonde, that he sent her to Bermuda or to some such place for safekeeping. And then he threw you to the wolves with his usual ruthlessness and contempt. How does that stack up?
I don't have to stand that kind of talk. Oh, what's the difference? You're right, mostly. Only it wasn't a blonde, it was another redhead. Alexander treated me like a bum. And if I had become a bum, it would have tickled the love no end.
I still don't see what you hope to gain by killing him.
If you know women, you do, Bart. Oh, I just don't care. I've been brooding over the whole dirty mess for days. And I finally reached the point where life isn't worth living.
Then why didn't you take the easy way out?
Because I wasn't going to leave the louse around to ruin any other girl's life. He'd have done too much of that already.
See. By the way, Lois, where did you get that pistol?
What? Why, I've had it for 5 or 6 years. What difference does that make?
None. None at all, Lois. Not now. None at all.
Nuts. As far as I'm concerned, they can hang all three of them.
Inspector, you know you can't do that.
Yeah, I know. One's all out. But which one? Which one?
Inspector, so help me. I'm surprised at you. They just got through telling you.
This isn't funny, Bart. Can't you realize the spot I'm in?
Yeah.
3 people admit killing the guy. 3 of them. How's a guy going to solve a murder like that?
Well, Inspector, if you get all 3 of them together, this time, say, back at the Carlton Hotel, I'll see if I can't get them to tell you all over again.
What's the idea of these other people, Bart? Why can't you leave me alone?
Two of you haven't told the truth, that's all, Mrs. Cavell.
What could they tell? How could any of them tell why or how I killed Carvel? It was strictly my own business. I didn't get any help from anybody.
You, Eric. You killed Alexander. Why, you couldn't.
Eric, you're either a very brave or a very foolish man to admit you're a murderer.
Why so? I was practically caught in the act.
There were no fingerprints on the weapon, you know. A good attorney might have been able to get you out of it.
What's the idea, Bart? I've confessed, haven't I? What are you trying to do, torture me?
What are you trying to pull, Mrs. Corvell? Trying to get yourself a lot of cheap publicity? Or is this some trick the police have put you up to?
It's no trick, I assure you, Mother.
Well, then what's she confessing for? I killed the skunk. I made a clean breast of the whole thing. Anyway, he deserved to die, so that's that.
Shut up, Lois. You didn't kill a fly. How could you when I did it?
Bart, let's get on with this thing. If there are any more confessions, I'll sign one myself.
Let them talk and speculate.
But it's crazy. Every other case I've ever handled, the suspects all fight to hang it on the others. Here, this bunch is all trying to hang themselves. Don't tell me they all killed Corvell.
No, only one of them. Now, Masters, as I told you before, you have a perfect motive. Two perfect motives, in fact. Revenge for being fired and your love for Lois here. Lois, whom you thought Corvell was about to marry.
Sure, that was my motive. I'll admit it.
And you were apprehended at the scene of the crime, or at least you were running away from it. And as for you, Mrs. Corvell, your story is the weakest of the lot. I can understand why you confessed murdering your husband, but I should have thought you'd have realized that your story wouldn't hold up.
I don't see where...
Your story, Lois, is the best one. And you also have the best motive.
But I tell you, she didn't do it.
Master's motive, revenge and love. Mrs. Carvel's, self-defense. And yours, Lois, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. However, the gun, the murder weapon, hops up to knock your entire story into a cocked hat.
What do you mean, Bud?
You remember, Inspector, that Lois has claimed to have had that gun in her possession for the past 5 or 6 years?
Yeah?
But she couldn't have.
Why not?
Think back, Inspector. Think back.
You're sure having a lot of fun for yourself.
Well, Inspector, first Masters. According to the hotel clerk, Masters had been out of sight less than 2 minutes when the shots were heard. Immediately afterward, Masters came down the elevator and went out. He was immediately apprehended by Officer O'Toole. So, that lets you out, Masters, definitely.
Why?
The time element, of course. Not enough time to halfway allow you to commit the deed, and certainly not to also stop and wipe the fingerprints off the gun. No, Masters, you're as innocent as a baby.
Why, you...
Sit down, Eric.
You're gonna break all shut.
Now then, you, Jean Corvell, let's look at your story.
Go ahead. I've already told you everything I know.
I doubt it. How could you, standing in front of Corvell, as you claim, how could you have reached out and grabbed the pistol he was pointing at you and turned it back towards his body before the trigger was pulled?
Well, I just did, that's all.
No, you didn't, my dear young lady. You're a small woman, and Alexander Corvell was big and powerful. If his finger had been tightening on the trigger, as you say in your story, the impact of your hand striking his would have touched it off, and you would have been the one that was killed instead of Corvell. You must try it sometime.
You're crazy.
And you, Lois, you made a great try, but the cards were all stacked against you. And as you all say, Alexander Corvell probably deserved what he got. Nobody's going to miss him too much. And least of all, Jean Corvell, his wife, who was the one who killed him.
Of course I killed him. I've been trying to tell you.
But not in self-defense, my dear. Yours was cold, deliberate murder.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't. Corvell was going to divorce you, cut you off without a cent. You decided not to stand for that, my dear, so you cooked up this self-defense idea. You know that with Corvell's reputation and your need, you could make any jury weep with sympathy. The least you could draw would be a short term for manslaughter, if even that. There you would be sitting on top of about $25 million.
I'll still claim self-defense.
But you won't get away with it. I told you your story was the weakest of the lot. Why should your husband threaten to kill you when you refused him a divorce, when all he'd have to do is go to Reno? Was that the best you could think of?
Well,
In fact, that's exactly what he planned to do, and that's the reason you killed him.
But it was his own pistol.
Yes, I was waiting for you to come to that. That's the only part of your story that's the truth. The only part that stands up. Also, the part that convicts you.
Well, come on, Miss Corbell. I guess I'd better take you back to headquarters and book you for murder.
Oh, you lousy leech. All of you. I don't know why you all wanted to claim the honor of killing the miserable rat. But if you'd kept your mouth shut, I'd have gotten away with it.
Sure, that's exactly why I did claim the honor, Mrs. Corbell. I was afraid you would get away with it. Why, you...
Shut up, all of you. Don't anybody even open their mouth. You want to get this thing started all over again?
Sugar, Inspector?
Yeah. 3 spoons.
Mm-hmm. Green?
Haven't had it.
Okay. Now calm down and relax.
Well, I booked her, but only on your say-so. I still don't know why I did it.
Don't you, Inspector?
No, I can't figure that Masters guy. I can't figure out why he confessed.
Love, Inspector. Love. He was madly in love with Lois Benson. He knew that Cavell was giving her a runaround, so when he heard that Cavell had been killed, he naturally thought that Lois had killed him. He did it to protect her.
Love. Gets you in all sorts of jams.
Yes, that's true. Love is like that, Inspector.
What about Lois's confession?
Love again, Inspector.
She wasn't trying to protect Masters.
No, indeed. Unfortunately for poor Lois, she honestly loved Alexander Corbell. That's who he was.
But he'd already given her the gate.
Had he, Inspector?
Well, you said...
Yes, I said. But I was only making a supposition. You remember, we never actually proved that.
Well, yeah.
When Lois heard Mrs. Corbell admit that she had killed her husband, Lois knew that something was up. She knew Mrs. Corbell. She knew she was pulling some kind of an angle. Lois figured that by also confessing to the same crime, her confession as well as Mrs. Corbell's would be thoroughly investigated.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And Mrs. Corbell would be caught and punished for killing the man that she, Lois, loved.
Well, it's all too deep for me.
More sugar, Inspector?
Yeah, 3 spoons.
3 spoons. More cream, Inspector?
Hey, what is this? I've already had sugar.
I only asked.
Hey, look, Bart. How about that gun?
What about the gun?
You said that the fact that it was Corbell's own gun clinched the case against Mrs. Corbell. Why?
It had to be Corbell's own gun to make the self-defense story stand up, didn't it, Inspector?
Well...
So, of course, Mrs. Corbell knew it was her husband's gun when she first told the story.
Yeah.
And that definitely places her at the scene of the crime, doesn't it, Inspector?
Uh-huh.
Besides, when Lois Benson told her story, she said she'd had the murder weapon in her possession for the last 5 or 6 years.
That's right, she did.
But how could she, Inspector? How could she when it was Corbell's gun?
Oh, nuts. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
I got one more question.
One more, all right.
How come this Eric Masters guy happened to be there in the hotel right at the time of the murder?
Why, Inspector, I'm surprised at you. Didn't you ask him?
No, I forgot.
Inspector, I'm afraid it's about time you gave up mystery as a business and took it up as a hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable. If you can. What is our story tonight? Why, tonight we're going to see what happens when an honest man yields to temptation and descends into the murky depths of murder and despair. It's the story I call dark, dark destiny. In the office of Dr. William Norris, Joseph Harrison, a man in his 30s, is waiting anxiously as in the next room Dr. Norris is finishing his examination of pretty young Mary Harrison.
It isn't anything serious, is it, Dr. Norris? Please tell me it isn't.
I'm afraid it's too soon to say, Mrs. Harrison. Until the X-ray plates are developed, I can't say yes or no. And now, your husband is waiting outside, and he's probably beginning to worry,
Yes,
so...
of course, Doctor. Poor Joe, he does worry about me.
Well, here's your wife, Mr. Harrison. You must have thought I'd kidnapped her.
No, but I was getting a little worried, Doctor. I hope you didn't find anything very wrong.
Well, I took a complete X-ray series. I won't be able to tell much until they develop. I'd like Mrs. Harrison to come back the day after tomorrow, if she can.
Of course, Doctor.
Any time in the day that's convenient to you will be quite all right. And meanwhile, I'll write out a prescription your husband can have filled. Will you step in a minute, Mr. Harrison?
Sure thing. I'll be with you in a minute, Mary.
All right, darling.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Harrison?
All right. What is it, Doctor? Bad news?
I'm afraid so.
Does that mean Mary's going to die?
No, Mr. Harrison. Not that serious. But within a few months, she will be confined to her bed. I'm afraid she faces a life of invalidism.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison.
Doctor, there must be something you can do for her.
Well, I don't want to raise your hopes, but...
Yeah?
There's one doctor in this country who, through a very remarkable type of operation, has been able to help people like your wife.
Why didn't you say so? Let's get him.
Well, I must warn you, Mr. Harrison, this operation doesn't always meet with success. In many cases, the patient shows no improvement at all. After all, it's still in the experimental
Look,
stage.
if there's 1 chance in 100, I want Mary to have that chance. Now, please, get this doctor to operate on my wife.
All right, I'll try. But his services are in great demand. And, well, his average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Of course, if you can't afford that, he might consider the circumstances.
No, I can afford it. I can afford anything that Mary needs.
Very well, then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yeah, sure. You make the arrangements right away. I'll get hold of the money. I'll have it by tomorrow, sure.
Darling, help me off with my coat, will you?
Oh, sure. How you feeling?
Oh, my backache is much better since I took the medicine Dr. Norris gave me. I'm sure I'm going to be all right, Joe.
Of course you are. He's one of the best doctors in the city. He'll have you well in no time.
Did he tell you anything more, Joe?
No, not a thing. Except that the treatment may take a little time. That's all.
A little time?
Yeah.
Oh, dear, I hope it won't be too expensive. Your business has fallen off, and we've used up our savings
Now, don't
account.
you worry about the money. Don't you worry about anything.
All right, darling. I won't. But aren't you going to take your coat off?
No, I got to get that prescription the doctor gave me filled. You just take it easy till I get back. I might stop in at the shop, too. There's something I have to tend to. Mr. Danvers, I'm Joe Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right. I've got to have it right away.
Unfortunately, the security you wish to offer your home is...
What's wrong with it? It's a swell little house in a good section. It's all in good repair. Houses are worth money these days.
Quite true. But you already have a first and second mortgage on it, and well, prices are falling, so I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
I've got to have the money. I've just got it.
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you.
Then forget about the loan. I'll sell the house. Plenty of people want houses.
That's true, too, but I don't think you can possibly clear much over the mortgages on a sale. A few $100, perhaps. You see, those mortgages were issued when prices were at their peak. And now, well, things have changed.
Yeah, I see they have.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison.
No, I own a shop. You see, I'm a locksmith.
That means you're never certain of your income. Now, if you had a job, a regular income that could be depended upon...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Harrison.
But your ads say that you lend up to $2,000 on a personal note. I only want $1,500. Look, you got to let me have it.
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances, I'm sorry. Very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
But I've just got to have it. I've got to. Sorry. You hear me? I've got to have it.
Sorry.
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 Sorry. Joe, you're not eating. And you're so quiet. Is anything wrong?
What? Oh. No, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
No, Mary, of course not. I was just thinking about some changes at the shop.
Darling, you don't have to lie to me. I know you're worrying. But I'm going to get better. Really, I am. I promise you.
Sure you are. Sure. Dr. Norris said so. You're going to be well in no time. Well, I have to go out now. I have an appointment with Horace Latimer. You remember I told you about him? We grew up together. I may be pretty late, so don't wait up for me.
Joe had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but he went to see Horace anyway, for they had been boyhood friends until their paths had separated. Horace had grown rich, and Joe hoped desperately that Horace would lend him the money he had been trying to raise all day, a sum that would mean nothing at all to Horace.
$1,500, that's rather a lot of money, Joe.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary. It's for an operation. I've got to have it.
I see. Well, now, why don't you try the bank? You have a house,
I have tried the bank, and a half a dozen loan companies. They all turned me down. They said my security wasn't good enough.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's too bad. But you know, I don't quite understand why you came to me, Joe.
Because we're friends, that's why. Because when we were boys, we agreed that each of us would always lend the other a helping hand if we could.
Boys don't understand business very well, I'm afraid, Joe.
Oh, I guess not. They don't understand business. They just understand friendship. You know, if I had the money, I'd lend it to you if you needed it.
I don't doubt that at all, Joe, and you can bet I'd lend it to you if I had it. But that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, you know, and, well, a couple of shaky investments that I'm trying to bolster
All
up.
right, Horace. Never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me any money.
Now, really, Joe, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Save your sorrow for somebody who wants it. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. I'll get it someplace. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Joe stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Yeah, you're sorry. I'll bet you are. What a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine. Should have known better. I should have known.
Buddy?
Huh?
You speaking to me?
Oh, no. Sorry, I guess I was just thinking out loud.
That's okay. Hey, got a match?
Match? Sure, yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Okay, hold it just like that. Make a move and I'll plug you.
Gun? Wait. Well, you're...
Yeah, this is a stick-up. Hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money, and so are you. Well, I only got $1 on me. Take that if you want it. Anyhow, it's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets.
Go ahead.
Wallet. And a leather case of some kind.
You'll find exactly $1 in that wallet. You made a mistake, I tell you. I don't live in this ritzy neighborhood. I just came here to try to borrow a little money.
One measly $1. But I'll bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah, well, I'll see for myself. kit is full of skeleton keys and pick locks and stuff. What are you, anyway, a second-story worker?
I'm a locksmith and a safe repairman, if it's anything to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Now, how about taking that $1 and letting me go on my way? I'm in a hurry.
Not so fast, pal. Were you leveling just now when you said you were trying to raise dough?
Sure I was. I got to have $1,500 by tomorrow. And what's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet.
Why not?
Because me and you are going to talk business. I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. 2 more beers, waiter. Well, Joe, is it a deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes.
Yeah, but
I know a house where there's a safe with plenty of dough in it. You and me together, we'll go get it. We'll make a team.
But burglary. I've never stolen anything in my life.
Listen, you need dough bad, don't you? And so do I. Plenty bad.
Yeah, but
You said you'd do anything to get it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Then what are you hanging back for? All you gotta do is get the back door open and the safe. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose so. But
then forget the buts. In a half an hour, you'll have your 1,500 and more. How else you ever gonna get it? Answer me that.
I don't know.
Hey, look. You saw all those big houses lived in by guys with dough. How'd they get it? They took it from somebody else, every one of them.
Yeah, I suppose so. You sure the money's there?
I'm positive. Look, I was casing the joint, and I looked in a window just in time to see the old geezer put a roll of bills in a safe you can open with your teeth.
All right, I'll do it. I gotta have that money.
And so, half an hour later, Joe and his newfound acquaintance stood in the shadows of the rear entrance of an imposing brick house, listening intently. Not a sound any place. Good thing there's no dogs around. 1 o'clock. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. This'll be a cinch.
That lock looks easy enough. I shouldn't be doing this. Must be some other way to get the money.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You gotta take what you want in this world. Go on, get the door open. Gotta get inside before we're spotted.
Well, all right. It'll only take a second, I think. Yeah, it's coming. There, it's unlocked.
Let's get inside. Come on. There. Good. We're in. Nobody spotted us. The safe's in the library this way. Don't make any noise.
You sure there's only the 2 of them in the house?
Yeah. The old guy and his butler. Probably both deaf as posts. Here we are. Here's the library door. Come on in. The safe's behind a picture on this wall.
That picture there?
Yeah, that's the one. Now lift it down. There you are. There's the safe. Just a kid's toy.
Kid's toy? Nothing. That baby's tough.
Well, you can open it, can't you?
Yeah, but it'll take at least a half an hour.
Get going. We can't stay here all night. Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
I told you it was tough. It's coming now. There you are.
About time, too. Now, let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. Wait till I open it, and we'll know what we got. There, look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What did I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy, come on. Let's count it and divvy it up.
No. Never mind. Just give me the 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
You kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 that I need.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bill.
$1,500.
Just for an hour's work? Easy money, huh? Hey, look. What do you say we crack a couple of more cribs tonight?
No. I just want to get out of here now.
Someone's coming.
Someone's coming?
Yeah. Here, get behind this door. I'll take care of this.
What are you going to do?
Never mind. Now shut up.
Who's there? Jenkins? Jenkins, is that you? The safe's open. The burglars. Jenkins! Jenkins, call the police, quick!
Nobody's calling any cops tonight, mister.
Why, you're a thief! Jenkins! Jenkins!
Maybe that'll convince you.
Why did you hit him?
What'd you expect me to do, hold his hand?
Wait a minute. Looks like he's dead.
I wouldn't be surprised. He don't seem to be breathing any to speak of.
That's murder.
So it's murder. You're in it just as much as me. Don't forget that.
Yeah. I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut that guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
Then come on, let's get going. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
Why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in. That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
Well, I can't stay, Mike. My wife, she'll be worrying. I got to go home to her.
You've got worse things than your wife to worry about, pal.
What do you mean?
I mean the cops. Or have you forgotten you're wanted for murder?
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll never be able to forget. Why did you kill him? Why?
So we wouldn't have to go to jail. Would you rather have gone to jail, Joe?
Oh, of course not. Yes, I would. I'm all mixed up. How did I get into this anyway?
You needed dough. That's how you got into this, and you got it. So cut out the sob stuff. We're in the clear. Nobody got a peep at it.
Why won't you let me go home? Why do you make me come to your room here?
2 reasons. The first is I want to make sure you know what it'll mean if you let anything slip.
I know. You don't have to tell me. I won't let anything slip.
If I thought you might, I'd slit your throat right now.
I won't, I tell you. I have to live. For my wife's sake.
Okay. And the second reason you're here is so you and me can have a little talk.
Talk? What kind of a talk?
Joe, I like the way you got that door and that safe open tonight. You and me got a future together.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. As soon as the heat's off, we're going to do another little job together.
Oh, no. No, I won't. I won't.
Yes, you will.
I tell you I won't. You can't make me.
Oh, yes, I can. Because if you don't, I can always send a little note to the cops telling them it's you they want for that killing tonight.
You wouldn't do that. That'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways away by then, but you can't get away. You got a business here and a sick wife. You couldn't leave them. Well, now you see why you're going to do what I say?
You dirty... You...
No, don't say it. You don't think you can pull a job and then go on as if nothing had happened to you. You're mixed up in murder. And somebody's always got to pay for murder. One way or another.
I only did it for Mary's sake.
Don't matter why you did it. You're in it now and you can't get out. Not without paying in some way.
I got a good mind to go to the police to confess. Get this off my chest.
Oh, no, you don't. You see this gun? I'd plug you in a second if I...
Get away. Let go of my hand. Let go. You've got me into this. You're not going to make me go any further into it. Take that away from you. Mike. He's dead. He's dead. He tried to shoot me and shot himself. I gotta get away from here. I gotta get back to Mary.
In a daze of horror, Joe Harrison found his hat and made his way to the street. His mind was a dizzy whirl of thoughts which he could not control. They went around and around in his head.
I'm a murderer. They'll catch me. They'll hang me. I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted the money. The money was all I wanted. The money to make Mary well, that's all. Oh, they'll catch me. They'll hang me. I got to escape. Got to. Mike said the murder has to be paid for somehow. That isn't true. Sometimes you can escape if you're lucky. I just got to be lucky. I need a drink. Got to have a drink before I go crazy.
So Joe Harrison stumbled into a tiny bar on a dark street. Struggling to control his shaking hands and to keep his voice normal, he ordered a double rye and gulped it down. Then, as his senses cleared a little, he heard the radio at the end of the bar broadcasting a warning to the city.
The police department is asking you to be on the lookout for the following man. Wanted for the brutal murder committed in Gramercy Park section 2 hours ago. Please make a note of the following description given by the victim before he died. The description follows.
Hey, look, buddy, what's the idea? What'd you shut the radio off for? Answer me, what'd you do it for?
Because I was sick of listening to it, that's why.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not, see? And I got an idea maybe there was some other reason you didn't want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it on again.
No, you mustn't.
Well, I'm going to. And if you want to make a try for a break, I got a gun right here under the bar, you see? Now let's hear what the killer looked like.
I repeat, be on the lookout for a man of medium height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair. If you see such a man, report at once to headquarters. We now turn you back to our regular night program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're kind of heavy-set and black-haired. For a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer, the way you didn't want me to hear the description. Just jumpy, huh? Well, here, have another drink on the house, huh?
Oh, thanks. I gotta go home. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
Aghast at how close he had come to giving himself away, Joe Harrison hurried home. It was Mike the police were looking for, not Joe Harrison. It was Mike whose description they had. Joe Harrison was safe. Safe. Hardly able to believe in his own good luck, Joe reached his home and let himself in. Mary was already asleep. Quietly, he got into bed and at last fell asleep himself. A sleep troubled by nightmares that gave him no peace. When he woke, it was morning, and Mary was preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling. What time did you get home, anyway? I waited up for you almost till 2.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop and did a little work. Forgot to watch the time.
And this morning you looked terrible. I know. You're worrying. About me. But you mustn't, darling. I'm going to be all right. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Norris called up last night. Wanted to talk to you. He said he had good news for you.
Good news?
Mm-hmm. But he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. Yeah, sure. I'll go right over and see him.
Oh, but, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
No, I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
All right, Joe. But please hurry back. I want to know what the doctor said.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Joe bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murder the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The man Mike had struck had given his butler Mike's description before he died, but he hadn't seen Joe at all. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or an accident and closed the case. Joe Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe? I'm safe. Sometimes you can get away with murder, not have to pay anything. If you're lucky. And I've been lucky.
When he entered the doctor's office, Joe's expression was that of a man who had just faced disaster and been rescued at the last moment. He seated himself and tossed the folded newspaper into the wastebasket.
Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you phoned that you had good news.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Yes, I called you last night after I got in touch with the surgeon I spoke of yesterday, Dr. Nelson Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
That's swell, Doctor. That's swell. I got the money right here in my pocket.
The money, yes. Yes, I was going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about that. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted. Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mr. Harrison.
Oh, never mind, Doctor. I mean, here's the money. I got it right here. I want to pay for it. He's got to take it right away. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to cure Mary, isn't it? You said it would. You can't go back on your word now. You can't, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the chances are the operation would have cured your wife. But, well, unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? So what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards won't perform the operation now.
Why not?
Dr. Richards was tragically killed last night by a burglar who broke into his home on Gramercy Park.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Fate plays strange jokes sometimes, doesn't she? Poor Joe Harrison. He forgot that good can never come out of evil, and that crime must always be paid for by someone. If only he hadn't let himself be tempted. But he did. What became of him? Why, he devoted himself to taking care of his invalid wife, Mary. But his deed continued to weigh on his mind. And when she died several years later, he confessed everything to the police. I do hope his experience is proof that crime really doesn't pay. I always say... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joseph Julian, Elaine Kent, Palmer Ward, Kenny Lynch, and Bill Smith. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Flight from Fear.
Another strange and shivery tale of The Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Who is this Edward Hyde?
I couldn't say, sir.
Yet he comes here.
Off and on, sir. Sometimes we don't see him for weeks. Then he might be here almost every day, but please say nothing about it to Dr. Jekyll, sir. He'd be very angry with me for discussing it.
Have no fear, Poole. You can absolutely rely on me.
Who's there?
'Tis I, Utterson, and Poole.
What do you want?
There's a message for you, Henry. A little boy you attended this afternoon has suddenly become very ill. The nurse suspects hemorrhage.
Oh, very well, then. I'll be down in a minute.
Would you like me to come in?
No. Why, what do you mean?
Nothing. It's just that I thought I heard you cry out a few minutes ago.
No, I'm perfectly all right. Go back to the house. I'll be over in a little while.
Very well, Henry.
We'd best be getting back, sir. No point in standing here.
No. Come along.
Mr. Utterson, you won't mention anything of what I told you about Mr. Hyde, sir, will you? It's just that you, being such an old friend of the family, sir...
I quite understand, Poole, and I appreciate your confidence.
I think Dr. Jekyll's too much by himself, sir, if you ask me. Since his mother died, there's been practically nobody here but the servants and himself. It's too lonely. A man gets morbid or takes up with bad company, sir.
That depends very greatly on the man, don't you think?
Dr. Jekyll's never been the same as other young men, sir. Even as a boy, he was given to reading and sitting by himself. Too clever, if you ask me, sir.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do about it, Poole.
There you are, Daddy. Did you find him?
Yes, my dear, we did. He'll be in just a moment.
Nurse Peters has gone back to the little boy. She thought she might be able to do something while we were looking for Henry.
Well, I think I can hear him coming across the courtyard now, so he'll soon be on his way as well.
Henry, is that you?
Yes. I'm coming now.
We've been looking for you every... Why, Henry,
What's the matter?
how pale you are. You look ill. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing. Poole, have you got any coffee?
Yes, sir. If you'll wait a minute, sir, I'll bring it up.
See that it's hot. I won't have any milk. What about you, Margaret? And you, Mr. Utterson, would you care for some? No, we'll get along. You'll have to hurry away, and we'll only delay you. Are you ready, Margaret?
Yes, Daddy, I'm coming. Henry, are you quite sure you're all right?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. I'm a little tired, that's all. I've been working very hard.
I wish I could share your work. Be with you now when you go to that little boy.
Well, that's impossible, my dear. It may mean an immediate operation. I'll have to get him into a hospital. I'll probably be up all night.
If I could only be here when you get back.
If only you could.
When, Henry? When?
Margaret, are you ready? Go to your father, Margaret, my dear. He'll give you the answer to that question.
Daddy, what do you mean? You can't have anything real against Henry.
No, my dear, I haven't.
I'm 21 now. You asked me to wait till I was before I finally made up my mind.
And you were a good daughter and granted an old man's request.
I'd do anything for you, Daddy. Anything but give up Henry.
And I'd do anything in the world to feel that the love you have for him is merited.
Why do you say that? What has he done?
Nothing that I can name. It's just an instinct. Something that warns me to be wary.
Oh, how can I be expected to listen to things like that? You don't know him like I do. If you could see his face as he bends over those sick people, talks to the children...
I know. Henry is a very complex character, has possibly more goodness and nobility in him than the rest of us.
And you think there's something bad as well?
There's something I can't name.
I know. I've felt it too. There's a strangeness about him. But that doesn't make me love him any less. And I do love him, Father. There'll never be anybody else for me, ever.
Oh, very well, my dear. If that's the case, I'll say no more.
And you'll let us be married?
You're of age now. You can marry when and whom you please.
Ah, yes, but I want your consent. You know how much I love you, too, Daddy. You've been so wonderful to me, dear.
Since the day your mother died, there's been one thing only in my life. Your happiness.
And it'll be safe with Henry. I know it will. And he needs me. If I were to desert him, that thing we both of us feel might destroy him, you know.
As long as it doesn't destroy you.
Never. And you'll tell him you won't oppose our marriage anymore?
I'll tell him. I might call in tonight. I have to pass that way after a meeting I have to attend.
Oh, thank you, dearest. Thank you. You'll never be sorry, I'm sure.
gracious. Is that really 12 o'clock?
Yes. What no windbag the chairman is. He could have cut that report in half and told us just as much.
I had intended paying a call on young Henry Jekyll on my way home, but it's far too late for that now.
Oh, you might find him still up. He keeps pretty late hours.
It's only a block or so away, and I pass his place, so I'll see if there's a light still burning.
Do you mind if I walk with you? Find I sleep better if I take a little exercise last thing at night.
Oh, yes, do come along. I'll be glad of your company. How deserted the streets are. Not a soul abroad besides ourselves.
There's something a little uncanny in seeing the streets so empty, isn't there? And listen to that wind.
Well, come along. Let's button up our coats and hurry along. Come down this side street. It's a shortcut, and it'll take us almost to the square where Jekyll lives.
Oh, we're not alone any longer. There's someone else hurrying along home.
Yes, what an odd-looking creature he is, too. You see the way he walks? A kind of cat-like shuffle, if such a thing were possible.
Making a fair pace. Around the corner another minute.
Yes, with that heavy stick of his and the long black cloak fluttering in the wind, he looks like some weird night creature. Hardly human at all.
Funny you should say that. I was just thinking the same.
Good Lord, just look at that.
I say, wait, what's he doing?
That child that ran into him as he turned the corner.
He's striking it. It's fallen under his feet. Look.
Oh, come quickly. He's got killed. Hi there. What are you doing?
Stop.
He's taken to his heels. Winter, can you catch him?
I'll try. They can't child.
Oh, there. Now. Don't be frightened. Oh, he won't hurt you anymore. Tell me, what happened?
He knocked me down. He beat me with his stick.
But why? Did you bump into him?
I was running over, and I didn't see him.
And where had you been at this time of night?
My father's sick, and I was there to get the doctor.
Oh, come, you poor little thing. See, let me wipe the mud off your face and hands. I don't exactly know. My friend and I were walking along the street, and this little girl bumped into a man who was hurrying on ahead of us. He lost his temper and beat her with the stick.
I see. I was looking out the window. It was horrible. The most horrible thing I've ever seen.
My friend took after him. He may catch him.
Look at the poor little thing. I'm dead with fright. There's also let you nest this woman on. If only very sick, she has to go to the doctor.
Where's he downstairs? The doctor. Have a look at her. She's barely hurt. Look at her poor little mouth. He drove her teeth out through her lips. I'd like to string up the lamppost, I would.
What is the matter here? Been an accident? This child has been injured, Doctor, but I don't know how badly. Oh, let me have a look at her. Now stand back, everyone. Stand back. I can't do anything unless you give me room. Come now. What happened to you? Did something knock you down?
Yes, sir. A man.
A man? Fiend, more like. He knocked her down and trampled her underfoot with his boots. Oh, dear. But why? What had she done? Bumped into him. She ran along the street. Oh, where is this man now?
Here he comes now. There's coursing.
Oh, my word, so he has. Well done, Winter. Did you have any trouble?
No. Not at all. Came along without a protest.
Let's have a look at him. Bring him into the light.
Come on.
Now, little one, don't be afraid. He won't hurt you again. Hold up your face, you cur. Let me have a look at you, if you're not too ashamed.
I should be delighted to reveal my face. If the ladies and gentlemen present are not afraid to look.
Mercy on us. Did you ever see such a face?
And now, might I ask, what it is you require of me?
You might ask indeed. I saw you attack this child. You'll pay for it to the last penny.
Now, let's have more than that. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. What about that stick he's carrying?
You can't do this.
But there are better ways to punish him than that. We'll hand him over to the law. We'll make his name reek from one end of London to the other. If he has any friends or any credit, we'll see that he loses them.
Yes.
He'll carry the brand of this night's work to the end of his days.
Your eloquence does your legal training credit, Mr. Utterson.
What? You know me? Who in heaven's name are you?
You may have heard of me. My name is Edward Hyde.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. 'Tis now the very witching time of night when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Can anything be more ghastly than murder? Perhaps, if it be the life-crushing burden of doubt, such as in the case of Alan Camel. The scene is just outside the London County Police Station. Unmindful of the tragedies that old building houses, the hurrying, milling crowds sweep by in never-ending stream. In contrast, Alan Camel, reading the morning paper, strolls leisurely by. Hurrying from the opposite direction, the District Commissioner of Police, his eyes fixed on the pavement. Guiding these two men with threads as invisible as they are strong, fate, without whose ruling hand this tale would not be told.
Oh, hi, Spade. I'm frightfully sorry. Careless of me, banging into you this way. But, by Jove, Commissioner,
Well.
I didn't recognize you.
Oh, it's all right, old chap. I guess my mind was wool-gathering, too. Where are you bound?
Just taking a stroll. And you?
Going into the police station here to take a look at the morning lineup.
Morning lineup? What's that?
Come along in and see if you have time. You'll find it interesting, although something foreign to your sphere of activities. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Oh, Sergeant, this is Mr. Campbell. Glad to know you, sir.
Glad to meet you, too, Sergeant.
We'll show Mr. Campbell the morning lineup. He's had no experience of the inside of a police station.
I wonder, sir.
Yes?
Would Mr. Campbell object to joining in the lineup?
No, I don't know. That's up to him.
I don't mind. Certainly not. What do I do?
Well, the idea is this, sir. When a crime is committed, we round up all the criminals we can who specialize in that type of crime.
I see.
But last night, we had a murder. And the elevator boy, the doorman, and the taxi driver have all said they saw a well-dressed man leaving the apartment house.
Yes?
So we want to get as many different types of men possible in the lineup so that we can get some sort of idea as to what this man, this possible murderer, looks like.
For instance, Campbell, the identifying group may say the man we saw had shoulders like number 25, walks like number 15, or had a nose like number 4.
Well, smart, what? I'll go in the lineup. Please to do it.
All right, boys, we'll start. The commissioner's here. Okay, Sergeant. Get him lined up. Into a long, whitewashed room, its hard walls reflecting the harshness of the bluish-white arc lamps, walks Alan Camel. From the opposite end of the room, a file of suspicious characters picked up during the night. Camel joins the end of the line as the group, their backs to the wall, stand erect against the lines of measurement. The sergeant brings in the three identifying witnesses. Slowly they walk past the lineup. First the taxi driver, then the elevator boy, thirdly the doorkeeper. Each in turn hesitates a moment, then stepping in front of Camel.
That's the man.
This is the man.
He's the man I saw.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. There must be some mistake. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Campbell. Just a case of mistaken identity. That will be all just now, Sergeant.
Okay, boys. That's all for just now.
Come along, Campbell. You've had enough experience of police methods for today. Into my office here. Have a drink? Yes, I guess you will. Rather nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. To be identified as a murderer. By the way, who was it that was killed?
Why, I don't know. I'll look on the report. Robert Julian.
Robert Julian? Are you certain? Where did he live?
Bathurst Apartments.
Good heavens.
You
You know him?
Yes, I know. I rather knew him very well. Went to school with him. He served under me during the war. We were both members of the same club.
Oh, I say, I'm frightfully sorry, old chap, to have been responsible for giving you such a shock this way.
Oh, don't blame yourself, Commissioner. You couldn't be expected to know. However, if you don't mind, I think I'll run along.
Why, not in the slightest. Have another drink before you go.
No, thanks. Really.
In almost a daze, Camel steps out onto Marlborough Road, hails a passing taxicab, and is driven out to Mayfair. Outside the Bathurst apartments, he dismisses the taxi, but hesitates as to whether or not he should go up to Julian's apartment. Finally, his heart pounding against his ribs, he tenses himself and walks down the hallway.
Yes?
This is Alan.
Alan?
Alan Campbell.
Oh, come in.
Eileen, I don't know what to say. I just learned just now that Bob was dead.
Sit down and calm yourself, Alan.
But I can't calm myself. I've just had the horrible experience of being identified as his murderer.
Where?
At the police station.
Oh, Alan, how did they find out?
Find out? What on earth do you mean?
You don't have to deny it to me, Alan.
Deny what? Is everybody crazy?
Alan, I came home about 2 this morning and found Bob dead. Lying beside him where the tip from the murderer's pocket was this. I put it in my handbag.
Good Lord. My cigarette case. Then, can you think that I killed him?
Didn't you threaten to kill him?
Yes, if he ever harmed you, but how did you know that?
Bob left a package to be opened at his death. I opened it. It told how he'd lied to me about you, how he'd tricked me into breaking off our engagement, and he actually gloried in writing all the horrible details. Then he went on to say that if ever he came to a violent death, you would be his murderer, because you'd told him that if he ever hurt me, harmed me, or was unkind to me, you'd kill him.
It's all true. For years I've hated him. That's why I avoided him. Every time I set eyes on him, I realized what he'd done, and that... Oh, perhaps I should have told you, but you wouldn't have believed me. How could you be expected to? But, Eileen, I didn't kill him.
How do you account for your cigarette?
Oh, I don't know. May I use your phone?
Yes, Alan.
Give me Tottenham 22678. Yes, please. Oh, hello, Dobbs. Listen, Dobbs. When did I get home last night? About 7. That's right. Did I go out again? No? Good. I knew I hadn't, but... Oh, yes, Dobbs. Look in the gun room, will you? And tell me, has anything been disarranged? Yes, you can call me at Mayfair 4396. And you see, Dobbs says I wasn't out all evening.
Dobbs would commit perjury for you, Alan.
But he's no reason to. He doesn't know anything. Why should he say that I was home all evening if I weren't?
Dobbs is the world's greatest diplomat, I know.
But, Eileen, don't you see? I'm not lying when I say that I didn't kill Bob. I might have, in the blind rage. I don't know, but not in cold blood. Shall I or you?
You answer.
Yes? Oh, yes, Dobbs. What's that? Can't understand it. Can't understand what? Yes? Yes? Good heavens. Yes, by all means, clean it. I'll explain when I get home.
What is it?
Dobbs says my 45 has been moved. Used. 1 bullet fired.
Oh, Alan.
Oh, this is horrible. Ghastly. To kill a man is bad enough, but to kill him and not even remember it, or know anything about it, to go for the rest of my life wondering, doubting, never knowing, always wondering.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Alan Campbell mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the police commissioner's home, and the commissioner, accompanied by the sergeant from the Marlborough station, are seated before the fire, talking as Alan Campbell enters.
Oh, good evening, Campbell.
Good evening.
Sit down here by the fire. That's it. Now, what's on your mind?
I hardly know where to start. I called you, Commissioner, and asked you to invite the sergeant over because of what happened this morning.
Oh, my dear chap, forget the whole business. We know you didn't kill Robert Julian.
But that's it. It seems that I did.
What?
I went to his apartment after I left the police station. His wife was there. And she gave me this.
A cigarette case?
Yes. Mine. She found it lying beside her husband's body.
Out with the rest of it, Campbell.
Julian and I were in love with the same woman. She was engaged to me. He tricked her into believing that I was carrying on with another woman.
Yes?
And she broke off our engagement, and
You threatened Julian?
I did. I told him that if he ever hurt her, I'd kill him. Recently, he'd gone back to his old tricks, neglecting her and all the rest of it. It's been on my mind. But I've not the slightest recollection of doing anything. If I killed him, I don't know about it.
You've gone over in your mind when you were alone, brooding just how you would kill him?
Yes, I admit that.
Then that's the explanation. Your subconscious mind has taken possession of your physical body to commit murder without your ever being aware of the fact.
But is that possible?
It won't be the first time. It's because of the subconscious power of the physical body that the murderer very often revisits the scene of his crime.
Then you really think that I killed Julian?
Yes, frankly, I do.
Then there's nothing else, is there, except the formal arrest?
I'm not going to arrest you, and I don't think the sergeant is either.
Not me, sir.
But I don't...
In the first place, I don't believe a jury would convict you. In the second place, I'm not going to give them a chance.
And so, insofar as the people of London were concerned, Alan Campbell's name was never mentioned, and the murder of Robert Julian was an unsolved mystery.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Dan Daly in 6 Feet Under, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Harlow, did you know that in the springtime a young man's fancy turns to...
The world-famous quality and performance of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs?
Well...
Autolite, you know, is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. And when you come right down to it, who knows more about the best spark plugs for your car than Autolite ignition engineers? The men who design coils, distributors, and all the other important parts that go to make up the complete automotive electrical system. Why, it's the skill of the same Autolite ignition engineers that made possible the practical development of the Autolite resistor spark plug.
The greatest advancement in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Have you no sentiments about spring?
Sure, Hap. Spring into your car tomorrow and see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with 6 Feet Under and the performance of Dan Daly, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
You'll never know what it's like down there. You're 6 feet under 10 hours a day without food or water, with that light on your face so the yokels can pay their dimes and stare down at you. It's like being dead, only you know what's going on. The pump that feeds the air down to you seems to be keeping time with your heartbeat, and you can't help thinking that if it ever stops, the heartbeat will stop with it. You get a lot of time to think down there, to think of all the things that can happen. And when the show closes for the night and they dig you up, you head for the nearest bar to forget all the crazy things you've been thinking.
Have a little beat.
Double whiskey beer chaser.
Hey, you with the carnival?
Yeah.
Must be interesting. What do you do?
Got a sideshow. Fill this up, will you?
Sure. What's your trick, sword swallower?
Now I roll over and play dead.
Oh, you're the guy that's buried alive. Yeah, I saw you this afternoon at the matinee. Took the kids over.
Yeah? What are you raising, a couple of undertakers?
Oh, I didn't take them into your tent. Seemed kind of a morbid thing for kids.
But not for you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Skip it. How about hitting this glass again?
Okay. Now the people see that act of yours. Tent was crowded. I kind of thought it'd be different.
How different?
Well, paying a dime a head just to look down at you through that glass. It's not a bad racket you got there.
Yeah, big, fat, happy racket. Not tough like standing behind a bar and breathing and eating and moving whenever you want to. Well, if you think it's so hot, dig yourself a hole and pull up a cough and nobody's stopping you.
If you want another drink, call me.
Just leave the bottle. I'm still alive. I can pour my own.
Suit yourself, friend.
They were all the same. They paid a dime to look at you down there. But if they saw you later above the ground, they acted like you were cheating them. Like you owed it to them to stay buried or they weren't getting their money's worth. I used to do another act. A juggling act. An act that took me years of sweat and practice to learn. But nobody came to see that. You had to learn a dog's trick to make a living. You had to trust people. People you wondered about.
Hello, Jack.
Get
looking for you.
Go on, get lost, Cliff. Don't follow me around.
Miriam sent me out to find you.
She knows where I am 10 hours a day. That's more than most wives know.
Miriam was my wife. I'd spend a little time with her.
You spend quite a little time with her as it is, Cliff. Quite a little time.
You're talking through that bottle, Jack. Miriam and I are old friends.
Yeah, I heard about it lots of times. You were a stage door Johnny when she worked on burlesque, weren't you? I used to laugh about you. That was before you came to work for us. But now I don't laugh anymore, Cliff. Now I wonder.
You're drunk.
Am I? What's a guy like you doing around a carnival, Cliff? You were a big shot accountant with a good business. And all of a sudden you chuck everything to learn to be a barker for a pitch like mine. And to dig me out of that hole every night.
I'm not complaining. Why should you?
Because I figure you gotta have a reason, Cliff. I figure that maybe some night you're gonna forget to dig.
Oh, you're being ridiculous, Jack.
Sure. Only you still haven't told me why you joined the show, Cliff.
That's my business.
Well, never mind, I'll tell you. Because you're in love with Miriam and it's killing you to see her married to me.
All right, Jack, that's part of it. Sure, I love Miriam, but that isn't what's killing me. A bad heart is the thing that's killing me.
What do you mean?
I chucked my business and joined the show because I've only got about a year to live. Miriam is the only thing in the world I care about. I wanted to be near her.
That's a very touching story, pal. What am I supposed to do, break down and cry?
Jack, I'd do anything to see Miriam happy. And if it meant killing you, I could do it without batting an eye. Because I've got nothing to lose. I want you to know that.
That's good, Cliff. Now we understand each other. Have a drink.
I don't want one.
Oh, well, this ain't just an ordinary drink, Cliff. This is a toast to one of us. To the guy who buries the other one. For good. It was a fool thing to do. A mistake. Because he'd play his cards closer now. If I told him to pack up and get out, he might take Miriam with him. And I was crazy about Miriam. Something was wrong between us, but I was still crazy about her. I had to know. I had to wait and find out if he could take her from me. And that meant I had to keep him around. And every day he'd have me helpless down there in that hole like a baby. I didn't want to drink anymore. I went back to the tent and tried to sleep, but I kept having that same dream over and over again. Not a picture dream, but a dream in sound. The sound of that air pump that kept me alive down there. It got slower and slower, and then it stopped. And I woke up choked. I jumped out of bed. Yeah.
Jack, is that you?
Yeah, Miriam. You go back to sleep.
Is something wrong, dear?
Oh, I had a dream, that's all. Go back to sleep.
Oh, well, maybe if I made it...
I don't want any hot milk. I'm going out for a while.
Jack, I hope you're not...
Where would I get it this time of night? I'm not going to drink, so save the lecture.
Well, you don't have to snap at me like that. That's all you've been doing lately.
Have I? Well, nobody's died from it so far.
I don't get you at all.
Don't you? Well, maybe you're not trying hard enough. I'm going for a walk.
Jack! Jack!
I walked around the grounds. The moon was doing trick things with the shadows around the tents and the pitch signs along the midway. I loved her. A cheap two-bit carnival, but I loved her. When Miriam and I were first married, I used to dream about owning the works someday. Yeah, I was going to do big things. Clean up with the juggling act, then write the Becker brothers and offer to buy them the Ferris wheel, the ride, the whole show. I was going to own the world. But instead, I wound up with 6 feet of it. They could dig me up out of that hole every night, but I couldn't dig my dreams up anymore. Finally, I went back to my own tent and slept until showtime. Miriam was gone when I woke up, so I walked over to our pitch. I was going to pull the flap and go in, but then I heard her talk on the cliff, so I listened.
Again last night. I hate it when it's like that. I can't stand it much longer.
You won't have to stand it after tomorrow night. You'll be away from here. Things will be different.
You're sure you want to do this for me, Cliff?
I want you to be happy.
He suspects something. I know him. If he finds out...
He won't find out. Not until tomorrow night. And when he does, it'll be too late. He won't be able to do anything about it.
You love your wife and you stand outside a tent and hear her planning to murder you. It wasn't only Cliff. It was her, too. And I knew right then what I had to do. I had to kill them. I had to kill the both of them. And tonight, right away.
Autolite is bringing you Dan Daly in 6 Feet Under. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, who knows more about law than a lawyer?
You sure got me this time, Harlow.
Well, then, who knows more about the best spark plug for your car than Autolite Ignition Engineers? The men who designed the complete electrical system for many makes of America's finest cars. They engineer spark plugs just as they engineer coils, distributors, and all other ignition parts to work together as a perfect team.
Go on, Harlow.
Well, it's the skill of the same Autolite Ignition Engineers that made possible the practical development of the Autolite Resistor spark plug, the greatest advancement in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years. And the newest addition to a complete line of transport, aviation, marine, and regular automotive spark plugs engineered by Autolite in sizes and heat ranges for every purpose.
I guess I've learned my lesson.
So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Dan Daly, in 6 Feet Under, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now I knew. It wasn't only Cliff, it was Miriam, too. It was like getting hit in the stomach when you didn't expect it. You love your wife and you stand outside a tent and hear her planning to murder you. I walked around the grounds in a daze. I tried to tell myself that I was wrong, but your own ears can't lie to you.
Jack! Hey, Jack!
Oh, hello, Barney.
I've been screaming my head off at you. You hypnotized or something?
Sorry, Barney, I was thinking.
Oh, call for Cliff on the phone in the office wagon. You want to take it for him?
All right. Hello?
This is Morton at Transcountry Airlines. I have your reservations confirmed.
Oh, good.
2 seats on the midnight plane to Chicago tomorrow night.
Thanks a lot.
I know you said you'd come in to pick up the tickets this afternoon, but I wanted to call and let you know it's confirmed.
I'm glad you did. You'll never know how glad.
It's just part of our service there. I'll hold the tickets for you.
Now, you've gone to enough trouble. You can cancel the tickets.
But I thought...
I'm changing somebody's mind. Nobody's going to Chicago tomorrow night. Nobody. When you see something coming and you know it's too late to stop it, you get calm. You watch it like it was happening to somebody else. I had to kill them. I had to kill the both of them. Tonight after the show. After they brought me up. I'd have 10 hours down there to think of a way. I went into the tent and watched Cliff getting the hole ready for me. I wanted to laugh.
Is this all right now?
Yeah, that's deep enough. Cliff, I want that speaking tube hooked up today.
Oh, what's the matter? Getting lonesome down there? I thought you didn't like to talk to the customers.
Today I feel sociable. I had a glimpse into the bright and cheery future. Hook it up.
You're the boss.
Where's Miriam?
Getting a new roll of tickets from the wagon.
When there's a crowd out there on the Midway Cliff, Calliope going on the merry-go-round and all, can she hear my buzzer?
Well, why wouldn't she? It's hooked up right from the box to the ticket cage. But you never use it, so what difference does it make?
It could make a big difference if nobody was in the tent and the air shut off on me. A big difference. Let's check it.
All right, there's a button on the box. Press it. Counter's just outside the flap. We can hear it from here. Are you pressing it?
You see me, don't you, Cliff?
I don't hear anything out there.
Neither do I.
There must be a loose wire or something.
No, Cliff. It's the batteries. Because I checked while you were digging and the batteries are gone.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. When we were moving from the last town, my flashlight went dead. I borrowed the buzzer battery.
But you forgot to put them back.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. It slipped my mind. You never used the buzzer, so I didn't think of it.
You thought of it when we needed the batteries.
Jack, I tell you it was a mistake, that's all. Look, the Midway's opening up. There's no time to start an argument.
Yeah, there'll be time for that later, tonight. We can talk it over tonight, Cliff.
That suits me.
Come on. Let's lower the box.
All right. I'll go get a new set of batteries. You might as well climb down, slide into the box. I'll cover you when I get back.
I lit a cigarette. My hands were wet and shaking. Suppose he didn't wait until tomorrow night. Suppose this was it. I couldn't tip my hand by refusing to get down, but I had to make sure I'd come up again, just this once. He'd be gone a couple of minutes, long enough. I ducked out of the tent and across the Midway to the pitch of old Anna, the fortune teller.
Oh.
Why are you so jumpy about, Annie? You act like you've been seeing ghosts.
I was communing with other worlds.
That's for the suckers. I want you to do something for me. I want you to promise, and I don't want you to forget.
Is it evil thing?
No, Anna, it isn't evil. When we shut down at night, I want you to come over to the tent, that's all. I want you to hang around there until Cliff digs me up, understand?
Beware of lower world, Jack. Evil things lurk there.
Promise me, Anna.
I promise. But let me read you fortune in the card. It only takes a minute.
There's no time. Besides, you read them to me on the train the other night. Was there something there you didn't tell me? Are you trying to frighten me with a sucker pitch?
There was evil. The death cards were around you. They were all around you.
Shut up, you old fool. Just come over to the tent tonight. That's all I want from you. That's all. I had to grab a hold of myself. A crazy old woman with a deck of greasy cards. I've been with tent shows too long to let a thing like that get me. I went back to the tent, got down into the hole, and slid into the box. Cliff lowered the narrow view shaft that the customers looked through. I fastened it to the hole just above my face. Then he started to shovel the dirt in on top of me. I could hear it hitting the box. There isn't another sound like it in the whole world. Then it was all done. Cliff looked down at me through the glass, and the smile on his face made me cold. Thing was gone, and I was alone with the sound of the air pump. In a few minutes, the customers started to come in, and it wasn't so bad. If anything went wrong, they'd be able to hear me through the speaking tube, just as I could hear them.
Oh, come on, Mother. Come on, look at it. Oh, you look. It gives me the creeping whizzle-dizzle.
Well, you're the one who wanted to come in. Come on, it can't hurt you. Look, you can talk to him right through this here hootenanny.
Well, can you hear me down there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it... well, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
See, just like I told you, there's nothing to it.
That's all we see for our money?
Sure, the whole darn thing's a gift. Well, so long down there. We'll all join you someday, sooner or later.
Oh, Dad, what a thing to say. It seems they give you a little more for your money, though.
That's the way it was. Hour after hour, face after face, until all the faces blurred and ran together. Their voices came down with the same questions and the same disappointed wisecracks. But they kept paying and they kept coming. It was getting on to late afternoon because the crowd was beginning to thin out. Everybody would be headed home for dinner by 5:30, and the gang working on the midway would knock off and go to the commissary tent for chow. At 6:30, the crowd would drift back again. The big crowd with the men home from work. And by the time they were gone, old Anna the fortune teller, my insurance policy, would be standing by, and Cliff would have to dig me out whether he wanted to or not. I was glad to see the crowd go for a while. It gave me the next hour alone to think and plan things out. Then it hit me. The next hour alone. I'd forgotten that part of it. I looked up. There were no faces in the viewing glass. I felt around with my hand and I found the buzzer button and the ticket key. I pressed it again and again, but Miriam didn't come. Sure. This was it. They were up there now getting ready to do whatever they were going to do. Then they'd walk away over to the commissary tent. And they'd eat and laugh. Nobody'd suspect them. It'd be an accident. I tried to think of something else. They wouldn't have the nerve to go through with it. And then I knew I was wrong. Because all of a sudden there was complete silence. Somebody had cut off the air pump. I twisted and turned and I pushed against the lid of the box like a madman. But it didn't budge. There was more than a ton of earth on top of me. The pressure on my chest increased and I couldn't breathe. Flashes of red and blue color were whirling around in my head. I looked up, gasping for air. And there was a face staring down at me. A child's face.
See my baby turtle, mister? What are you doing down there, mister?
Kid, get somebody quick. Go outside and get some help. I'm smothering. Don't just stare at me. Call somebody. You hear me? Stop looking at me. Get somebody. He kept staring at me, his eyes wide and frightened. He moved his mouth once, but he was frozen with fear. And all of a sudden his face was gone. He was gone. I made one last hopeless try at the lid, and then suddenly I didn't care anymore. I relaxed. All the colors in the world exploded in my head, and then they all ran together. There was a roaring sound, and everything went black. I came out of it slowly. The pump was going again. The beat of it keeping time with the throbbing in my head. And they were digging for me. I could hear the sounds of the shovels in the earth. And then finally against the wooden top of the box.
There,
There we are. Now give me a hand. Hey, you all right, Jack?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, no, Booth. Come on, pull up there.
All right. Leave me alone. I'm all right.
Jack, come over to my tent and sit down. There is evil.
I don't want to sit down. Where's Miriam? Where's Cliff?
Somebody went for them to the commissary tent. They will be here soon.
Yeah, soon. But it wouldn't have been soon enough.
Lucky thing I spotted that kid running out of here. He's been sneaking into shows. He saw the air pump motor out and back and turned it off while he was fooling around with it.
You figure that's the way it happened, huh?
Honey, what's the matter here? Dad, what are you on top for? What happened?
Take a guess, Miriam.
There was an accident. Some kid shut off the motor for the air pump.
See, Miriam, that's all it was. Just an accident. Nobody to blame.
Jack, I should have been here.
Yeah, maybe you should have. You could have kept that kid out of the tent. It would have worked out better. Where's Cliff?
Around, I don't know. You could have been killed down there.
That's what I figured, too. I could have been, but I wasn't. Don't worry about it, baby. It won't happen again. It won't happen to me again. It was my game now. I was up walking and breathing. It was my game. I played the tender husband. I wasn't going to show her my cards now. That came later. When she calmed down, I kissed her. Then I went looking for my last answer. The kid who had turned off her motor. There were kids all over the place, all looking the same, the way kids do. But I'd remember his face. You're bound to remember a face when it might have been the last one you'd ever see. Then I spotted him going into the House of Fun. I nodded to the ticket taker and went in after him. I caught him in the room with the tilted floors and grabbed him.
Oh, mister! Let me go.
Take it easy, kid. You won't get hurt.
I didn't do nothing, honest.
Why'd you turn that motor off?
I was just fooling with it and it stopped, that's all. I didn't know what it was.
Who told you to turn it off?
Nobody. Let me go.
Now, kid, tell me the truth or and I'll give you a buck.
I am telling the truth.
Tell me. Tell me who told you. Stop fighting me and tell me.
Oh! I'll tell my pop. He'll fix you. Let me go.
I'll let you go when you answer me.
What do you want me to say, mister?
A man told you to turn that motor off, didn't he?
No. Yes.
All right,
yes.
kid. All right. Here's your dollar.
I don't want no dollar. I want to go home.
I went into town and drank until the show closed down, until I was sure they'd all be asleep. Then I went to the first aid wagon and nosed around until I found what I wanted. A can of ether. Cliff was bigger than I, much bigger, and I had to be sure. I soaked a handkerchief in the stuff, and then I let myself into Cliff's tent. He was lying there, quietly. He was sleeping. He wasn't making a sound. I crept over to him and pushed the handkerchief over his mouth and nose. I held it there. Held his face right into it. He didn't even murmur. And when I let go after a while, his head dropped back. He was out. I picked him up and carried him to the pitch tent. I put him down in a box, and then I shoveled the dirt in on top of him. I left the air pump running. I wanted Miriam to see him down there. Him instead of me. Then I could stop it waiting up for me when I was back together.
Well, it's about time you got back. I've been worried sick about you.
Worried about me, baby? That's silly. I can take care of myself.
That accident this afternoon. I'm still shaky.
Yeah, I can see why you would be.
Jack, there's been something wrong with us. Maybe it's my fault. I want to straighten it out.
Everything will be straightened out all right real soon. Come on. Let's go for a little walk.
But it's after midnight.
I know, but I got a surprise for you. Something I want you to see.
What is it?
Over at the pitch tent. Come on. She came. I had to hand it to her. She was playing the act of the hilt, just like nothing was wrong. I took her arm and held it tight. Good and tight. So she couldn't turn and run. And we went into the pitch tent.
Well, what's the surprise? Kind of dark in here.
There's enough light down in the box. Go ahead. Take a look.
Why, the hole. It's filled in.
Yeah. The show has a new star for a one-night stand. Go ahead. Look.
Jack, what?
Yeah, baby. Yeah. How do you like it now? That's the way I was today when that motor cut off.
Get him out! Get him out!
Oh, it's my turn to cut the pump off. Only nobody will be able to fix it this time.
No, don't you please.
Sure, I just ripped these wires out and he gets what I almost got.
You killed him. Oh, my.
I knew what you were up to. You'll never take that midnight plane tomorrow. You'll never run away with him now.
I wasn't running away with him. The tickets were for us. You hear me? For you and me.
Well, there you forgot to tell me about it, baby.
Couldn't. Cliff was lending us the money to buy the show. He said he'd be mine anyhow someday. I wanted to do it for you because I loved you. Because I hated what's been happening to you down there.
Why would he want to help me?
Because he loved me, that's why. And he knew you're all I care about. He sent the money for the show to Becker Brothers yesterday, and we were supposed to fly up tomorrow night to sign the papers in Chicago.
You're lying.
No.
Yeah, you're lying. No. You're lying or you'd have told me.
Would you believe me? Would you believe anybody? Do something! Do something!
The shovels, Miriam. Where are they? Quick. Help me. Miss Miriam, dig. Help me, dig. And that's it, Sheriff. You'll never know what it's like down there. You have nothing to do but thinking. Well, you get to thinking crazy things. That's why it happened. And when we got to him, he was dead.
I see. Mm-hmm.
If you want to have that typed up as a confession, I'll sign it.
Isn't much good that'd do. My deputy that came in a while ago gave me a copy of the coroner's report. Cause of death, coronary thrombosis. His heart. No strangulation. He was already dead when you stopped that air pump. He was dead even before that, before you give him ether.
You mean Jack didn't kill him?
Not according to the coroner. Death from natural causes.
Then you're not going to charge me with murder?
You can't murder a dead man, mister. Just like you can't lock a man up for being a fool.
Oh, Jack.
It's all right, baby. You heard him. They can't do anything to me for being a fool.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dan Daly.
Hey, Harlow, here's a poem for you.
All right.
Summer, winter, spring, or fall, Harlow doesn't change at all. Be it day or be it night, Wilcox thinks of Autolite.
Well, you're right there, Hap. Any season is the right season to talk about the more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Ray Milland. The play is called Pearls Are A Nuisance, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. 6 Feet Under is an original play written for radio by Joel Murkoff. Dan Daly will soon be seen with Ann Baxter in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Ticket to Tomahawk.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Ray Milland,
in Pearls Are A Nuisance, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Mr. Wilcox, what are the batteries for today's game?
Why, my beauteous Bobby Sox neighbor, the batteries in today's driving game are the Autolite Stay Full batteries. The batteries that need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
You don't understand.
Why, certainly I understand. You mean the Autolite Stay Full battery is right in there pitching with day-after-day dependability. And you're right in there catching all the advantages of longer battery life. 70% longer average life, in fact, than batteries without the Stay Full features. And this is proven by tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards.
But I mean baseball.
Right over the plate, my girl. The Autolite Stay Full battery has 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plate as batteries without Stay Full features. That's why it needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Mr. Wilcox, let's get back
to the batteries. For today's car, it's Autolite Stay Full batteries. The batteries that need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, friends, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with Pearls Are A Nuisance and the performance of Ray Milland, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
It's quite true I wasn't doing anything that morning, except looking at a blank sheet of paper in my typewriter and thinking about writing a letter. It's also quite true that I don't have a great deal to do any morning, but I like not doing anything. It gives me something to do. And I don't like telephone calls that interfere with it. That's why I have 2 telephones. One, a public phone that I can ignore, the other, a private phone, which I'd better answer if I know what's good for me, and I do.
What'd you say, darling?
I said good morning, dear.
How are you, darling? Busy?
Yes and no. Mostly no. Why?
Somebody has stolen Mrs. Penruddock's pearls, and I want you to find them.
Stolen pearls? Well, possibly you think you have the police department on the line. This is the residence of Walter Gage. Walter Gage speaking.
If you aren't here in less than a half an hour, you'll receive a small parcel by registered mail containing a diamond engagement ring.
I'll tell Mr. Gage when he comes in. I went naturally. I even hurried. Ellen's voice has that effect on me. I think it's the way she says...
Walter, darling.
Yes, Ellen?
Mrs. Penruddock's pearl necklace has been stolen.
So you said on the telephone. My blood pressure remains normal.
It's a string of 49 matched pink pearls that Mr. Penruddock gave his wife on their golden wedding anniversary.
Only 49 pearls of 50 years of marriage? I wonder which was the bad year.
Oh, shut up, darling.
Yes, dear.
The worst part of it is the pearls are false.
False? Evidently, they were all bad years.
Don't be silly, Walter.
I have a very simple solution for you. Call the police.
Be quiet, darling.
Yes, dear.
The pearls were real enough when Mr. Penruddock gave them to her. The fact is, she sold them to an old friend of hers in the jewelry business, and he had copies made for her. Those copies have been stolen.
Ah.
She tells the police Mr. Penruddock's sure to find out she sold the real ones. So you've got to get them back, Walter.
Why does it matter if they were false?
Well, she's terrified that the thief will blackmail her when he finds out they're only imitations. Mr. Penruddock might hear of it, and the cat's out of the bag.
I begin to see what might be described as daylight.
Good.
But where do I start looking for these baubles?
I know who stole them. The chauffeur we had here a few months, Walter. A horrid big bruiser named Henry Eichelberger. He left suddenly the day before yesterday for no reason at all and without a word. I'm sure he stole the pearls.
How big did you say he is?
About 6 feet.
In that case...
3.
3? 6 feet 3?
3.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't take them. Couldn't have.
He tried to kiss me once, Walter.
Oh? He did? Tried to kiss you, eh? Well, where is this big slab of meat, darling?
Here's the address he gave when he first came here to work. Sounds like an unpleasant neighborhood.
Not half as unpleasant as it'll be for Eichelberger when I arrive. Tried to kiss you, did he?
The pearls are the important thing, darling. And be careful. He's 6 feet 3, remember.
I find it difficult to forget. Eichelberger's address proved to be a seedy-looking hotel upstairs over a Chinese laundry. At the head of the stairs was a door marked manager. I rang the bell.
Pull up, Bud. Roll.
I'm not inquiring for a room.
I am looking for one Henry Eichelberger, who I'm informed lives here.
Down the hall, Jack, 218.
Have the kindness to show me the way.
Oh, well, what do you know? A duke, no less. Okay, your lordship. Pick up your feet, eh? Yes, this is it. He's out, eh?
Have the goodness to unlock the door. I wish to go in and wait for Eichelberger.
$2, and I won't even tell Eichelberger when he comes in, eh?
That is the deal. Here's your money.
Thanks.
If you hear any noises later on, ignore them.
Yeah, sure, eh?
I searched all the likely places where he might have hidden the necklace. Then I searched all the unlikely places. No necklace. Then I heard someone at the door.
How'd you get in here, Sonny?
The explanation of that can wait. I am looking for one Eichelberger. Are you he?
Get you a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt before you make me laugh.
My name is Gage. Walter Gage. Are you Eichelberger?
Give me a nickel and I'll tell you.
I am the fiancé of Miss Ellen McIntosh. I am informed that you tried to kiss her.
What do you mean, try?
I hit him rather severely in the left eye. Then the right. Then I gave him a crushing uppercut to the jaw. He looked at me with an air of patient resignation.
Oh, well.
And then he hit me. I bent over and took hold of the room with both hands and spun it. When I had it nicely spinning, I gave it a full swing and hit myself on the back of the head with the floor. I believe I lost consciousness at about this point. At any rate, I was no longer aware of the time of day.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in Raymond Chandler's satirical detective story, Pearls Are A Nuisance. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Let's see now. A pinch hitter is a substitute.
But there's no substitute for that famous Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Mr. Wilcox, we weren't discussing those batteries.
Why, Dora, they're the batteries for today's car. This power-packed Autolite Stay Full battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate to hold the power-producing material in place and lengthen battery life. Why, recent tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards prove that the Autolite Stay Full battery gives 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full feature.
Oh, I give up.
Nobody would give up an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. That marvel of engineering know-how has 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plates as batteries without Stay Full features. That's why the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So, friends, see your Autolite battery dealer and have him install an Autolite Stay Full battery in your car. And remember, you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Ray Milland as Walter Gage with Hal March as J. Henry Eichelberger in Pearls Are A Nuisance, a muscular drama replete with situations well calculated to keep you in suspense.
While I was thinking about the possibility of getting back to my feet in the very near future, a wet towel began to slap at my face, and I opened my eyes.
Oh, boy.
The face of one Henry Eichelberger was very close to mine.
I thought maybe you was killed, Jack. You got a stomach as weak as Chinese tea.
Oh, what happened? As if I didn't know.
You tripped on an itty-bitty tear in the carpet. Feel like getting up? Here.
Thank you, Henry. May I call you Henry?
No tax on it. You look okay now. Why didn't you tell me you were sick?
Eichelberger, you swine. That does it.
Oh, cut it out, will you? You muss my hair.
I wish you'd fall down when I hit you, Henry. Just once. It would work wonders for my morale.
You and me could get along, Jack. Look, I never kissed you, girl. Even if I ain't saying I wouldn't like to. Is that all that's eating on you?
No, there is another matter.
Well, sit down and tell me the score. Only no more haymakers. They give me a headache. Promise?
I promise. Tell me, why did you leave the employ of Mrs. Penruddock?
Well, you tell me. Am I what you might call a good looker?
Well,
don't soap me.
No. I wouldn't call you handsome exactly, but unquestionably you ate your spinach as a child, if that's a consolation.
Get you a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt. Look, suppose you fell for a doll with stars in her hair. A guy like me that looks like a taxi going down the street with both doors open. And suppose you get a job where you see this doll all the time and every day. And no, it's no dice. What would you do, Jack? Me, I just quit the job.
Ellen?
Yeah.
Henry, I'd like to shake your hand.
Go ahead.
Now there's one more thing. I am empowered to arrange for the return of Mrs. Penruddock's pearls, which you have no doubt stolen.
Oh, you got nerve, Jack. You think I stole some marbles and I'm sitting around here waiting for a flock of dicks to swarm me.
The police have not been told, Henry, and you may not be aware that the pearls are false.
False? You mean they're false?
Exactly.
And you think I would bother myself to hook some phonies?
You didn't mean to steal the necklace, Henry?
No, now, look. If they was ringers, I wouldn't be bothered. And if they was real, I wouldn't be holed up in no cheap flop in L.A. waiting for a couple of carloads of bull to put the sneeze on me. Would I?
That is exactly what I thought, Henry. Well, as long as you didn't steal them, how would you like the job of helping me recover them?
You kidding?
No, Henry. It's obvious that if you didn't snatch those marbles, I believe that's the expression, someone else did, and you can help me find them. Now, how about it?
Well, why not?
Why not, indeed.
You got any ideas where to start?
Yes, I have. I feel that we must, as they say, tap the grapevine. When a string of pearls is stolen, all the underworld must be seething.
Yeah, well, maybe you got right. But this underworld that's doing all the seething ain't going to seethe much over a string of glass beads. Or am I punchy?
I am thinking, Henry, that the underworld probably has a sense of humor, and the thief who went to the trouble of stealing some worthless trinkets would be the butt of considerable coarse humor.
Yeah, there's a nucleus of an idea in that, all right. I would say something like that could get around the pool rooms and start a little wholesome chuckling, all right?
Yes. Now, all we need to do is to locate a reliable crook.
Yeah. Let's see, there's a guy named Lou Scandisi that runs the Blue Lagoon downtown might be interested in some marbles, but he don't like being asked questions.
He sounds dangerous.
We'll turn him inside out and take a look at his liver.
Very well. Let us go and beard this Scandisi character in his malodorous den.
Yeah. Leave us do what you said.
Mr. Scandisi's Blue Lagoon was not difficult to find. It was a rather soiled establishment bathed in an unpleasant blue light. Henry and I went through a small, dim dining room to a door marked private. Wasn't it awful? We didn't even knock.
You Scandisi?
Who wants to know?
Me and my friend here wants to talk to you.
So talk, I'm listening.
It's about some pearls. 49. Is that right, Walter?
Quite right.
I don't think I heard about them.
Try and remember. Maybe if I pulled off one of your ears, it might help.
Oh, well, now, Henry, you seem to be doing all the work. Do you think that's quite fair?
Okay, Walter, you wake him over. These fat guys prove something lovely.
Look, take it easy. I ain't heard nothing. You guys insurance man, huh?
Give him my card, Walter.
This is my personal card. It has my phone number on it.
Okay, thanks. You may be surprised. You may get a call.
What do you think, Walter? You think this muzzler is leveling with us?
I dare say he wouldn't be above telling us an untruth.
Get you, a real comedian, while I loosen my belt. You give us a straight goods, Scandisi.
Straight goods, absolute. We'll cooperate. I'll bet you get a call.
Okay. So long, Scandisi. And keep your schnozzle clean if you don't want to be looking for it under your desk.
Yes, remember that.
Well, what now?
I think you've done an adequate day's work, Henry, and the procedure would seem to be for me to go home and wait for the telephone to ring, bearing glad tidings from the underworld.
What about me?
I would suggest that you wend your way homeward also. Here's my private number. Call me in the morning, after you do your sitting up exercise.
Get you a real comedian.
I went home and waited for the phone to ring. I must have fallen asleep after a while. It was quite dark out when the call came through. Well, here goes. Walter Gage speaking. Walter Gage, Acme Insurance Company.
Well, when did you become an insurance company?
Oh, it's you, Ellen. Well, why didn't you call on the private phone?
I didn't have the number handy. You haven't found the pearls yet.
How did you know?
We just got a phone call.
From whom?
He wouldn't say. All he said was he heard from somebody named,
Candizi?
Yes, that's it. That we were looking for the pearls.
Has he found out the pearls are false?
No, and I didn't tell him.
All right. Now, don't worry. We have an idea how to get them back.
We? Who's we?
Henry and me.
Henry? Henry who?
Eichelberger. I've hired him to help me find the pearls.
Are you out of your mind? Didn't Henry take the pearls?
Of course not. He only left because he was in love with you.
Oh, Walter. That big brute. How could you say such a thing?
But, Ellen, I thought you'd be flattered.
Flattered? I never want to speak to you again, Walter Gage. Goodbye.
Ellen! Ouch. Women, I sometimes wonder. Oh, honey, I'm so glad you called back. Now, listen, darling.
Who are you calling honey, sweetheart?
Who is this?
Never mind. Your name Gage?
Yes.
A guy named Scandese says you're looking for some oyster fruit. And a frail named McIntosh says you're the guy to talk to.
Possibly.
Well, I got 49 of them. Pink ones. $5,000 the price.
Why, that is entirely absurd. Those pearls happen to be false.
Quit your kidding. You heard me. 5 G's. I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to scrape it together. Then I'll call you and let you know where to meet me.
Hello?
Ellen, this is Walter.
I told you I never want to speak to you again.
All right, I won't speak to you. Just tell me the name of the man who sold Mrs. Penruddock's pearls for her.
Gallimore. Roger Gallimore. He has a jewelry company downtown.
Thank you.
Walter, darling.
How do you like it, darling? I went to see Mr. Gallimore. He was a tall, pink man of about 70, and he listened to my narrative of events with considerable interest.
5,000 seems like a great deal of money for a string of false pearls.
Yes, indeed. That, Mr. Gallimore, is why I came to see you. I believe I can hazard a guess as to the reason for such an exorbitant demand, and I further believe that you are in a position to confirm my impression.
And what might that impression be, Mr. Gage?
I believe that the pearls are in fact real. You were a very old friend of Mrs. Penruddock, perhaps even a childhood sweetheart. When she gave you the pearls to sell, you did not sell them, Mr. Gallimore. Instead, you gave her $20,000 of your own money and returned the pearls to her, pretending that they were imitations of the original necklace.
Son, you think a lot smarter than you talk.
Then I am correct?
Embarrassingly so, Mr. Gage. The pearls are real. Now, what would you like me to do?
Entrust me with $5,000 with which to retrieve them.
Son, it is so long since I heard anyone talk the way Jane Austen writes that it is making a sucker out of me.
Thank you, sir. I know that my language is a bit stilted. And so, Henry, Mr. Gallimore gave me this check.
You mean he gave it to you? 5,000 fish, just like that?
You have said it.
Kid, you got something with that daisy chain chatter of yours.
Thank you, Henry. At any rate, all that now remains is for the phone to ring. Aha.
You can say that again.
Aha. Hello?
Gage?
Yes, who's this?
Yes. You got the money?
It's in my pocket at this exact moment. If I have any assurance of honorable treatment, I am prepared to go through with it.
Okay. Tonight at 8 sharp, you'll be in Cathedral Park. You got that?
Yes?
At the end of the dirt road. Be there at 8 sharp. Come alone. No guns, no funny business, no smart work, no slip-up, and nobody hurt. That's the way we do business.
Very well. Oh, one last thing. Where did you get my phone number? From Scandese?
Who else? dark then, and no tricks.
That is very interesting.
What?
The telephone.
Yeah. Hooray for Alexander Graham, what's his name? But what did that guy say?
Oh, yes, it's all arranged. I am to meet them tonight all by myself and give them the money.
All by yourself, huh? Get you a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt hold. But they'll take the dough and leave you laying there bleeding all over yourself, and they'll still have the marbles. I ought to go with you.
Henry, it is my duty, and I must brave these monsters and human guys alone and unattended. Of course, I do have a big car, and you could hide on the floor under a rug.
It's a cinch.
But maybe...
Walter, the only thing wrong with you, as far as I can see, you got holes in your head. All I'm trying to do is keep you from getting another one. I'm going with you.
So it was settled. Henry was to go with me. That afternoon, I stopped at the bank.
4,200?
Where I cashed Mr. Gallimore's check and changed it into $100 bills.
4,600, 47, 48.
You counted as though it were your own.
5,000. 5,000.
Now, a roll of quarters, please.
A roll of quarters, please.
There's an echo in here. Leave them in the wrapper.
Quite heavy, aren't they?
Yes, aren't they? So, late that evening, I found myself in Cathedral Park with Henry Eichelberger, boy, in the back of the car. I was very nervous. I think Henry was also. Neither of us were any too sure of what was going to happen that night.
Oh, my back.
What's the matter, Henry? Aren't you comfy back there?
Oh, I'm comfy, all right. Only my heater keeps digging into me. Ain't we there yet?
We're getting close. Now stay down. This is business. This is the end of the line, Henry. Be careful. They're probably watching me.
Okay.
What's that?
Me, Walter. My gun is breaking my back.
Well, stop sitting on it.
I did. Anything stirring?
No. Keep quiet.
I'll make like a little mousey.
Don't you think we've waited long enough, Henry?
Well, we only been waiting 15 minutes. You sure this is the place?
Yes.
Let's get out of the car and see if anybody shoots at us. Then we'll know if somebody's around.
That seems to me the difficult way of finding out, but let's try it. As I personally feel sure that there is no one here but you and I.
Suckered. You know what happened, Walter?
What do you think, Henry?
It was just a tryout to see if you'd show. Suckered. I ought to go back and twist that Scandeezy so he spends the rest of his life looking up his left pants leg.
Well, Henry, what is the next move?
Beat it on home, I guess. Anyhow, I won't need this gun anymore. My back is sore enough from it.
We stood there and looked at one another, Henry and I. He doubled his hands into fists and shook them slowly in his sadness. I, too, was melancholy. In the brief time I had known Henry, I had grown very fond of him.
Yeah, that's it, all right. Nothing else to do but beat it on home, Walter. That's all is left to us.
I took my right hand out of my pocket. I have large hands. In my right hand nestled the roll of quarters I'd gotten from the bank that morning. My hand made a large and heavy fist around them. Henry didn't notice.
What are you looking at me so funny for, Walter?
I just wanted to say good night, Henry.
Huh?
You had 2 strikes on me, and this is the big one.
I don't get it, Walter. Oh.
He got it then. My fist with nearly a pound of metal in it caught him squarely on the jaw. For a moment he wavered back and forth on his feet, then... Henry Eichelberger lay motionless on the ground, as limp as a rubber glove. I found the pearls twined around his ankle inside his left sock. Well, Henry, I said, although he couldn't hear me, you are a gentleman even if you are a thief. You could have taken the money 12 times today. You could have taken it a little while ago when you still had the gun, but even then that repelled you. You threw the gun away, and we were man to man, but still you hesitated. In fact, Henry, I said for a successful thief you hesitated just a little too long. But as a sporting man, I can only think more highly of you. Goodbye, Henry, and good luck, I said. I put a $100 bill in his chubby little fist and withdrew. End of story.
But how did you know it was Henry, darling?
You told me so, little lemon cookie. You were quite sure of it.
But I know, but you must have had proof of some kind.
There was one other minor little detail that convinced me Henry was the guilty party. I gave Scandisi my phone number, but I have 2 telephones. One is a private line. Only 2 people had that number. You were one of them. Henry was the other. When Henry's accomplice got in touch with me, he used the phone number I'd given Henry, not the one I gave Scandisi. You see?
Oh, darling, you're so clever.
Oh, of course. You may kiss me if you like. Months after Ellen and I were married, we received a letter postmarked Honolulu. It was from Henry.
My dear Walter, due to the bulls finally putting the squeeze on me, I have only just received the joyous tidings that you and Ellen are embarked upon a happy tide of holy matrimony. I am so glad for you. I often think of you, Walter, particularly with an overwhelming curiosity as to what it was you struck me with that night. Oh, well, I dare say it can only be conjecture on my part now. A hammer, perhaps. At any rate, I entertain no feelings of ill will toward you. On the contrary, I am indebted to you greatly. The ease with which you talk Mr. Gallimore out of $5,000 has changed my life. I have been taking English lessons myself, and am now practicing on a wealthy widow woman not without financial success. Ah, toujours les sport. Devotedly, Henry. P.S. Was it perchance an anvil? I wonder.
You know, Henry wasn't such a bad fellow. All I really disliked him for was his barbaric English. Now he's changed that. Maybe I should have married him. What do you think, Walter?
Get you, a real comedian. Wait till I listen to myself.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Ray Milland.
Mr. Wilcox, what's your batting average?
Very high, Dora. 400, as a matter of fact. You see, I'm batting in Autolite's big league of more than 400 fine products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Agnes Moorehead. The play is called The Chain, and it is, as we say, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Pearls Are A Nuisance is an original story by Raymond Chandler, adapted for radio by Ronald McDougall. Ray Milland appears by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Captain Carey, USA, starring Alan Ladd and Wanda Hendricks. Autolite wishes to thank the readers of Radio Mirror magazine, who have voted Suspense the best mystery program for the second consecutive year. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Claire Trevor, Donald O'Connor, and Charles Boyer. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Agnes Moorehead.
You can buy Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.